All right, welcome everyone, and a small apologies for that link change. We have no control over the demo gods sometimes, so we had to switch across to this live stream. Hopefully we have some people joining this one rather than that other one there, and we'll be kicking off in just a moment. So I'm going to share my screen and just give you a bit of an introduction to the Global Drone Security Network, and we can continue from there. So give me one moment. All right. So I know we've got a few people coming in from the previous stream, but nevertheless, we'll get started as we want to dive right into David's talk and not miss any of that. Of course, this will all be recorded for accessing later on. So welcome from all over the world. And again, thank you to the Association of Aerospace Industry Singapore for helping us collaborate with this event. It's always a real pleasure to put it on for you, and we appreciate everyone who joins. And look, the GDSN is a community forum. We wanted to have the best in breed in terms of, speakers in the drone security, counter drone and swarms areas that can share that information. And of course, they're cyber physical systems, so they contain a lot of applicability to today. But look, we've always focused on, speakers who fly drones as well. So it's really important to know, just because we're talking about counter drones or drone security or all that good stuff, it's very relevant, even though we fly those drones. No one was paid to speak here or does pay to speak here, and we have no sponsors. It really is just meant to be a completely agnostic community-based forum. And so we appreciate you being here. Just some key things to know in terms of the resources. There is a discussion group called Slack, which you can put some questions in. There's also a Slido with the URL there and in the description, which you can put questions and answers for the speakers during their time. And look, you can use YouTube as well, but if you choose to use Slido, that means you get to do it anonymously if you don't want to have a name or a YouTube account associated with it. And then again, every single time we found this consistently, we get some great feedback that we're able to add into the next one. And we really appreciate that. So if you're able to do the feedback form right at the end, based on the speakers you're able to see, we would really appreciate that. Now, why do we have the DroneSec GDSN? Well, one of the big reasons is year after year, there are way more drones in the air. This year, we have over 1,000 drones for every single commercial airliner, and we're nearing a $500 billion industry in just a few years. So it's becoming really relevant. And for us, even as a company, we just need to stay up to date and relevant. And a lot of this information is just for us as much as it is for anyone else. Now, we've got a few speakers from around the world. We usually do this, and it usually creates a bit of a cocktail of timelines, which are quite interesting to stick to. But this time, it looks like we're kind of sticking to the northern hemisphere, should I say. So some great speakers. We try to get the people who are usually the busiest and the most unavailable, who are usually doing the most interesting types of work. So we're keen to have you on board and hear a little bit about some of their stories from the field. Now, in terms of the agenda, we've got a pretty unique lineup of swarms, cybersecurity, drone forensics, threat intelligence, counter-UAS, and this is really the agenda for the day. So we'll go through that. We'll have a little bit of a break halfway through, but pretty much on each hour, you'll get a new speaker on a new topic. Just a little bit of housekeeping. As I said, you can view the whole schedule, all of those presenter slides and resources by hitting the Show More button in the description there. And of course, on the right-hand side, you can add those comments. At any point in time during the conference, if you want to ask a question or get a hold of us, there is Masumi, Arison, or myself as part of the DroneSec team on the event, and you can always contact us with any information. Now, of course, most of you know us, DroneSec, from our free weekly UAS Threat Intel newsletters, but we are a whole lot more than that. In fact, we're made up of people who are passionate about drone security, cybersecurity, counter-UAS, and of course, we have a lot of fun doing it. And that's why we have these events, to really share that information and that word around it. We do a lot around the threat intelligence space, but we don't really need to go into details about what we do, because today it's about the speakers and what they really want to focus on. Just something else to add, a little bit later in the event, we'll be releasing a discount code for anyone who does want to take some training. That's been something that's always requested during these events, and we're happy to support it with that if you'd like to take that. So for now, we're going to be jumping very shortly into David Hambling's talk, but We appreciate all the speakers who have given their time, and we thank the partners and all of that have made this possible. So appreciate the feedback again, and I'm going to stop sharing and start getting David up on screen to be able to start with his talk. So let's get David up, and screen will start sharing as well.
Hello.
David.
Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening.
That's right. And I've got you loud and clear, David. What I'll do is I'll just make sure your slides are shared, if you have slides, and then I'll confirm with you, and we can go from there.
I certainly do have slides. Would you like me to start sharing them now?
Yeah, go ahead. And I love the swarm troopers in the background as well.
Yeah, I thought I'd get that in there. There's no sense in having it if you're not going to make some noise about it. Okay, so that should be coming up on your screen just about now.
All right, perfect. So I have you loud and clear. I can see your slides. You're ready to go. Thanks for attending and looking forward to your talk, David.
Okay, that's great. Thanks, Mike. And thanks very much for inviting me onto the event today. It's a great privilege to be here. I'm David Hambling. I'm an author, technology journalist, and consultant. I write for Aviation Week magazine, New Scientist, The Economist, Wired, Popular Mechanics, and a few others. And a lot of what I write is about drones. Perhaps the most relevant thing for today is a book I wrote in 2015 called Swarm Troopers: How Small Drones Will Conquer the World, which has proven surprisingly accurate about the evolution of the small drone threat. Today, I'm going to be talking about new technology and why a smart drone is a dangerous drone. I'll be looking at new commercial technology that enables smart drones, how it works, what it can do, what sort of threats it poses, and what we can do about it. And along the way, we'll be finding missing pallets and missing persons, racing and chasing, spotting sharks, oiling eggs, and completely ruining the game of chess. The short version of all this is that drones are getting smarter, and that makes them a lot more useful. It also makes them a lot more dangerous in the wrong hands. And if you're not at least a little bit scared by the end of this, then you haven't been paying attention. Now, it's a bit unfair calling new drones smart because it implies that the current drones are dumb. And as we all know, even little quadcopters are very smart indeed. They're the ones that do all the work. The human operator is really in the same situation as someone sitting in the back of a taxi. He tells the taxi where to go, but it's the taxi driver that does all the work. And it's the brain of the drone that does all the work in controlling the 4 engines and adjusting the relative speeds of those. And that's something that's way too fast for any human to handle. And they can also do lots of other things on their own. They can land, they can take off, they can navigate via a set of waypoints. So it's really not fair to call them dumb. Now, if you do want to see a real dumb drone, then the thing at the bottom, which is a US Air Force MQ-9 Reaper, that really doesn't have a lot of intelligence on it. You need to have a pilot's license in order to fly it. It's not capable of automatic landings or takeoffs or anything like that. So that's really quite brainless. However, even the little quadcopters are comparatively dumb because they still rely on the human operator. They can fly a pre-planned mission, but they can't react to what's going on around them. It's this reliance on a human operator that is the distinction between what I'm calling dumb drones and new generations of smart ones. Now, the current drone threat is basically a guy standing in the road with a radio controller and a drone. And jamming the radio controller is far and away the easiest way of defeating drone threats. Basically, you can do 2 things. One is you can jam the link between the controller and the drone, so they can't control it or see what the drone is seeing. When that happens, most commercial drones will go back to the last point where they had good communication. The other thing you can do is jam the drone's GPS so it can't locate, and when it's completely lost, the drone will simply land itself safely. We love jamming because it beats the threat. It's simple, it's cheap, there's no kinetics going on, so there's very little risk of collateral damage, and that's why this type of technology is now quite ubiquitous. There are literally hundreds of different drone jamming systems out there now. You'll see them at the Olympics, you'll see them at the G20 summit, you'll see them at presidential inaugurations, football games, and lots of prisons now have extensive jamming systems to prevent drones from bringing in contraband. And they have proven very effective in action. Perhaps the biggest demonstration of that was at Mosul in 2017, when US-backed Iraqi forces were getting repeatedly bombed by small ISIS drones with 40mm grenades, and there were literally dozens of attacks every day, which was practically stalling the attack. They had real problems for 4 days. As soon as they brought in jammers, they basically swept the skies clear of drones. Problem solved. So jammers are the solution at the moment. Now, as I like to say, drones are basically smartphones with wings. And one of the interesting developments with smartphones is that they're now getting smarter. The reason why I say drones are smartphones with wings is because things like the data processing, the storage, the accelerometers, the gyros, the cameras, the compass, navigation, communications, all this type of stuff comes from the world of consumer electronics. And that's really what's enabled the small drone industry as we know it. And that's what's made them so cheap, while comparable military hardware is incredibly expensive. Now, smartphones are changing with a new sort of technology. Because Moore's law has really slowed down, companies are looking at new ways of improving capability of computing. So in 2017, Apple introduced their first A11 Bionic processor featuring a neural engine. And this is specifically intended to enhance artificial intelligence applications and machine learning. That runs at 600 billion operations a second, which is so big as to be completely meaningless. The thing that puts it in context is that by 2021, 4 years later, Apple introduced the A15 neural engine, which is capable of 16 trillion operations per second. So basically, they've got 30 times faster in 4 years. Now, this is technology that's very good for pattern recognition. So your phone's facial recognition will be using that bionic chip. Things like text-to-speech, automatic translation, it's all based on machine learning applications. It's all based on a thing called neural networks, which are a process mainly for enabling machine learning. The hardware essentially gives a digital simulation of the same sort of neural processes that take place in a biological brain. So you have an input layer, which is usually connected to sensors, a number of intermediate layers, and then the output. And it does its calculations by changing the weightings of the connections between them, which is exactly the way a brain works. The key thing about this is that it's not programmed. It learns for itself. So this allows it to do things that conventional programs can't with a lot less computing power. And the main thing it's good at is pattern recognition. The sort of canonical example is finding cats in videos. So you feed a neural network with thousands of videos, you tell it which ones have got cats in, and it then figures out how to recognize a cat in a video. And it will figure out for itself that it needs to look for ears and whiskers and a tail, but that it could still be a cat even if it can't see any of these things. And they've been phenomenally successful for that. It takes a lot of data and a lot of processing to train it. And this is one of the reasons why some of the most successful companies in this are people like Google and Facebook, who have access to vast amounts of raw data, your data, and that has enabled them to do things like recognizing individuals online very effectively. It does take a lot of processing to train up a neural network, but once you've got the software trained, it can actually work with minimal hardware, so it can run on things like smartphones. And this does allow you to do things that you wouldn't be able to do otherwise. Okay, so a short diversion here into the history of computer chess. Now, a lot of this starts in what was probably prehistory to a lot of you, back in the days when people were still arguing about whether a computer would ever be able to beat a human. The argument went that computers didn't have human intuition, they didn't have experience, they had no sense of strategy, they wouldn't be able to get inside their opponent's head and sense their weaknesses. And it was reckoned that it would take a vast amount of computing power to get anywhere close. The reason for that is that looking ahead in chess requires an exponential increase in computing power the more moves you're looking ahead. So you go from hundreds to millions to billions of possible positions. And that was thought to be far more than any machine could handle back in the 70s and 80s. In 1997, IBM solved the chess challenge with a computer called Deep Blue, and this used serious amounts of brute force computing to beat Garry Kasparov, who was then the world champion human chess player. Deep Blue comprised 30 nodes, each of which had 480 special purpose chips in it. So that's like 14,000 processors. This entire collection, they spent something approaching $100 million on the hardware, and the rack-mounted system weighed about 1.4 tons. So that's the kind of brute force we're talking about. But even in the 90s, chess programmers were already working out ways of playing the game far more efficiently, introducing basically sets of smart rules to cut down the number of possible futures you needed to look at. So things like moving your pawns forward, not exposing your king, and so forth. By 2009, the algorithms had got so effective that the Copa Mercosur, which was an international master level tournament in 2009, was won by software called Pocket Fritz 4. And as the name suggests, this ran on a smartphone, and it had an international rating of 2,900, whereas Deep Blue, the giant supercomputer, had a rating of 2,700. So algorithms proved to be a far more efficient way of playing chess. There was another twist, as you may remember, in 2017, when Google DeepMind released a thing called AlphaZero, which is a system based on neural networks. Unlike the algorithms, which were based on experience of chess and lots of previous games, AlphaZero learned chess from scratch. All they did was give it the rules, and it then played against itself to figure out how to play. Within 24 hours, it was able to beat the best chess programs out there, and that has a rating of 3,500. So AlphaZero plays chess like no human, using strategies nobody has seen before, and it can do it on extremely austere hardware. And that's when this whole technology starts being interesting in the drone context. Qualcomm have long been known for their involvement in the drone sector. They're a company involved in integrated systems, and back in 2015, they introduced their first Snapdragon flight. This is a system on a card to bring all sorts of capabilities like advanced video handling, communications, autopiloting, and navigation to a small drone. It's basically a complete system. It's the brain of a drone. And as I say, Qualcomm have been extremely successful at that. It says something, the fact that the Ingenuity helicopter on Mars is driven by their hardware. Now, their latest release, which they announced a few months ago, is the RB5 5G. So same credit card size device for packing all the technology you need for a drone in one complete handy package. The interesting thing is that now this new version has lots of hardware for autonomous operations, specifically machine learning. And interesting, this includes a feature called visual inertial odometry, which loosely means working out how fast you're going and where you're going by looking at objects on the ground. So this is a technique useful for navigation where GPS is unreliable. So the makers reckon it should be useful for urban environments where tall buildings get in the way, or indoors, or even underground, basically places where GPS is poor. However, it also means that drones fitted with visual inertial odometry don't rely on GPS for navigation, as long as they know who they are when they start, which means GPS jamming goes out the window. So immediately, you've got a vastly more capable type of drone. Now, this sort of technology moved into the consumer market big time in 2018 with the launch of Skydio, which was touted as the first smart consumer drone. This is aimed at people doing active sports like snowboarders, surfers, mountain bikers. And the idea is that you don't need to control it at all yourself. Basically, you press a button and you set off to do whatever you're doing, and it will then follow you and film you. And Skydio have some spectacular footage on their site showing how it can follow a skier or a surfer on their way. And in advance, you can tell it whether you want to film you from in front, behind, beside, or it can actually circle around you as it goes. And it can carry out an entire flight like that. And then once you've finished, you can land, pick it up, and get the video. Now, the interesting thing about that is when it's in flight, obviously you can't jam it because it's not being controlled from the ground. Now, all that does is shoot movies, but obviously it could do something far more destructive. Now, another area where neural networks have proven very advantageous for drones is in detect and avoid. Sharing airspace, it's a big challenge not to collide with other aircraft. Historically, if you haven't got a human pilot with a Mark 1 eyeball and a brain to be able to figure out whether there are other aircraft around, you need radar, which is very handy because it gives range and speed and direction. So it allows you to calculate whether a collision is at all likely very easily. The problem is it's big and expensive. So what Iris Automation did was to develop a smart system just using a normal video camera and again, lots of machine learning. So that's been taught to detect, classify and react to airborne objects. So it can take a look at something, detect whether it's a distant cloud, an object on the ground, a star, or in fact an approaching aircraft, and then take appropriate action. They reckon it can detect a Cessna light aircraft from 500 meters away and respond appropriately in a fifth of a second. They've tested this in the air quite a lot. They've actually set up several thousand scenarios where they've got a drone and then they've tried to fly aircraft into it and watch it fly out of the way. So it's proven very successful and it can cope with different lighting and weather conditions. And basically, this is likely to be a game changer for shared airspace with drones and manned aircraft and other drones. However, from a threat perspective, the thing to remember is that if you can program a drone to avoid something, you can also program it to run into it. So with detect and avoid, you've got a drone doing something which previously only a human could do. The next challenge for developers was to get drones to do things better than humans. The researchers at the University of Zurich have been doing a lot of work in this field. And one of the areas they've looked at is drone racing, which is where you've got drones running around racetracks, around obstacles indoors, which takes very tricky path planning. Computers can do it, but they're a lot slower than people. So historically, drones can only cope with this kind of course quite slowly. However, again, with the aid of neural networks and machine learning, University of Zurich have developed their drone, which is actually faster than humans. They reckon it beat the fastest lap of world-class human pilots on their experimental racetrack. So there's the potential here for drones that can fly better than human. Interestingly, the University of Zurich team also looked at putting this kind of path planning to practical use for a search and rescue drone. There, the scenario was it had to fly down forest paths at high speed. The idea here is that rescue drones are very useful for this kind of mission. The problem is every drone requires a human pilot to operate it. So as soon as you start adding drones, you start taking people out of the search team. The idea was to have an autonomous drone which would be able to do the searching, but without tying up any human hands. And the other thing also, once you've got that, it means you can have any number of drones searching. The software appears to be very effective. Interestingly, of course, looking at it from a threat point of view, anything that can search and rescue can also hunt people down autonomously and target them. Drones are very useful for aerial site inspections. There's all sorts of industrial infrastructure which is now inspected purely by drone, things like power lines, wind turbines, chimneys, pipelines, all kinds of electrical gear. And it's an awful lot easier sending a drone up than putting scaffolding or having a guy lowered on a rope. However, the expensive thing about this arrangement is the guy standing in the foreground. Ideally, what you want is a drone that can do all the inspection on its own and then only send details to a human operator if there's something that needs investigating. And already there's a whole load of autonomous drones which are capable of doing this. Many of them, like the ones produced by the Israeli company Air Robotics, are these drone-in-a-box solutions. So you have a base station on site, and then every day, or whenever it's scheduled, the drone will fly out, fly around, have a look at everything that needs inspecting, and then send data back. And if it sees anything that looks questionable, it will be able to zoom in and get more detailed picture of it. And again, that's something that requires this kind of intelligent capability. However, of course, from a threat point of view, anything which is able to inspect infrastructure can also do mischief. Because if it's capable of inspecting an object like an electrical substation and picking out the most important components, it can also target them. Same technology is also being used indoors. Interestingly, there's literally billions of dollars of material get lost every year in warehouses. And that's not stuff that's been stolen, it's simply stuff that's been misplaced. It happens extremely easily because if a pallet gets put in the wrong place, or if it gets put in the right place and recorded in the wrong place, or if it simply gets moved, it's vanished as far as the people working there are concerned. These things are the size of aircraft hangars. And so quite often they'll find that a pallet isn't where it's supposed to be. So they have to start sending out search teams on forklift trucks and ladders. And there's a lot of people who actually have binoculars in warehouses so they can scan the rows looking for missing pallets. Now, again, drones are a much better way of doing that because they can actually get up alongside and read barcodes and things. And there are now a number of drone-based systems, including one by an American company called Intelligent Flying Machines, and a number which I believe actually use Skydio hardware for flying around inside warehouses and carrying out inventory. Now, again, this is relying on smart machines to do it. And what's interesting from our perspective is that the drone is flying around a cluttered, unknown environment with narrow enclosed spaces and unknown obstacles with no previous knowledge. And it's flying around picking up RFID tags and barcodes. And if it can operate in that kind of environment, it can operate anywhere. So essentially, nowhere is now safe from smart drones. Now, getting into more specific target recognition capability, there's a company called Westpac, which does these little Ripper drones in Australia, which have proven very successful for beach watching, for life-saving, and keeping an eye on things. Now, one of the areas that they've recently moved into is spotting sharks. It's obviously a lot easier seeing sharks from the air than from a tower on the beach, but it's still quite challenging. Humans, from a fixed wing aircraft, you've got like 15% chance of seeing a shark. Helicopters, 20%. Humans using a drone imagery are 20 to 30%. So the idea was, let's have a drone with a machine learning system and we'll train it to recognize sharks. And in particular, it needs to be able to distinguish a shark from a dolphin or a swimmer or a surfboard or a boat or any of the other confusers that you have in the water. And at the moment, their shark spotter drone is actually up to 90% accurate for finding sharks compared to 30% for humans. So it's already astoundingly accurate and out there saving lives. So moving on then, one from simply recognizing objects on the ground, the next level up is drones which are recognizing objects and then responding to them. Now, the US Navy has a big problem with bird strikes around its air bases, and one of the main causes for that is birds' nests. Because if a nesting bird has young, it will be flying to and from that nest at low level many times a day, and is far more of an obstacle than a bird which it simply goes out once a day to forage. You can kill the birds. The problem is that just creates a vacancy and more birds move in. You can destroy the nests, but the birds simply build new nests. The smart way of getting rid of them or getting rid of the problem is by oiling the eggs, because if you just spray cooking oil over an egg, it prevents it from hatching. So the birds will carry on there. They won't make a new nest. They won't lay any more eggs, but the egg won't hatch. So you don't then have this problem with birds going to and fro all the time. Now, previously, it's only been possible to oil eggs for ground nesting types. But if you put your sprayer on a drone, you can get nests up in cliffs and on infrastructure. Now, the US Navy are moving this up a step to this thing, which is the Intelligent Remote Egg Oiling System. Now, that's a commercial drone with an egg oiling device, and again, neural network-based system for recognizing and responding to nests. So this is able to fly around, identify where a nest is, home in on it, look inside and see if there are eggs inside, and then spray them with oil, all the while maneuvering around obstacles like power lines and antennae. And all the human operator has to do is start it going and then click a button to approve when it wants to go ahead with oiling. And this can tackle multiple nests in one mission on a single battery charge. So essentially, you've got a smart egg oiling system there. Or put it another way, it's a Terminator, but all it's terminating are eggs. How long before someone starts creating autonomous small drone systems which are able to seek out humans and target them? Well, it looks like this is something that actually may already have happened. There's a Turkish company called STM that make this Kargu multicopter drone. It carries a 1.3 kilogram explosive charge, and it's in service with the Turkish military. It's also been exported to at least 3 other unnamed customers. Now, normally this is used in operator controlled mode. So the operator is identifying a target using the drone's camera and then directing it into it. However, according to the makers, it does also have an autonomous mode in which it's capable of finding targets on its own. Now, according to a report from the UN Security Council's panel of experts on Libya, which was published this March, one of the sides in the Libyan conflict has actually already used these drones in the autonomous mode to attack targets. We don't know how the UN Security Panel knew that, because obviously from the receiving end you can't tell. So presumably they had some insider information on that. But that suggests that autonomous drones are already being used, by the military at least, to attack targets. So expect more of that, and expect that capability to reach the non-military sector in the very near future. Going forward, it's not just single drones you need to worry about. We've all seen these fabulous light shows with thousands of drones doing choreographed maneuvers in the air and creating shapes and spelling out words and things. Now, those are actually all centrally controlled by a single operator, and there's a load of sensors on the ground that track the drones and tell them where to go. However, a lot of militaries, including the US, China, Russia, Israel, Iran, the UK and India, are developing drone swarms which don't have any central control. The idea is that the drones are all individual autonomous agents, and they use a simple set of rules, similar to those used by flocks of birds, to all fly together without colliding and carry out cooperative missions. Obviously, when you've got that, you've then got a large number of drones that are capable of seeking out attacking targets at the same time. Interestingly, swarming is one of the developments that's on the list of plans for the STM's Kargu. So this pretty much takes us up to Slaughterbots. Now, if you haven't seen it, Slaughterbots was a fictional video which was released in 2017 by Stuart Russell of the Campaign Against Killer Robots. And it's depicted a scenario where you've got these small quadcopters equipped with explosive charges and cameras and facial recognition, and they were just released in large numbers, and they would then track down people based on pictures culled from social media. As they said at the time, all the technologies required to create Slaughterbots existed in 2017. They just hadn't been put together. Now, I'm not quite sure whether that was true in 2017, but it's certainly true now. And the difference is that now the technologies have already all been put together. So this capability exists. Incidentally, their scenario of having drones individually killing people, it's terrifying, but it's not necessarily the most destructive way that such drones could be used. We've already seen some very creative uses of small drones to destroy things, such as blowing up oil refineries in Saudi Arabia, hitting oil tankers off Yemen, and attempting to assassinate the president in Venezuela. You can cause a lot more chaos by going for specific targets like those rather than simply trying to mass kill people. However, it certainly does create the possibility of mass casualty attacks simply by having lots of drones, each of which attacks one person. In short, then, the threat has evolved. We're no longer looking at one operator standing in the road with a radio controller and a drone from nearby. The drones could be put in position well in advance and activated either remotely or with a timer, and they could be tens or hundreds or more. The only limits to the number of drones is how many they can afford, and as we know, drones are quite cheap. And the other thing is, of course, they're dangerous because they can't be jammed, and that takes away the best weapon that we have in the fight against small drones. So how do we stop them? Well, there's been quite a mad scramble on the part of the military looking at alternate solutions. So we have many counter-UAS systems out there, some of them based on machine guns, cannon, and other projectile weapons, lots of missiles, mainly modifications of existing surface-to-air missiles, quite a few laser systems going online now, also a certain number of high-power microwaves, and also my favorite, smart interceptor drones. All of these have their disadvantages. All of them are bigger and more expensive than radio frequency jammers, and most of them have real collateral damage issues. You cannot go handing this kind of hardware out to civilians. You can't go putting racks of surface-to-air missiles around airports, or you're going to create a problem far bigger than the one that you're trying to solve. As I say, I like interceptor drones because they represent a technology that can move along with the threat and is quite easily scalable. So if you're expecting more incoming drones, you can deploy more interceptors. There's a company called Fortem, which already supplies drone hunter interceptors. They were telling me at one recent event, which was considered a high threat, they actually had 27 drones on call, which could have taken out attackers. So that's not necessarily the solution, but it's certainly a prospective solution. So in conclusion then, the basic thesis of swarm troopers is still valid. Small drones are still on course to conquer the world. This new technology, specifically neural networking hardware with machine learning, makes small drones far more capable and more able to interact with their environment. And a smart drone is a dangerous drone. This is not the end point. This isn't like other threats where you knew at some point someone would develop a technology and then you'd have to deal with it. The problem is we do not know where this technology is capable of. Remember the chess playing AlphaZero compared to the people who thought machines would never beat humans at chess. Well, we still don't know just how good they're going to get at chess, but they're certainly going to get better, and small drones are certainly going to get more dangerous. As I said, we don't have any great solutions at the moment. What happens next is very much up to you in the drone security community. So the future is out there. Thank you very much for listening. It's been great being here, being able to share this with you.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you, David. And yes, I've got your screen off, which is fine, and I've kept you up here, and we've got a few questions that we'll get to you, if that's right, if you've got a few minutes.
Yeah, sure, far away.
Brilliant. And just for a reminder to everyone, we've got questions that can come in through Slack, Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube, and then of course Slido. So we'll read some of those out. And David, what you said was really quite interesting about Libya and that autonomous drone. They found at one point even Wagner troops or mercenaries that had drone footage and drone items on their tablets there. I find it quite interesting. You talked about the drones in a space with lots of collateral or cluttered. Talked about the FPV fast drones, and then there's payload capabilities like LiDAR and 3D detection. Are we actually seeing the swarming based drones in the battlefield at the moment, or is that something that there's a lot of R&D? Has there been recent events that we can actually point to?
Not yet. Not yet. There is a lot of R&D, as I say. I've been tracking projects. There's a lot of work in the US military. I remember now. Yes, we have actually seen the first drone swarm employed in action. That was employed by the Israeli Defense Forces in Gaza a few months ago. You may remember they were having quite a lot of problems there with rocket fire from the Gaza Strip. And they deployed a drone swarm unit to tackle that. The big problem with the rockets being fired from Gaza was that basically it's just a rocket on a rail. Two guys come up, set it off, fire the rocket and run away before you can do anything about that. So the IDF deployed drone swarms, which were able to give extremely fast reaction. So basically, it wouldn't give details, but it sounded like they were doing perch and stare. They were basically landing a load of drones in an area and then coordinating all the information from their cameras and other sensors, and then providing extremely fast reaction, which may have been from armed drones within the swarm, or they may have been calling in fire from other areas. So yes, drone swarms are now just starting to be used on the battlefield, and expect a lot of that in the near future.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm guessing there's lots of facilities or private facilities where there's testing going on that the public aren't privy to, and that will happen in some time. And look, how many, I don't know if it was said how many drones were in that swarm, but how many drones can be in a swarm? You know, theoretically, what's the current capability of that?
Well, at the moment, the sort of light show swarms, which aren't real swarms, the highest number is about 3,000. The military are typically using 200 to 300 with a swarm at the moment. But one of the interesting things about this technology is that it scales right up. As we've seen with flocks of birds, I have watched murmurations of starlings where you've got 50, 60,000 birds all flying together in formation, which is quite an impressive sight. The US Navy, in their Super Swarm project, what they're modeling is threat swarms of up to 1 million members. So potentially you are talking about vast, vast numbers of drones.
Yeah, wow, that's incredible. So I guess what you're saying is, like with the Starlings, you've got a bunch of drones that can kind of think independently of each other, not necessarily just in a pre-programmed flight, in proximity to each other as well.
Exactly. So the swarming software means they can all fly together, they can maintain separation, they can all land together, take off together, work in the same airspace. And in nature, there are some examples of swarm hunters which do work together to comb an area and work actively to hunt things. And there's absolutely no reason why small drones shouldn't have similar levels of intelligence and be able to carry out similar tasks all on their own without human input.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, okay. And you went through a few different counter drone systems. And given that, you mentioned the Skydio drone, there's the Parrot kind of 4G connected drone. You've got some drones which are GPS dark, or they, can fly autonomously without some of that data. How do you see the counter drone landscape changing? Do you think that will just be continued layered approaches, or as you said about lasers, do you think it will go in that kind of kinetic direction?
I think if you've got the money for it, then yes, a layered approach is nice, and you want to have all these different levels. So you certainly you will need lots of sensors, and you will want to start off by using soft methods like jamming, and then you will gradually escalate right up to, in the end, if you've got drones coming at you, you will want some kind of kinetic solution. That's great if you're defending the White House. But it's not really practical for a lot of other potential targets around the place. So I think it's going to be quite challenging.
No, of course. Okay. And you're talking about a drone around a White House or a perimeter asset. Regarding drones with, say, explosive payloads, are IEDs, for example, the real threat, or CBRN or any other things more dangerous? What do you see as that kind of threat level categorization?
I mean, it's interesting that where we've a lot of the time, basically the drone is simply a delivery system for an IED. So the argument goes, if people haven't got IEDs, then drones aren't really that much of a threat. That's true to a degree, but it's interesting. For example, Here in the UK, we had Gatwick Airport shut down for 3 days simply because there were drones flying around it. And I think in a lot of cases, particularly where you've got things like aircraft around, a drone can be quite a threat just on its own. But in terms of the damage they can do, I think there's also quite a lot of potential for drones, jammers of various sorts, to cause mayhem. You can cause a lot of trouble these days simply by jamming mobile phones and GPS, which is something that drones are very well equipped to do. And the other thing is incendiaries don't require bomb-making skills to create, and we've also found the damage that wildfires can do. And a drone creating wildfires is clearly going to be quite a major hazard.
Oh, of course. All right. And look, I think there might be just one last question from this collection here, because we'll move on to the next speaker soon. But realistically, when you look at how regulations or restrictions have moved, and you have these swarm tactics, as you said, with light shows and things like that, do you think there will be any kind of push to restrict that from the public, which of course we are not fans of? But again, in that greater scheme of things, the movie you highlighted, do you think there will be any kind of, similar to the whole AI perspective, a restriction on swarms other than military use?
I think the genie is already out of the bottle, and it's way too late for that, because there's so much of this hardware is now commercially available, and thanks to the internet, even if you can't easily get it here, you can easily get it from somewhere else. It's interesting that with the Turkish Kargu, one of the points about their drone is that it was done without, it works around the ITAR regulations. Basically, the Turks can build everything themselves. So you've got relatively small players are now able to do that. But I think the drones are too much out there, and any attempts to limit them, I can see there might certainly be in some areas, some politicians who see it as a vote-winning thing to protect people by trying to ban drones. But honestly, I can't see it proving any effectiveness against any kind of serious threat.
Sure. Okay. Well, David, the utmost thanks for you to come on and be the first speaker of our GDSN 4. You were the first podcast guest back in the day. And of course, for anyone who doesn't know, David's book is sitting behind him, Swarm Troopers, which is an excellent read. So definitely.
Oh, and by the way, it's half price on Amazon this week. I dropped the price for the occasion.
For the occasion. Love it. Thank you so much, David. Appreciate it. And have a good rest of your day.
Thanks very much. It's been great.
Bye. All right. For everyone else, very shortly, we will have Brooke coming up. So we'll have a few seconds break, and then we'll get right into it with Brooke. All right, Brooke, we are live. How are you today?
Going well. How are you going, Mike?
I'm good as well. It's been pretty great here, and excited to have you on. I think we've talked a lot between ourselves, and sometimes we wish those conversations could be public, don't we?
Definitely. So thanks for the invite, so we could start to share a little bit about what we speak about.
Absolutely. What I'll get you to do is just start sharing your slides now, and then I'll confirm with you when I can see your slides. I can hear you fine, and I can see you. So we'll just get the slides ready up. But Brooke has a really interesting presentation coming up, and she's done a lot of work in the drone incident evidence collection and threat intel space. So we're really looking forward to it. I can see your slides coming up in a moment. And looks like there we go. So Brooke, the floor is yours. Thanks for attending, and looking forward to your presentation.
Thanks a lot, Mike, and good morning and good evening to wherever you're actually tuning into today. So my name is Brooke Tapsall. I'm the CEO of Drone Alert, and we're a global drone incident reporting system. And today I'm going to be speaking about drone incident investigations, most particularly how to actually collect, or how we collect drone evidence from incidences. So to start with an overview here, and this will just sort of go through how we collect the evidence, or how we place our systems in the entire counter process. So I sort of just lay a little bit of foundation, not so much because a lot of people listening here probably know this already. So what is CUAV? For me, counter drone is basically a series of processes and technology across a number of phases. And this involves many, many actors, and that they all contribute towards some sort of drone solution, which in the end sort of gives you some sort of defense. So it's not one person, one company, whatever. It is a group of people that contribute to a solution over a number of different phases. And what are these phases? This will come out later. There's a pre-incursion phase, which is basically nothing's happened just yet regarding a drone in there, but it's your planning phase. This is where you get your drone management plans together, your emergency plans together, and you really need to understand how you will deal with a drone incursion if it ever happens over your asset. Then you have the actual incursion event, where you deploy the technology if you have it, and this is where one of the evidence collection starts to commence. And the last one is like post incursion. So the drone in the event has passed, and really this is where you're sort of getting together the evidence and starting the investigation. So Drone Alert, as mentioned before, is it's a global drone incident reporting system, and we actually focus on grabbing evidence, public evidence and authoritative evidence. And our public system is drone detectives, and our authoritative system is drone first responders. I'll get more into each of these systems later on, but just to show where each of these go in the processes, we basically, in the pre-incursion is where you actually write in the public evidence and the authoritative evidence, how you actually will get that. You put it into your drone management plans. And our systems then will sort of be a bit more active during the incursion event and then post-incursion. So generally the incursion event is going to be the drone detectives, the public reporting system, and post-incursion is going to be more of the drone first responders, even though there is an overlap between the two, but that's the dominance between where they are located. So CUAV evidence collection and the processes. I'm going to do my best to actually sort of go through how we do the who, what, where, when, and why, and the importance, and we sort of get into some standardization later on. So who and where should we actually start collecting evidence, or where? The public, I think, are a very, very, very important contributor to evidence in a drone incident. So that is where we capture with drone detectives. Then you have more the authoritative people who and organizations which will capture. This is the police, the civil aviation authorities. If you're with an airport, it's going to be the air traffic control, government, military, emergency services, and definitely critical infrastructure asset holders. Depending on what asset is actually being attacked or has the incursion will depend on who would generally have the authority to investigate. But these are basically some high level who are the main players in collecting the data and the evidence. Where do you actually start collecting? I mean, as we see, drones can go absolutely anywhere and can cause destruction in a lot of places. But you can generally sort of categorize these into critical infrastructure and the assets here. So airports, stadium, utilities, ports, hospitals. I mean, that list there isn't exclusive. Buildings of importance, for example. So you have to think about those areas which would be a target. You can also just have incursions, which maybe not so malicious, but can be for sure. Crowded events, protests, sporting events outside, charity events outside, however you want, but just crowded events or just highly populated, dense areas in urban areas. VIP movements, sporting events, think about the Olympics, think about the Commonwealth Games, you know, anywhere you've really got a high coverage of people. And these are areas where you can. You can also collect evidence in remote areas like national parks, just to that anywhere that you sort of don't want drones flying. Now, what evidence would you collect? This is a question which I think a lot of people are asking themselves now, because they're sort of moving a little bit more away from the technology and are starting to understand that data is very important in an entire CUAV process. Towards the end, you think about it, but it's becoming more important, more prevalent in the thought process, in the process flow of what's going on. So what to collect? We recently attended the Interpol drone incursion exercise, which was held in Oslo, Norway. And we were able to actually do a little presentation there on drone evidence, and also gather a little bit of evidence or feedback, let's just say, from the authorities on what they thought was things that they should collect, because in a way they're sort of still learning themselves, or they needed some guidance. So as you see there, location was a very highly rated piece of information to collect. Now, we did get a whole list, but I'm not going to give the whole list today, because this is going to go into a report which will be published on the event. And Chris Church, who's a speaker later tonight, will be actually going over more of the Oslo event. It was amazing. That's all I'm going to say. I'll leave it to Chris to say more. So what you can see here is that the authorities are very, very interested in the location of the drone, the location of the operator, and basically the time and date. Now, the location of the drone and location of the operator can come from the actual CUAV technology if it is installed in that facility at that time, or it potentially can come from the public, to give you an idea of what's going on. So you have different avenues of where you can potentially take it, but you'll probably see now why it's useful for them to collect. Now, for us in our system, we actually collect 40 data fields. And we've actually put this together over time of looking at so many incidences, dealing with a number of them, that we've managed to put together the fields which we find would be actually quite useful to be able to give useful evidence which could lead to something of a legal nature. So what we have done here is probably from the Interpol event, we maybe got 10, maximum 12. And these did overlap a little bit with what we have, which is great because it shows that we're collecting the right data. But I think what I also found was that maybe they sort of don't know maybe what they need to collect. And that's where the importance of having something which has been developed over time by using so many trends in data collection for specific incidences is useful for them to fill up the gaps. Because there are always gaps. And the thing is, we have to say what is missing. And we did ask them, what is always missing? What do you find is your gap? And the main thing is the UAV is missing, which basically means your operator and your drone. And as you can see, that links back to the previous slide, where they actually want to know where they are, because generally that is the key gap that they have. And this correlates very definitely with what we find as well with our system, and the evidence that we have is that there's always operator not found, UAV not found. We know that a drone can come in and out very quickly before potentially any authorities can actually reach the site of the incursion. And as such, without that information, they have an evidence gap. And this is where the public reporting is very important, to try and actually fill that evidence gap. So this is the key evidence gap that we are trying to fill with the public reporting. And how does that happen? We'll sort of go through a bit of a scenario here, just to sort of have an overview of how the system will work in a particular area. So we've got an airport, let's just say. Within this airport, our system has an area of interest over that airport where the jurisdiction of that airport is able to be exercised. A drone flies into the airport airspace for whatever reason, and we have the public who actually see the incursion and can start reporting using their mobile devices into the drone detective system. Now, our system has been designed to actually collect evidence in a way that is very user-friendly for the public. So also the questions that have been asked during that process flow are very tailored to the public to be able to gather enough evidence to be able to help the authorities to process a case. Also, it's meant to be done in a way that is very user-friendly. So it is designed to be on a mobile device because that's really what everyone is going to be doing. Also, we don't use an app. A lot of people ask, why don't you use an app? It's because a lot of these incident reports from the public are one-off reports. As such, people don't really wish to download an app just to do one report. So this is another reason why we've not done that for the public reporting system. Once the evidence is collected in the system by the report, it is consolidated into an evidence report, which when you are a part of the drone alert system, so in that circle, the authorities would have provided us with email addresses, for example, and the people can report, the public can report in near real time. So as fast as they can actually do the report and upload it. And generally the stats there are 2 to 3 minutes from start to finish, and that includes uploads, with images and videos. That report is also sent directly to the authorities, and they receive the report. So they can log into their system and their dashboard, or they can use this report and do a rapid assessment. And that's the main thing, because if you have an infringement or an incursion into the airport, you really want to know if it's a threat or not. And if there's a video or if there's a photo of the drone which shows potentially what the drone looks like, or if it's carrying something malicious, this allows them to also make an assessment of what's going on. So this is then sent to the authorities, and then they have that. This can then link down to our drone first responders, which is the system where the authorities collect their data and their evidence. So what does it really look like from the inside? What can some evidence look like from our system, and what is the actual value that you get from this, from just, you know, a picture or a very short video? So here we have an example of a video. And take a look and just sort of think, what can you capture from this to add evidential proof of an incident occurring? So that video was short, it was less than a minute, but even 15 seconds or a 30-second video or a number of pictures can give you so much for example, just from this little video, you're able to see the drone model and the drone type very easily. You can clearly see here the drone operator. Actually, if you have a look and think about it, the guy standing next to the drone operator was the spotter, doing a fantastic job spotting, but looking at his mobile phone. So there's all these different breaches. You can see the environment and the location that he's in, which looks like a protected area, a no-fly zone, which it was, and that there's a lot of people. So they're also flying over crowds in a low proximity and in a close proximity, for example. From the metadata of the video, you can get the time and the date of the incident, which comes out anyway with the reporting. You can even get from here, potentially you can see where it's from. You can look into further leads for investigative avenues. So potentially down in the car park of that location, which happened to be a volcano in Italy. You can get some CCTV. You can maybe look to see if that person actually got off a tour bus operator or out of a particular car. And then from there, you could probably potentially even locate them if you could get it down to a tour bus, ask them who was on that tour at that particular time. You can take it out for social media appeals. I mean, that middle image is great for some sort of social media appeal if you want to. But the point is you actually have something that can give you evidence, can give you leads where you would not normally if it was missing from a public reporting perspective. So this is why it's really important to have public participation in evidence collection of a drone incident. The public are more eyes and ears on the ground. And particularly this helps the authorities when their resources are quite stretched. If they have to go out to a domestic violence compared to a drone incident, depending on what it is, they have to work about where they're going to do their resources. So they potentially can miss something which the public can fill in. It also provides, like, as you saw, very crucial information that can fill evidence gaps. So if it's not just because of resources, it can actually give something of another angle of an incident. There was the police in one corner. On the other side of the field, there was a public person reporting, and someone up in a building also gave another. There's lots of different avenues that can help there. And most particularly, it can keep a case open, because many of the cases, as we see from the previous slides, there's no evidence to go on, which is why cases are closed and potentially no action is carried out. And having this sort of evidence from the public can keep cases open and to keep the investigation going, which can potentially lead to actually finding the operator and a penalty. This then sends a message to other offenders, intentional or otherwise, that they can be caught and that anyone can be watching. It sounds very Big Brotherish, which is horrible, but it's the public having more empowerment to actually protect their environment. And this leads to the final point of how it supports public safety and community. It gives the community the power to actually assist, but to also improve their safety. Generally, what I see as well is that reports come back from the authoritative users and whatnot. As I said, they want more reports rather than none. They would rather have 5 reports, 3 which are good, 2 which are bad, rather than none. So I think this also helps potentially the public when you hear from people that have actually done reports through other avenues and it's gone to a dead end, and they just go, why should I bother reporting, because nothing actually happens. So this whole process of reporting, making sure action happens, and for the community to feel empowered to support the authorities, it's really, I think, what a lot of the actors in this entire process are looking for. So now we get into the authoritative evidence, and this is the one that's collected from the police and the CAA's other people that actually have the authorities to take it further. They ask different questions. They have different processes. It's a new ball game from the public. Yeah. So just to give an idea of how this can work, I use a sort of similar scenario of an airport. Our drone first responders will have the area of interest in the system, as with the drone detectives. We have a drone flying in the airspace of the airport. However, this time it has malicious intent. It's carrying a bomb. And we've had injuries and casualties as a result of this incident and incursion. Our drone detective system from the public reporting links directly into our drone first responders assistant, so the authorities can gain information currently coming in from the public while they are also adding information themselves while doing a crime scene analysis. Also, it's very important to collect as much information to support the evidence from other areas, third parties, and linking in via API or however you need to do it. So the actual technical UAV data, which is more like the actual technology of a UAV. So this is basically taking it out of the sky. This is more of the radar technology, for example. A lot of their outputs can also be taken into drone first responders if they wish to share, or it is supporting evidence in this respect. They can pick up things like remote ID, depending if it's available. Otherwise, other systems, or if the UTM is up and going in a country, for example, this remote ID can come in, NOTAMs, and other intelligence sources. This is like DroneSec. These are other avenues of intelligence, of evidence that can all be ingested by the system to add into the reports, which go to the authorities, which increases the evidence that they have and the evidence that they have available in one location, which supports their investigation. So with all this evidence ongoing, they get a report at the end, again, consolidated, but also in the system, they have a number of dashboards which cover different areas of a crime scene analysis. I'm going to go through that a bit later. I don't want to get into it just now. And with all of this information together, taken in one system, which can be taken in a remote way, in a tablet form, they're able to actually then coordinate, because there's so many other actors involved in an incident, with other services. It can help with their communication plans, how they deal with the press, how they deal with the government, how they deal with emergency services, etc., and any sort of mitigation that they need to do, either because they've got another drone coming in, or they've found the operator, for example. And this really helps the communication flow, because it sort of also can become a bit of an operation in the end. Now, a little bit more about our authoritative system, drone first responders. It's actually based on the Interpol framework for responding to a drone incident. So the drone framework is the basis of our system. We've built on the foundations and the principles which are in this document. It was released to the public in May 2020. And it basically outlines a lot of processes on how to deal with a drone incident, and how to process the evidence collection, witnesses, victims, the drone itself, and drone forensics, for example. So we've actually gone through this document quite intensively, let's just say. It turned out to be my best friend for a very long time, and I've mapped all the processes and gone through and consolidated as much as possible to remove any sort of redundancies, because there were some processes which were asking a similar question but in two different areas, for example, and potentially adding a little more information collection in there taking in the experience that we have. So from here, we've got, we give them a dashboard, which I think has about 3 to 4 main sections. And these cover like the crime scene analysis, the crime scene data collection, evidence collection. Then we've grouped things together also then in drone incident data collection, and also drone forensics is available as well. We provide case management. So this allows the users to allow permissions or access to particular cases, because organizations will have their own database, but not everybody should be able to access the same case because of privacy or for whatever reason. So we have a lot of functionalities like that available to allow case management and user accessibility. We link directly to the drone detective system if that's what they want, and also any other data sources if that's what they want. Now, a lot of this is also choreographed in the field when you do via an interactive map that we have, which allows the users to actually move little symbols around of the drone, the witnesses and the victims, etc. So at any one time, people can go in there and have a visual on what the crime scene, on what the incident scene looks like. And a picture paints 1,000 words in a lot of ways. So we've been able to at least put this together because it's a busy time when an incident is happening. It's a stressful time. So we want to make sure that the data collection is not missing anything, but is also as easy as possibly it can be. And it doesn't have any duplication in that respect. So this is how we've sort of designed the system in that regard. Now, the outputs here we have are the evidence reports. Each of them has an evidence report which can support, one, the drone detectives can report the drone first responders, so the authoritative report. In a way, it's another witness statement which can be used by the authorities. So once the authorities have finished with their case and they have enough information in their database or in drone first responders, they're able to export into a report. And what they do with that is totally their jurisdiction. They can use it to either take it further for prosecutions. They can use it for evidence in some sort of penalties, fines, jail time, court cases, however you need. But the main point is each of them can be used together or separately as some sort of support for the investigative process. And these help public safety and awareness of what's going on, I guess. And in the end, it really does support the authorities, the overall authorities with these outputs here. Now, as you see, this is very quick. I'm sorry. It's there's a lot of information going around. There's a lot of information you can collect. You are really applying, when you're collecting evidence at the authoritative level, a crime scene evidence collection process. So there's really a lot of details that are needed. It's like drone detectives. We ask for videos and images. In drone first responders, we also give the capabilities for video, images, track logs, voice recordings, so people can actually do verbal witness statements, for example. So there's a lot of evidence to collect, to store. And the thing is that there's so many different ways to collect it, and there's so many different ways people do collect it now, which leads me to my next point. And it's a very big passion of mine, let's just say, is standardizing how evidence is collected during a drone incident. And this is definitely for the benefit of all. So I sort of go through some reasoning and the benefits that I find in this section. So Drone Alert, our systems already very definitely start to standardize the data collection processes. We have identified for a very long time that this is a necessary part of the process of evidence collection. So we have done our best over the years to take on board what we see in trends and what we see from experts, etc. So standardizing the terminology, the incident types, the incident categories, incident threats, and basically the entire evidence collection processes to be able to have something that's quite streamlined. And working with industry experts and organizations and their feedback is very crucial in this regard, and definitely building on many years of experience to do this. So terminology and processes, I'm going to lump these two together. It's very important to have standardized terminology because this allows for so much information sharing and data exchange. And this is currently, I think, a big issue from what I have seen, because you get data about incidences in many different ways, different formats. People have collected something, which is wonderful, and they share it with you, and you look at the data and you're just like, what do I do with that, and how do I get it in my system to actually follow the processes that we currently do? And this just brings me to a big issue of what we do, which is very time consuming, and that's mapping the different fields of the information that we get against our own. I don't see any trends from any of the information that comes in to be able to change what I've done. If there's one or two that I've seen that I find useful, I add. But generally, you sort of have to go through the field of the data coming in and what you have, and just try and map it against what you already have in your fields. And there's generally a lot of gaps because not everybody has such a thorough data collection process. And that in the end sort of leads to a lot of gaps in data, which is quite sad. But this is why it's also very important to try and standardize the terminology and the process, the terminology used in the processes, because of it's mapping the fields is a very time consuming effort that goes on. So how we try and do this is the same process and terminology we use for all the global reporting, and also we put this across both systems. So the weather we get from ICAO, distance ranges from the public reporting. We've done a lot of testing on what really can people visually see, and we've kept those ranges. This also does help you by doing those tests that if someone says I can see something which is 100 meters away, you're sort of like, how reliable is that? The age ranges of the reports of if someone actually reports seeing the operator, we've collected over time the age ranges of the definite offenders and put them into the standardized format there. So this hasn't really changed over the years because it's pretty secure. What options you can select during your process of reporting, etc. These are definitely standardized over time by feedback and what we see. And just as mentioned before, the overall collection process. So if we're able to do this, and a lot of people adopt it, it means people from different parts of the world are able to report, and it will come out in a similar fashion, which means a lot of benefits, most particularly for data sharing. Other things we've standardized are the incident types. Now, what I mean by incident types here are basically the incursion types, let's just say. Now, I've categorized these very high level here, 2, 4, 6, 7 of them at the moment, and we actually collect about 17 incidences, different types. And how we actually do these is by really monitoring all the incidences and also getting intel from other people that know what's going on in the industry, but it's probably not publicly available, of where incidents is occurring, most particularly ones that are public threats. And we add this into our incident types, so it doesn't exclude potentially any public reporting of those incidences. So as you can see, it's really a lot of critical infrastructure. So a lot of them, what I mentioned before, airports are obviously the main one there, but you've got ports, stadiums and other things like that. Emergency services are high on the list. So people who are flying where they shouldn't be flying during a fire or other event like that, they cause a lot of disruption. Event airspace infringement. So this can be over the Olympics, the Commonwealth Games, however you want to put it. They're infringing on a space there. Near misses and collisions and crashes. These I've always separated because you get a lot of near misses linked to potentially an airport or something else like this. But then you can also have collisions and crashes linked to something else. You can collide but not crash, and you can crash and all this. So there's all these little subtle differences that come out when you've gone through a number of incidences. So we separate these a little bit and add to them, I guess, the main incursion area where they occur. We have incident types, I guess, where it's more to do with safety and security of the people. So we have safety over children, so their playgrounds and schools, and citizen protection, such as people believing their privacy is invaded and other areas like this. So this is another area. Protected areas and other no-fly zones. You can have protected areas. These can be in the middle of nowhere. They can be in the middle of a built-up area. No-fly zones, the same. These are extra because sometimes some people just don't realize that they're not flying in a zone that they can't do. So for us, we're always making sure that whatever incident types we have in our systems are reflecting what is going on in the real world with the incident types that are prevalent, of interest to intelligence, and of interest to citizen protection. The other one that we do is the global drone incident categories. Now, these are a bit more high level. People probably have heard of these. You know, we've got the triple Cs, the clueless, careless, and compliant. A lot of people just stop at those three, but dealing a lot with industry experts and organizations that deal also with incidents. I've come up with a standardized solution or a standardized category here. And we've got 6, probably 7, because actually the last one, terrorist warfare, we separate out as well because there's subtle differences there. And again, each incident report that comes through in both systems can be given one of these categories as well. So this helps in any sort of understanding between organizations, between regions, for example, and it's the same with the incident types. There's a definition for each of the incident types of what is happening and where it can go. So we have the clueless, the careless, the compliant, the uninhibited, the criminal, and the terrorist warfare groups. The next one that we're working on, it's in progress, is incident threats. And this is basically more like putting in a threat level that we can assign to an incident. And this is taking a little bit more time than I had thought, gathering everybody's idea or how they currently would categorize a threat of an incident and what they mean by this. So hopefully this will be the next standardized threat categories that we can apply to our system, again taking in the fantastic feedback from experts and the industry and organizations to be able to provide a clear view of the threat of each one of the incidents that come through the systems. So it's very important for standardization of these different elements of evidence and information that we have, because it really, really does support cross-border knowledge sharing. And this can be at a local level, government level, global level, whatever it is. You're talking the same language. And that really, really does help when you're trying to actually deal with incidences that everybody's really trying to deal with. So let's get everybody talking the same language. It gives clarity of process and data that can be interchangeable anywhere, because you are talking the same language. This leads back to the mapping issues that we had. It allows you to build global standards and process flows and guidelines, which is really what people need. And most importantly, what I see too much, I think, is people reinventing the wheel. Why reinvent the wheel when the wheel is already turning? We just have to sort of make it flow quite nicely. So this can improve like the drone mitigation and emergency planning, which is part of the pre-incursion, drone security and management, which is pre-incursion, but also during the entire phases that we go through. It can increase the legal robustness of the evidence reports that we provide. But most importantly, it ensures that the industry is aligned, and it always has the best practices at the forefront of what's going on. They know the issues to, again, stop reinventing the wheel. They know the gaps in the trends in incident management, and this really does help overall. So key points just to maybe think about, just to conclude here. We can achieve more together. I don't know how else to say it, because if we actually want to be able to collect evidence on a global scale or even at a regional scale, we have to be able to do this together, to be able to share it and know what's going on. So we need to write into the drone management plans how data and information and evidence is to be collected and managed, and understand who and how this process is going to be carried out. We have to encourage working towards domain standardization, because this trickles down and across lots of different areas that will improve the entire process. So cross-border knowledge sharing, the clarity of the process. This clarity of process, cross-border sharing, allows us to build global standards and guidelines. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. And this is something else that came out of the Interpol event, where we asked some questions, is that people would like these standards. They need to understand what to do and how to do it. So this is what people, the authorities, the end users, the investigators that are looking for. This is what they really need. So we have to sort of work together to be able to provide that to them, because there's lots of information in lots of different areas. And this is why we need to keep aligned as an industry. We have to talk, we have to share information. We need to link projects together. We need to link companies together to be able to provide this, because in the end, what we're all looking for here in this entire process of evidence collection, of technology, is to be able to provide a solution that is manageable, but also most particularly is to deal with public safety, the domain safety that we're all looking for. So thank you very much for your time. I hope you found the presentation interesting. And I hand back to Mike.
All right, terrific. Thank you, Brooke, very much. And we'll leave your slide up there just for a little bit so people can see the website, because that was, excuse me, one of the questions that came up. And I'm showing it on the screen now, but it just said, how does someone actually report to the system since you don't have an app? So maybe you want to just quickly define who can actually use the public one and who can use the private one.
So the public reporting system, as you see up there, you go to the website, dronedetectives.com, and you're able to report directly on that website an incident. Now, this is for the public, so anyone can report. We go through a short verification process This is to ensure that the people reporting are who they are. They're not spamming our system, and it provides information for follow-up information for investigators to follow. So we ask that you verify your email, and then you can go forward and start to do the reporting process. As mentioned, it takes 2 to 3 minutes maximum, and it's if you also allow your location to be taken, this is automatically put in because we use location a lot. As you see, it's required, and we don't take any other data. Let's just put a disclaimer: we don't take any data that's put in there, your personal data or anything else, and sell to third parties. So I just have to say that because it's always asked. Because we're dealing with potential evidence here, so we actually take very seriously all the incidences that are reported in our system and the information that is provided to us. Drone First Responded is for authorities only. So this is a system where authorities can access through their own website, through their own everything, and basically this will go through the principles of the Interpol drone framework for them to process the drone crime scene and also process the drone incident in itself. So Drone Detectives is the public system. Drone First Responders is the authoritative data collection system.
Perfect. And Brooke, I'll get you to end your slide there just so we can have us chatting about the last few questions. So we had a few pop up, and I'll share the first one here. You should be able to see this, but if not, Tiago mentioned the data taxonomy and post-analysis seems to be an issue. To produce reliable evidence for a court of law, it should be automated and factual as possible. Now, I think that it's, part of a question, part of a statement. But what is your experience with it being completely automated versus, somewhat automated in a manual triage process? What does that look like at the moment?
So my background, just to help, is I actually used back in when I was in Australia, remote sensing imagery for addition into court for breaches of law. So I've actually taken a lot of that knowledge that I have and put it into the system to ensure that what we collect and how we collect it can be as robust as possible. So when we get information from the public, they do go through drop-down menus and other things like this, which is all pre-programmed. So we know the information we're going to collect from them. We have free text boxes for witness statements, and we verify the user. So if they don't verify who they are, if they're not willing to share who they are, we don't accept their report. So if you actually are serious in reporting an incident, you shouldn't have a problem in doing that. Yeah. So this is some ways that we go through verification of this. Also, we follow up with any sort of reporting, and if no one responds, it's gone. So we hope in that respect, we've removed a lot of subjectiveness because we're actually targeting the questions that we want from them. And it's not just going to be, let's just say, wishy-washy stuff that comes through, because as a judge, it's the last thing you want to receive anyway.
Absolutely. No, that makes sense. Okay, and there's another question here that says, can the live collection of drone data footage, so video footage, be intercepted mid-flight and be used as recorded for evidence, if there's no physical drone? So I think we'll breach a few interesting areas here, but what do you think about that as into using a kind of a splice of the video stream of the drone as evidence, if that's possible?
I mean, if that's the evidence you're able to get, however you can, and you can upload it into the system as a video, it's going to be up to the authorities and how they will process that evidence, because I and my system do not have that jurisdiction. However, if it's potential evidence, because it actually shows something in flight, if you can actually prove it's linked to that drone and that operator, not just of the video, because the video could be anything. So that's the thing. You probably have to make sure you prove it with a link somehow. That's it. So how you get it, I can't really, be creative, but it's really up to the authorities on how they use it and what they do with it, because you really have to think how they can link that to that person. You've got a video. Do you have another video actually showing that together? So you could have two videos that would link that that operation in one. So you probably have to be a bit creative there, but possible.
Possible. Anything can be possible
Anything
sometimes,
is
but yeah,
possible.
the laws restrict us sometimes. There's another question here, Brooke, that says, is there any use cases beyond just evidence collection for just prosecution in terms of, say, data analytics or insights for law enforcement?
So we always, well, the one that I showed you, I guess, could be a use case that was, we're going to have to be careful how we say these things because it is. So I will say that this one was no charges laid in the end, but that person was flying a drone and they were from a major drone company. They were from a different country and they were flying that drone in that sort of situation to test the capability of the drone. And also, I think, to get some really nice footage to put in their promotional, something like this. I don't know. So there's a bit of a case that we can sort of mention in what happens. It's big or small with who is doing what. We always get feedback, which obviously we can't make public, from the end users of the information and how they think things in the process or the questioning, etc., can be updated or kept relevant. So these are the only ways, well, the use cases or examples of what I can give you, if that makes sense. It's a bit hard sometimes to discuss some of these things because of the sensitivity of the nature of the evidence.
Of course. And out of interest, I mean, just thinking about it in terms of the data, you're collecting a bunch of data about all these incidents. Other than it just going to the authorities for prosecution, I think what is trying to be asked here as well is, can you use it for, say, deep analytics to start saying, X amount of incidents had this type of drone, or, this many incidents are in this type of country? Is that made available to anyone else, or is it strictly just for evidence and prosecution in terms of law?
I mean, doing trend analysis on your own data, yes, this is something that we do and we can do, but we haven't actually made anything like that public in that respect. Like you won't see any reports of that nature just yet. It is something that, we would like to do, but you have to be careful in how much you disclose because it would have to be high level. But it definitely is something that we can do. We can understand, the main drone types, the main age groups, for example, the main incident types, example. So a lot of these helps us in keeping the system relevant with the standardization, the type of information that we do, type of questions that we ask. We constantly feed it back into the system to keep it relevant. So yes, you can do that. And it would always help with extra data, with the stuff that DroneSec does as well. These can be very complementary, I think, in providing an entire picture of evidence and intelligence by combining those sort of outputs that we have.
Sure. Okay. No, that's really interesting. And another question came in and said, every civil aviation authority today wants to make a drone reporting app. Why has there been no central one, and why are they all trying to create their own?
Everyone wants to recreate the wheel. That's why. There's $1 million question that I've been asking myself for a long time. I don't know if it's because they want to actually retain the data. I also don't know if they really know what's out there or what's happening. for sure, I've been monitoring a lot of the portals on the CAA sites and how it's reported, and a lot of them have evolved, and I really don't know how mature they are. It started off when all this drone boom happened, let's just say in 2013, 2014, wherever you were in the world. They still had aviation reporting. So if you wanted to report a drone incident, say, basically tell us the tail number on the plane, it doesn't really help with a drone. Around the world, you've also got different authorities that deal with it. So it's not always the CAA that's the first port of call. It's the police in some cases, because the CAAs, some didn't have the resources. So not so much in Australia. CASA still deals with it, but in Europe, it was the CAAs, but they were so overwhelmed dealing with the registrations that then they passed it on to the police to be the ones that deal with this. So the police then have to deal with drone incidents, call out, as well as all their other work going on here. So I think it does sort of depend on where you are in the world and who has the jurisdiction to actually do this. Some civil aviation, well, some airports, for example, have their own police, and they're the ones that have the responsibility to investigate here. And how they do that, it may take some policing processes, for example. So I also think that it was it's been an evolution in their thought processes, because there's been a focus on the drones. There's been a focus on the technology, huge focus for a number of years on just the technology. You've got to take it out with your jammers, with your radar, with birds, with whatever you want. And the actual next step of thinking of the evidence and the data that you need kind of wasn't really there, because they said, okay, I won't need that because I'll be able to take it out of the sky with all the technology. And when that sort of shows to be failed around in other places, I'm not going to say Gatwick again because everybody does. There's a lot of areas, a lot of different airports that have this. I think also that the thought processes amongst the authorities has really started to change, and I've noticed that now. So there's been a lot more interest in having something which is available and works and deals with frameworks that have been provided as guidelines, etc. So it's just a matter of, I think, a lot of these authorities or whoever has the responsibility, the jurisdiction to investigate, to understand what's out there. The same happened with the technology. You got to understand what's out there with the UAV technology, and then now they need to understand how to see what's out there for the reporting.
Absolutely. And look, there's a few interesting comments as well that follows that. And I've got a few more questions for you, but we're kind of out of time now. So it's been really interesting, Brooke. I think there's a lot of comments there that agree with the standardization, which is certainly needed, and just, an agnostic framework that people can follow that. So really appreciate your time and your talk. It was terrific to have you on. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Thanks for joining the GDSN.
Thanks a lot, Mike.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Brooke. We're going to be hopping on to Ryan Wallace next. So give us a few seconds and then we'll be live with that. All right, brilliant. We are live, Ryan. How are you today?
Excellent. Good morning to you in Australia, and good afternoon to everyone joining us in the United States, and I think good evening to Europe.
We always find a way to make our GDSN very interesting timeline-wise.
It's a pleasure to join you today, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's great to have you. What I'll do, Ryan, just initially is get you to share your slides right now, and we'll make sure they come up on screen. And when they're all ready, which I can see it now, we're all good to go. So I'll leave the rest to you. I've been doing smaller introductions of the actual speakers to allow themselves to do that. But go ahead. Thanks for joining, and take it off from here.
I appreciate that, Mike. Great pleasure to be with you here today and to join the DroneSec GDSN. I think this is an excellent conference. My name is Ryan Wallace. I primarily perform data analytics on unmanned aircraft systems at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, working for a number of different entities. But I'm really excited today to share some of the results of several different studies that we've been working on dealing with countering UAS threats, and in particular, how we leverage that UAS detection technology to benefit the agencies that are making decisions. And so very excited to share that with you today. Before we actually jump in, we have to kind of understand what exactly is a threat. And I think it's very important to start out with a basis of this so that we truly understand the context of all of the other data. So first of all, when we look at threats, we have to understand that it's a capability that's matched with an intent, and typically an illicit intent, in the presence of some sort of a vulnerability that truly creates that threat. And so when we look at an unmanned aircraft, that is providing a unique capability to an adversary. That adversary has an illicit intent to leverage that capability for a very specific purpose, and then ultimately to exploit that capability against a vulnerable security system, which ultimately creates that threat. And so I want to provide that kind of early context so that we can have a discussion related to that particular element. When we look at these threats, there are several different issues or criteria that make something more or less of a threat. And I kind of broke it down into three basic areas. I really like the research that's been carried out by a research team known as the Latcher team. And as we look at UAS, typically the more robust the UAS, the more automated the UAS, and the more diverse, that creates more challenges for us to be able to counter that technology. And a good example of that, you look at the automated nature of certain types of unmanned aircraft, DJI being perhaps the most prominent. Why is it that only now we are seeing so many more problems than years back when they had RC airplanes? And part of the reason is because now in the unmanned aircraft system world, things have become much more automated. You don't have to have a significant degree of skill anymore to allow an unmanned aircraft to be very, very accurately controlled and to perform a mission. And so that result of automation makes it easier for someone to perpetrate an illicit act. Again, the more robust the UAS, that's going to make it more challenging to counter it. And finally, the diversity based on the configuration of the unmanned aircraft. And a great example of this is some home-built UAS, because they don't conform to off-the-shelf types of unmanned aircraft. It makes it more challenging for us to prepare. How do we go about trying to counter this technology? Because it doesn't necessarily apply to a box set, if you will, to something that's very commonly out there. So just some interesting context with regards to the capabilities. In addition to these capabilities, we are essentially giving the civilian population access to what was normally limited to a military asset or a government style asset. We're making it affordable for them to fly, to deliver objects from the air, which is a new threat vector that we have not normally considered. And I think that's interesting to consider as well. So that's basically assessing the threat. When we look at the threat actors, the Federal Aviation Administration would basically say that there's three, and they call them the clueless, the careless, and the criminal. I truly believe that there are a larger number or a larger spectrum of threat actors, and it truly starts out with the compliant, the people that are out there following the rules. And so from the compliant, we get more and more aggressive, if you will, starting with the clueless, the people that don't know that rules exist, the careless, those that are aware of the rules, but they fly anyway, they don't really care. The crazy, those that are doing extreme disregard, they are flying with a level of negligence involved. Those that are criminal, that are supporting some sort of criminal operation. And finally, the committed, and we're going to basically consider he's the terrorist or domestic terrorist, if you will, that have full intent of using the technology for some sort of an illicit purpose with the intent of harming or killing. And I think we see that spectrum being a very important element when we start looking at unmanned aircraft system threats. So again, providing more context to how we leverage this data. Based on some research that was performed, actually dating back to about 2015, the research team that I worked with identified 12 different areas that unmanned aircraft systems are actually out there producing problems. And they basically come into three different categories. The first category is commercial off-the-shelf threats. You can go to Walmart, you can buy a drone off the shelf, and purely by that capability, you now have the ability to perform certain types of illicit actions, such as a nuisance. You can fly over your neighbor's yard. A classic example in the United States would be, of course, the individual, the Kentucky drone slayer, where an individual flew over the neighbor's yard. The neighbor thought that the individual was spying on the daughter, and as a result, he took out his firearm and blasted the drone out of the sky. Interference threats. Obviously, Gatwick has come up several times, but we also see California, the wildfire suppression operations being interrupted as a result of an unmanned aircraft being out there and presenting a threat to aircraft. A monitoring threat. I think one of the more interesting monitoring threats I read about was actually in the United Kingdom, in which a drone was suspected to be monitoring an ATM machine looking for PIN codes. And I think that was kind of fascinating. The propaganda threat. Here in the United States, we've had a few cases in which an individual that is frustrated with the media was dropping pamphlets over major NFL games. And so we start seeing all the different elements come together to codify some of these different threats. Certainly with the payload threat, now we're taking it a step further. We're using the drone as a delivery system, and typically with some very, very rudimentary modification, and in some cases no modification at all, we can actually leverage that UAS to deliver something. And we see that particularly problematic in the prison system and also along the border. I think what's interesting about this is we see some very, very common types of issues. And one of the most common issues is if you've got a drone that has taped lighting, almost 99% of the time, that is some sort of indication that something is not right. And finally, the weaponized threat. These can range anywhere from a non-lethal style of weapon where we have modified the unmanned aircraft to be weaponized to a projectile threat. Basically, I think about the individual student that with the assistance of his professor attached a firearm to an unmanned aircraft in the United States, and we actually later attach a flamethrower. And I think that's interesting as we start to add that additional threat capability to these unmanned aircraft systems, we really add to that threat component. IEDs and explosives certainly being felt over in the deployed locations for the American troops, for example, incendiary threats, and even to a certain extent, WMD, or weapons of mass destruction, those chemical, biological, nuclear, radiological, etc. And we saw even in Japan, an individual that was frustrated with the government response to Fukushima decided that he was going to collect some soil samples around the Fukushima power plant and send that to the Prime Minister of Japan. And so when we see all of those capabilities employed, we see the spectrum of all the different types of illicit applications that can be performed. And the innovation is still out there. People are still coming up with new and different ways to use UAS in an illicit fashion. So we have a couple of vulnerabilities, at least in the United States, and to a certain extent, I would say, within the world. And they really come down to about 5 different components. The first being the threat novelty. This is a brand new piece of technology, and typically the regulation lags the innovation. And so when you have that new technology, local law enforcement, local governments are truly not prepared to respond to this style of a problem. Additionally, there's limited mitigation authority. In the United States, there's only 4 agencies: the Department of Defense, the Department of Energy, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of Justice that are allowed to mitigate or actually bring down drones and under very limited conditions. And when you consider the vast quantity of unmanned aircraft that are out there, that may not be adequate for the need. And then you add to that there's lagging legal solutions. How do you prosecute these cases? In fact, many laws are not yet written to deal with the kinds of problems that we're seeing in many of these cases. Adding to that, we put another element or layer of expectation on law enforcement to deal with this problem. And with the United States being a country that typically will defer, well, we'll call them social problems to law enforcement, we're really creating a challenge for law enforcement to now solve that they may not necessarily have the right resources for. We understand as we look for UAS out there that it's not something that we can just use the Mark II eyeball to see. In order to have the appropriate kind of response, we may need specialized and very expensive equipment in which to do that. This would be things like the detection equipment or potentially mitigation equipment that is not readily available or not legal for people to use. And I think the final component, and this is perhaps one of the most challenging to solve, is that this can potentially involve social deception. So if someone is using a UAS for an illicit purpose, it's very easy to cloak that activity in something that's seemingly legitimate. If an officer approaches an individual that's using a UAS and that individual may be scoping out a property for later theft, he could say, hey, I'm just flying my drone. I'm having fun. Why are you bothering me? And it can very easily be masked under the auspices of being something that is a legitimate activity. And so I want to highlight all of those problems before we start talking about data, because I think that really does formulate the basis of really where we're going here. So this leads us to understanding why we're scared of the UAS problem. And in great acronym capacity, I've provided a couple of different reasons about why it's so challenging to deal with the drone problem. First of all is the scale. We have a very widespread problem. I'm going to show you some numbers here that just show you the proliferation of where unmanned aircraft systems are going and how far that they've spread. The unique capabilities that are offered by unmanned aircraft that are only increasing. In many cases, almost like the cell phone industry, we're seeing that drones can do more and requiring the operators to do less. And that added capability makes it easier for people to use it for an illicit capacity. The anonymity, the ability of using that unmanned aircraft at an offset or geographically separated distance now gives the perpetrator an ability to escape and the ability to remain anonymous. So they really don't necessarily have to put themselves out there to perpetrate some sort of an illicit act. Because the UAS is also relatively easy to modify, in some cases, just by purchasing something on Amazon, we can now retrofit it and make it do things that it wasn't originally designed to do. A great example is the commercially available devices that allow you to drop things from a drone purely by activating the drone's lighting systems or from an alternative RF remote. And so those retrofitting really do allow the operator to modify that platform for something it's not necessarily designed to do. Emerging applications, okay, as I mentioned before, we yet don't know how many different ways that drones can be used in illicit fashion, and our understanding of how they can be used in those illicit fashions are still evolving. So because this is a new technology that is going to continue to lag until we've seen all of the different ways that people can perverse this technology for an illicit purpose. And finally, I think the one thing that is really interesting is how unmanned aircraft are now becoming at the level of disposability. In other words, if I use this UAS for an illicit purpose, I don't feel too bad about abandoning it, because at the end of the day, it doesn't cost me much money. And I'm more concerned about being caught than I am about losing the $500 or $1,000 drone. And so it becomes disposable. And a great example of that is we actually look at the narcotics trade on the border, where we have cartels that are using unmanned aircraft carrying tens of thousands of dollars worth of narcotics, but at the same time, they're flying a $500 or $1,000 drone. So it really is interesting when we start looking at the economics and how unmanned aircraft are supporting that economics. So that's why we're truly scared of the UAS problem. And those are some of the elements that I think we still need to solve. As we start looking at unmanned aircraft data, it's important to understand that there's basically three different components of data. There's personal truth, that's the truth that we believe, in my experience. The second component is we not only have personal truth, we have political truth. And this is a little bit scary because it is based to a certain extent on the biases of individuals or organizations that are reporting that information. And finally, we have objective truth. And I want to credit Neil deGrasse Tyson for that, because I think that matters heavily about how we look at truth and how we look at data. And so as we evaluate it, our objective is to come up with that objective level truth. In other words, it's agreeable regardless of who is looking at it or what biases we have. Well, the FAA is starting to provide us some of that information out there, and they have certain projections about what the drone industry looks like here in the United States. And their estimates suggest that we have roughly 2 million to 3 million unmanned aircraft, depending on the count that we believe at the time. And you can see the breakdown there. Most of those unmanned aircraft are not very expensive. They're about $750 or less. And we're seeing a relatively high growth rate approaching 10%, with the consumer grade or the commercial grade actually accelerating even faster because of that economic benefit. So I think that provides us kind of the initial gut check of where the industry is going, at least in the United States. And you can actually see some of the breakdown of the registrations by location. It's exactly where you'd expect it to be, typically in urban areas, more developed areas where the populations are. And so I think that's kind of interesting to understand. But we're going to expand that and kind of develop a better understanding of what data is out there and what it means. But before we do that, I want to talk a little bit about the data that the FAA currently uses as a proxy for measuring what's truly going on out there. In late 2014, the Federal Aviation Administration decided that they were going to use UAS sighting reports as a proxy for measuring risk in the national airspace system. And the reason that was selected is primarily because we don't know what's going on. Unlike a radar or an ADS-B device that's able to project or detect manned aircraft, we don't have the same thing for unmanned aircraft. There is no national system for detecting the unmanned aircraft that are out there. And so we really don't know what the flight activity in various locations looks like from day to day. And so in lieu of that, what seemed to make the most sense is we're going to evaluate any time that a pilot or an air traffic controller or some other aviation-centric entity reports that they've seen a drone. And this is a little bit dangerous. If you look at the history there, we are generally increasing in the number of both annual and monthly reports over time. There was a relatively lower recent history, but now in 2021, we've blown away all the records. We're seeing about 401 reports as of June of 2021. And we really don't know where that's going. But the problem is not necessarily these reports. I think this is a terrible metric that is currently being used. First of all, it's very subjective. So if I'm in an aircraft and I say, hey, I saw a drone, it doesn't necessarily mean that anyone is doing anything wrong. In fact, I would probably articulate it as having the same effect as me reporting every time that I saw a firearm. Now, everything is contextual. If I see someone carrying a firearm and they carry a badge as well, that wouldn't make sense for me to report that. It's a law enforcement officer, or potentially a military person. So again, the logic of the perceptions of the pilots reporting purely the presence of a drone doesn't mean that anyone has done anything wrong. It is purely an observation that a drone has been spotted. Now, in several cases, the pilots have also subsequently reported that an unmanned aircraft was in near proximity to their their aircraft, and there was a collision risk. But again, this is subjective. So we don't know the level of accuracy of some of these reports and the level of accuracy of the pilots reporting them. So it really creates some problems. The other problem is what is being reported may not even be a UAS. It could be other things, balloons, kites, other aircraft. The point being is now that we're in a UAS craze, and I think to a certain extent Gatwick has almost projected us down that path, everything that is seen out there is a drone. It doesn't matter what it is. If they saw something out of the blink of an eye, it's going to be a drone report. And I think that's one of the scary parts about the drone craze, if you will, is a complete lack of data validation. We don't know what level of accuracy this data has in any way. And so I wanted to highlight that. Before I go on to kind of the justification of the data, I do want to talk about just how challenging it is to look and see a drone. So without further ado, I do want to show you some research that our team has been working on since about 2015, in which we put up a test center and we flew a general aviation aircraft in a collision course style capacity with an unmanned aircraft with a small separation that was built in. And so I'll briefly show you that video, which is on this next slide here. And you'll be able to see, I'll point to it with my cursor when we actually see the drone. It's a lot harder to spot than you might imagine. Here we go. So again, you can see the aircraft in flight. It is approaching landing at a runway. The drone is extremely small. This is basically a Phantom style unmanned aircraft. And I even have trouble seeing it. You can see it right here, just in the blink of an eye there. There's 3 more passes. It'll take about 60 seconds for us to finish the remaining video, but I'll do my best to show you where these unmanned aircraft are actually spotted. Now, if you ask yourself, how often are the pilots spotting these devices? The answer is about 10% of the time. And so we may have many more encounters than you actually might think. We've done several variations of this study, including in cruise flight and also on approach to landing. We've also performed this study at night. So we have a pretty good understanding of the capability of the human eye to being able to recognize this. Additionally, one of the serious challenges for this type of activity is, and here you can see the drone on the right side this time, is truly understanding what the pilot is going to see. And the movement of the drone becomes very important. Our eyes are naturally going to be looking for that movement, especially if it's in the periphery. So if we don't have that movement, if a drone is hovering, that actually makes it much, much more difficult to spot. And here we are one more time off to the left-hand side. So you can see the challenges associated with just locating that unmanned aircraft visually. And I wanted to give you that context. So as we look into the next slide, I want to take a moment to show you how we can leverage data to better understand what is going on. So one of the things that we evaluated is at a top 10 airport in the United States, we actually looked at when these sightings were occurring, if we could correlate that activity with drone detection equipment and understand, was there actually a threat created? And so I'm going to give you one example of this. You're going to see a couple of things. One, you're going to see the ADS-B track of the aircraft as it comes into landing. We've excluded all other aircraft, so obviously there's more air traffic activity that's going on. And then you'll also see the aircraft, or excuse me, the unmanned aircraft events. They're going to pop up as green telemetry files. And you'll note that I've recorded it for an hour worth of activity that you're going to see in about 40 seconds. So without further ado, let's get into that. And so again, you see the pop-up aircraft, unmanned aircraft activity. Eventually, you're going to see the manned aircraft enter the screen. And even though that there was a sighting here, you will note that there was no unmanned aircraft that was anywhere near that UAS. Now, our detection technology does have some limitations, and obviously we are only looking at a specific manufacturer's unmanned aircraft. In this case, it's DJI. But what you're seeing here is the level of activity around the airport. Again, now we can look at this data objectively. We can see what altitude is it at? Where is it at? Is it in a land grid? Is it in other locations that would make it appropriate? Now, before I scare you, I want to give you some context. We've done a great deal of analysis, and part of this analysis was done at, again, a top 10 airport in the United States. And you can see here the level of UAS activity over, in this case, a period of 37 months from August 2018 to August 2021. And the highlight here is really there's a lot more UAS flying that's going on than you probably realize. So what you're seeing on the screen represents about 30,000 platforms, just over 475,000, so almost 500,000 flights. And we can see that the activity level is extremely high. From what we've evaluated based on the sighting reports at these locations, we have not yet seen that UAS are causing those serious issues. There's still ongoing analytics to evaluate when sighting reports were not incurred. But the point being here is there is a ton of activity, and we're not seeing the airplanes fall out of the sky yet. So this is really encouraging news. However, I think it comes with a little bit of warning that the scale of the problem may be a little bigger than we originally thought. And I want to kind of highlight that because there is a lot of activity here, and that also means there's a lot of data analytics to be done to understand what is in fact going on. Just to give you an idea, this is another study that was performed in Miami, Florida, around the port of Miami, primarily for security reasons. You can see the spaghetti diagram off to the left, looking at all the drone telemetry, all the origination points off to the right. One thing that was interesting about this study is because of the capability of the sensor we're using, we're able to identify individual unmanned aircraft by a serial number. And so we have access to that serial number. We can tell how many different UAS there actually are, their type, and some other basic information, which allow us to do population counts. When we performed this population count, the population was 10 times higher than what the FAA's report at the time, the UAS registration database, said it should have been. And so I think that was very interesting to provide that context. And we're really only looking at about a 15-mile radius here. So I think that's kind of interesting that we may not be getting the full picture, because the full picture relies on compliance, that people register their unmanned aircraft as they're supposed to. Well, that doesn't always happen. So what we're looking at is primarily Dodge Island, which is in the center of the screen. And on Dodge Island is the port of Miami. It's one of the largest cruise ship ports in the world. And I think it's kind of interesting when we start looking at individual telemetry elements, because we can start identifying where they present potential security risk. You note the launch locations of the white boxes. The telemetry files are actually the data points. Here we have a perfect example of an individual that launched an unmanned aircraft in an unsecure area. This is where the public is allowed to be, overflew a security screening area, and merely the fact that they've overflown a docking position for a vessel shows the capability, not necessarily the act, but the capability that they could have injected contraband if they had the unmanned aircraft appropriately equipped. And again, we're showing that capability of things that we may need to protect against. Here's an example where there was an origination from a vessel. Someone launched a UAS from the docked position of the vessel that shows the alternative, that a contraband segment could be injected before someone is screened back into the country after departing. And again, that shows other security problems that we may be encountering. Perhaps one of the most serious events, when the port asked us to come in and evaluate this, they said, hey, we don't have a drone problem. We've never seen a drone. There are no drones operating where we're at. And the truth is that's not exactly what we found. In fact, there were so many drones, we actually had to limit our analysis just to those that were flying over Dodge Island itself. And there were about 60 of them. And so what we saw, and this was particularly concerning because of the lack of information, this is called a transect pattern. Most of the time, these types of patterns are used primarily for mapping or surveying, but we saw this pattern at multiple intervals in the same location. And when you start mapping over time, we call that in any other industry intelligence gathering. We're looking for change detection. And we saw this same type of activity 3 different times over the very small course of our sampling period. And so obviously that starts to raise questions, particularly since the Ports Administration wasn't aware of this activity going on. Other types of activity that was noted, we did see activity on the eastern portion of the island. This is the area that actually is protected by access controls. So an individual would have to show their card or their badge in order to access this area, which now leads us to ask, why is an employee using a UAS? Why is an employee using a UAS without knowledge of the Port Administration? Is this an insider threat? And again, those are more questions that we can now ask ourselves. Another great example, and this is probably my favorite example, you'll note the building that I'm highlighting here with my mouse. You'll note that reverse L-shaped building is actually the security building for the Port of Miami. That's where they deploy most of their officers and they manage the security infrastructure. Across the street in a multi-story parking structure, we actually have the launch of an unmanned aircraft. And I think it's interesting. You could say that this launch occurred under the very nose of the security headquarters. And so that's, again, another perfect example why, given the lack of technology, our existing measures that we use for detection, the Mark II eyeball, the reporting officer, may not be effective to deal with this kind of threat. So those are some of the challenges that we see, particularly from a security standpoint. The last thing I want to talk about is really how we use data. And when we look at data, we really try to leverage the most out of that data by integrating 3 different types of information. One is telemetry data. This would be information from UAS detection sources. In other words, what is the UAS doing? We also integrate aircraft or ADS-B data. So again, another form of telemetry. And then we integrate that with static GIS data. That might be critical infrastructure location, airspace data, data that basically doesn't change, it's static. And then finally, we also include active GIS data as well. That would be things like weather information. Of course, weather is going to change in different locations over time. Information from the LANC system, the UAS data exchange. And we start putting all of that together into a puzzle that starts to build situational awareness about what is really going on in the national airspace system. And I'm going to show you several different examples. We're doing quite a bit more than what I'm able to brief you on, so I just want to highlight that. Here's a first example of looking at compliance rates. And so here we want to understand, well, how many drones are flying above 400 feet? And so by looking at all of that information, we're actually seeing that it's a really small number. It's actually less than 6%. But as you start building the picture, we now can understand there may be more going on here than meets the eye. So if you look at the bottom chart, you can actually see that over time, we're actually seeing some relative improvements until, of course, we hit 2021 and the percentage rates are going up. But in order to make the most sense out of data, we've got to dig a little bit further and answer the whole story. So a great example of how we've done this is you can see to the chart at the right, we ask ourselves, well, what unmanned aircraft are contributing in a disproportionate level to these higher altitude flights? And you'll notice that the flight breakdowns from 500 to 1,000, 1,500, and 2,000 feet, we can actually see which unmanned aircraft are more non-compliant than others. And so any unmanned aircraft that has a skew to the right here has a disproportionately high contribution to that excess or that non-compliance area. So FPVs and Inspire 1s tend to have a higher number of flights that are in excess of that 400-foot boundary. And so we got to ask ourselves why. And so now it starts to paint a picture of what our threat might look like. And so the easiest way to think about this is you don't know what's wrong until you know what's right. And so if you understand what the normal operator behavior looks like, now you can use that data to then understand what is abnormal. And I think it's very important to understand that until you won't know what is normal, you won't know what's abnormal. Here's another series of analysis that we've done. The first one on the left here is an analysis by speed. So how fast are people flying their drones? Are they actually in compliance with less than that 100-mile-an-hour threshold? And so again, we kind of see what the normal behavior pattern looks like. The most are flying their unmanned aircraft at a relatively slow speed, from 30 miles an hour, and in many cases, 5 miles an hour. But we do have a very small number up here at the higher edge of that, at 60 to 70 miles an hour. That's abnormal. And as we see abnormal, now we know what we should start to flag and what should concern us to raise the hairs on the back of our neck, if you will, to understand what is really going on out there. Another great example is understanding beyond visual line of sight flight. One of the ways that we do this is we have the ability to identify the unmanned aircraft operator's launch location, and then we can measure based on the size of the unmanned aircraft and reverse calculate to what's known as 1 arc minute. 1 arc minute is a 60th a degree and is largely considered to be the capability of the human eye, the ability of the human eye to see at a maximum distance. Now, the FAA doesn't necessarily dictate what the visual line of sight should be, but if we compare that to what the capability of the human eye is, we should get a pretty good idea. Additionally, we can plot over time to better understand, well, what are the distances that people are flying beyond visual line of sight. We get some interesting traffic counts. And as we compare that, obviously it looks pretty bad as we actually look at the numbers that we're seeing here. We're jumping from 500 drones to over 2,500 drones that are flying BVLOS, less than a statute mile alone from 2018 to 2020. But as we continue to evaluate that data, the story changes a little bit. So if we looked at it proportionally, we would actually see that, no, it's actually a relatively stable proportion of unmanned aircraft that are flying BVLOS because the population of the drones is increasing. So again, it matters how you look at the data and the perspective that you're using. Additionally, I would show you that there's a lot of other information that this data can tell us. This is another example from the same data collection location that you saw earlier. In this case, we're looking at when unmanned aircraft systems were being operated outside of sunrise and sunset hours. In other words, when they're flying at night. And this is, of course, before the FAA instituted the new rules that allowed for that activity. And you can see that there was a surprising amount of unmanned aircraft systems activity that was occurring. But again, we're leveraging that GIS data. In this case, we're looking specifically at sunrise and sunset data, fusing that with drone detection data and understanding what activity was happening. There's a lot of things that we can't predict. A good example is someone asked, well, maybe those unmanned aircraft had a waiver, which is totally possible. We can't unfortunately see that in the data. So we can only report based on the data that we have access to, and we have to understand what the limitations of that data are as well. But we can fuse it and understand what is it actually doing. And so some things that we can take away from this, we see that unmanned aircraft operators tend to favor the weekends. Well, that doesn't really surprise anybody. Additionally, we see that they tend to favor the later evening hours. We can make some relatively reasonable social assumptions about that. For example, people get off of work and they go and they fly their drone. And I think that's kind of interesting as we look at some of that activity. Additionally, you can kind of see the same effect that's happening here that we talked about earlier. If we look at the raw data, it actually looks like there is a more serious problem, that people are flying more in the evening or at night. But the truth is that's not really true. When we look at it proportionally, it's about stable. We actually see that stability. In many cases, it's actually being reduced. So again, it's important to look at data through different lenses to make sure that you understand exactly what the data is doing and what it really means. Some other things that we've done to make the data more interesting is we've actually overplotted, and you can see the overplots here in amber as well as in gray, when an unmanned aircraft should not have been flying based on the weather. And this is based on the Part 107 restrictions requiring 3 statute miles of visibility and the cloud ceilings. And so as you look at this information, now we can kind of question, there were unmanned aircraft flights when the local airport within their proximity was reporting weather information that should not have allowed them to fly. And so by leveraging historical ASOS information from the Iowa State Mesonet, we now gain additional information about maybe some other problems that there should be to address out there. So I think that's kind of interesting as well. And perhaps one of my most favorite is, as you better understand what is going on with the data, you can get some very interesting information out there about what's happening in the industry. And this is a great example of the monthly active population of UAS out there at this particular sampling location. And one of the things you immediately can pick up on is there is a very strong seasonality to unmanned aircraft flights. We see the same thing in the sighting reports, is over the summertime, we see a generalized spike in the number of reports. Well, that is very, very closely related to the fact that there are more UAS out there flying during the summertime. In addition to that, you'll also note that we've broken this down by model and platform. And from a business sense, I think the value of this data is particularly important because we can see the historical evolution over time. If you knew exactly when the iPhone 5 was going to be replaced with the iPhone 6, that would be pretty important information. We can start to better understand how that data looks. And I'm going to give you another perspective that might make it a little more clear. If we use this information proportionally, we can very quickly see what is actually going on here. And I'm going to give you a classic example of this. If you look at the grayscale, the grayscale is the scale that represents the Mavic. And the Mavic aircraft, probably one of the most popular of all time, the Mavic Pro, you'll note from 2018 onward, its market share, we'll call it market share in the sampling location anyway, has been diminishing over time. Well, what is actually happening there is we're seeing that market share be exchanged for market share in other platforms that have been out there. Good example, the light blue, the Mavic 2, has started to gain prominence and to a certain extent has maintained its prominence over time. We see the orange, the Mavic Air, never really became a significant market share player. And so it's very interesting to start to track exactly what the market looks like as we understand what the components are. And I'll take it a step further. What can be leveraged from this on a security or safety perspective? If we know what the market is, if we know what is being flown out there, we also know what the threat looks like. What are the capabilities of some of the different platforms? And I'll give you a classic example. We now start to see in this peach color here, the rise of the FPV drone. We now understand that that drone has different capabilities, and we can have a certain expectation of the measurement of how many of those drones we see in this market and what to expect by that capability. So I think it's very interesting to look at that data set. Because we're also able to collect information about serial numbers, and I'm going to highlight by saying these serial numbers are non-identifiable. They're just a series of numbers, and we can connect them together and show activity for platforms. We can't actually connect them to people. But we can develop some very interesting analytics that see when unmanned aircraft are entering into the market and when they're leaving the market. So in other words, we are calculating the first time that we saw a unique serial number and counting it. And we're also counting the last time that we saw that serial number. In other words, when it exits the market. And from that data, we can really garner some very interesting information as well. Now, I got to warn you, you got to be a little careful in interpreting this data because you'll notice that it's heavily skewed on the back end. Well, why is that? Because this was the last month that we collected that data. So, of course, that is going to artificially look like there are more platforms exiting the market because that is, in fact, the last month that we detected them. If we were to continue this for 6 months or a year, it's very likely that we would see a very different pattern over time. So, in other words, the accuracy of the market exit data is going to be much more accurate at the early onset than it is on the later onset. So again, kind of a warning about how to interpret information from some of these charts. But what this allows us to do is to now figure out and calculate a lifespan of the unmanned aircraft. And again, you got to be a little careful in how you analyze this data, but over time and with large data sets, we can actually understand what percentage of the population of that drone type are still in use after X number of months, and we can make that calculation. Again, you have to be a little bit careful in interpreting the data. You'll notice that particularly the newer platforms, the Mavic Air 2, the Mavic Mini, and so on, they are going to be skewed. In other words, they're going to look like their lifespans are artificially short, and that primarily that's due to the fact that we haven't collected long enough data. As you have much longer series of data, like we have with some of the other platforms, the Phantom 3S and so on, those numbers become much more accurate. Perhaps what's very interesting is you actually see this very precipitous drop, and we see this across almost every platform. We're going to call this one of the interesting findings, and it's the hobbyist closet effect. The idea that as a hobbyist, you go out there, you buy a drone, you fly it a lot your first month, and we've determined that number is about 25 times. And after you had your fun with it, it goes in the closet. And I think it's very interesting to see that effect take place, because that is actually pulling out somewhere between 50 to 60% of the market share after the first 30 days. And so I think that's really interesting to start to understand that data and to advise upon that data as well. Other interesting activities that we're performing, we're looking at the Lance system. You can see the top left chart here, identifying when the low altitude authorization notification capability is effective, comparing unmanned aircraft against the GIS-centric data set of when authorizations are taking place, and evaluating whether or not they're actually in compliance with the local grid. Are they flying above the maximum altitude of that allowed grid? And then we can further take that information and better understand, are they flying near aircraft? Do they actually pose a threat at an airport? In the bottom left, you can actually see another chart of another interesting series of analytics we're doing. Again, looking at that BVLOS capability that we've evaluated before using the 1 arc minute criteria, we can actually break down the segments of each flight and its telemetry and look at the components of that flight where that were beyond visual line of sight. So in other words, what is going on with the unmanned aircraft as it can no longer be visually observed from the operator, or at least what we perceive as not being able to be visually observed. And so that's another interesting component. We ask ourselves, why is the unmanned aircraft doing what it's doing? Should that flag us to look at it further and ask ourselves, is this an illicit response? Is this an unsafe action? Do we need to look at this data further? And then finally, looking at the origination point of where unmanned aircraft are actually coming from. And I think you can see the very logical application of this by saying, where do we need to post signs to tell people that they can't operate an unmanned aircraft system in this area? And a good example might, I might have originally said, well, parks, because it's a very logical location for people to fly. It's a wide open territory. But the truth is that's not what the data is showing. We're actually seeing that the most people are operating is actually from their home. They're launching off of their driveways. And so it becomes very interesting to better advise where to and how to respond to some of these different locations. So I think it's interesting as we start to look at data and start to understand that data, how do we then use that and leverage it to advise us about how to move forward? So in conclusion, I think it's really important to note that drones still represent a novel and largely unmitigated threat. We don't know all the capabilities that are going to be used in an illicit fashion yet. So I don't think that we can really put down our guard. And more to the point, that the law enforcement agencies out there, I think, are at this point unprepared to respond to this threat. And as we transition over to some of the data that we looked at, there's truly a lack of scalable data sources that really adequately measure what is the state of small unmanned aircraft system operations within the national airspace. There's no large radar network or RF detection network, at least now, not until remote ID becomes a reality, to be able to look at this and say, what is really going on out there? So we have to leverage other sources. Where we do have UAS detection data, it can truly be a force multiplier, because now we can start to better understand the landscape about what is normal behavior and then what is abnormal behavior, and allowing us to flag those abnormal behavior operations to better understand what is going on. And then finally, that UAS detection sets really provides a much more holistic picture if we fuse it with other kinds of data sources that we talked about. I will highlight, just as a caveat, that all the data that we've talked about has its own unique limitations. It shouldn't be taken at face value, and it's important to understand the limitations and, perhaps more importantly, the generalization of what can and can't be done with that data. So you can't say just because you saw a presentation today that the drone industry is growing or a certain type of unmanned aircraft is gaining prominence. There is more to the story, and you have to understand what the limitations of that data are before you can take it and run away with it and generalize what's really going on out there. So I just want to highlight that potential limitation as well. It was a great pleasure to join you today, and I'm certainly happy to invite any questions that you might have about this presentation.
Oh, perfect. It was really, really interesting and lots of data there, which is one of my favorite things to see. So appreciate it, Ryan. I'll get you to keep your slides up because there was one question about the insider threat flight path, or those flight paths you mentioned. If you're able to maybe tack all the way back there. The question was, are those small square boxes a change in direction of the drone, or is that where photographs are being taken?
Great question. So actually, each of those boxes is a telemetry sampling point from the sensor that we use. So in other words, every time the sensor received a hit, that is one of those plotted points.
Okay. And the follow-up question to that was this DJI detection only for DJI make and model drones, or did it include other makes and models?
Yeah, so this is DJI detection only. And of course, my focus area is how to leverage that data to the maximum extent possible. And I think you bring up a really good point. We are only looking at DJI. There's another 30% of the market share that isn't accounted for.
And that 30% is growing, as we see the blue SUAS and different elements, requiring other kind of homemade drone brands. So quite interesting. Okay. And again, another point on your slide, there was the assessing UAS threat capability, which is your threat model page. And the question was, is budget a factor? It doesn't seem to appear there. Or should the financial capacity of a threat actor be a factor in this?
I think it absolutely is. And I'm going to say that, this assessment of the threat is not holistic. There's certainly many other components that we could include on there. And I think cost is absolutely something that needs to be considered. The cheaper the drone, the more disposable it becomes. And so I think that's another factor that has to be carried out. This is just one of many different ways of looking at threats and to understand it from a capabilities perspective. But I think you bring up a very good point.
And this is just a question for myself, but given there's been one or two threat models done on drones, but obviously we're now looking in the context of both swarming technology and other newer drones that are emerging. Are you aware of any other threat models that could be pointed to for other viewers in terms of resources or a literature review type thing?
Not that I'm aware of that have been published. So I'm certainly aware of a few works out there, but it's my understanding that they haven't been published yet. I know the Department of Homeland Security has some materials that might support that, and they are open access for anyone that wants them.
Okay. Next question here was on the measurement of scale, and it says, are there many post-event analysis of validating whether it was actually a drone or not? And can this only be achieved where you have a drone detection system already in place?
That's a great question. Validation is a particular problem. And so anytime you start dealing with validation issues, you got to look at where the data is coming from. I think that drone detection equipment, depending on the kind of equipment, can help. But even that data has certain limitations. So for example, a radar is going to show you that there's something out there, but it's not going to tell you what it is. I tend to favor RF style units because now you start having some level of validity. You can compare it to certain expectations. So in other words, we can tell when a drone is emanating a certain type of a signal set that is configurable, and we can identify that unmanned aircraft. So I think like any other data source, it has certain limitations.
Okay, no, that's really interesting. Next one was on your fusing UAS data. And the question is, what are the current legal repercussions of drone tracks, or actually tracking drones with UAS detection? Is there any data legalities on sharing that data?
In sharing that data? That's a great question. So, some of the work that we do, is obviously working with agencies that have the ability to look at this in a greater level of detail. In terms of sharing the data, I'm not aware of any restrictions here in the United States in terms of any problems with sharing that data. I think you'll find that most people that have that data are unwilling to release it because of the proprietary or the security or the safety nature of the data. So I think there's other issues there. There have been a few instances where Congress has attempted to make certain types of detection technology illegal. In some cases, there's still some questions about the different types of technology out there and the legality of it. So I would say that there's still a gray area there, is probably the best way to answer that question.
Okay, no, that makes sense. And I'm sharing a YouTube comment as well, and it says, awesome presentation. Can you please elaborate further on the technical side of the data collection? Was it done through an SDR on a 2.4 to 5.8 gigahertz?
Great question. So we primarily use the DJI Aeroscope device. I know there's certainly several limitations associated with that device. It is limited to collecting on small unmanned aircraft systems that are manufactured by DJI, and then we leverage that data set. Inside that data set, we can actually go in and do quite a few of the analytics that you saw just using that data and then fusing it with the other data sources that you see that are presented on the screen.
Okay, perfect. And this is just from my side. I'm really interested to hear what's next on the radar for Embry-Riddle. I mean, you've been doing some of these, research-focused experiments or hypotheses to try and collect that data with various ports and things like that. Number one, what's next on the agenda, and how much of it is going to focus on, say, critical infrastructure versus, say, just general?
Great question. So critical infrastructure is obviously a target area. The other thing that is of great interest is better understanding when unmanned aircraft and manned aircraft are coming in close encounters with each other, when they are not being reported. So as we start fusing particularly the UAS detection data with aircraft ADS-B data, we can now understand what that looks like. How many are we missing? How many near misses have occurred without us even knowing about it? So that's a component that is moving forward. And then quite a bit of the data fusion on a scalable result. So beyond one sensor, now we're going to expand it on a much larger scale.
Okay. And just in regards to the slide around in front of you, you've got weather and time data. When could you determine, or what kind of insights could you pull from weather data, and why would that be important in drone tracks?
That's a great question. So kind of as I showed you on one of the slides, we can overlay that data and understand if there are compliance issues with individuals flying their unmanned aircraft when the reported weather says that they should not be able to based on a compliance element. So that's kind of, I think, a really important thing to look at holistically, what compliance looks like, not only in terms of altitude or airspace, but also understanding when people are flying that they shouldn't, when the weather doesn't meet the requirements that are set forth by Congress.
Mm-hmm. Terrific. Well, Ryan, thank you very much. I'll get you to end your slide sharing screen now, so it'll just be us. But thank you so much for your time today. It was really interesting, and I'm sure others can contact you if they have any other further questions or things like that. So thanks for joining us.
It's been my great pleasure, Mike. Have a great day.
All right, you too. Well, for everyone else, what we're going to do is just take a short 6-minute break before we then come back with Mark Jacobsen. So go and have a coffee or grab a drink, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks. All right, we are live, Mark. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, brilliant. And I'll get you to start sharing your slides as well, and they'll appear on screen, and I'll confirm with that. Here we go. It's loading up. Well, good to have you, Mark. It's obviously we've followed your journey for some time, and I'm a personal big fan of both your works and your writing and your research, and we're really glad to have you on board and really interested to see what's coming up. So appreciate you being on here. I'm just going to make sure I can see your slide come up. How many monitors are you running at the moment?
Running 2, and I am screen sharing.
Okay. And give me a moment. Just going to double check that, as I just can't see your screen yet, so we're going to reshare. The joys of live streaming, right? So this is on. What I might get you to just stop sharing and reshare that slide deck. I can see it below, just can't yet see it on the actual live stream.
For what it's worth, I can see it on the top screen there next to our 2 pictures, but I will try again.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's sharing.
There we go. Perfect. So I can see you, I can see the screen, and I can hear you fine. So what I'll do is I'll let you take the floor. I'll leave you to do your own introduction because I think it's a pretty incredible story, but go for it, Mark. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Mike. Thanks so much for having me. It's an honor to be here. Good morning or good evening to all of you, depending on your time zone. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Mark Jacobsen. I am an active duty Air Force officer, currently a professor of technology and innovation at the Air Force's School of Advanced Air and Space Studies in the United States. I'm also a writer and former entrepreneur, and I founded and led a software development team / exploitation team that does UAS and counter-UAS at the Defense Innovation Unit Experimental, DIUX, which is now DIU, Defense Innovation Unit, a DoD organization in Silicon Valley. And what I want to do today is offer a government perspective on what the last few years have looked like with a very fast-moving, evolving technology. And I'm going to give a special focus to what the interface between the private sector and government looks like. I imagine much of the audience sits within government or within the private sector trying to figure out how we work together, how to do business with government. I want to offer some insights into why government can be a challenging customer to deal with and what some of the big tensions and trade-offs are on drone-related issues, and giving a special attention to how government copes with something that moves so fast. So I got to give you a few caveats up front, the standard DoD disclaimer that I'm speaking for myself here. It's work I've done in government, but I am still active duty. I can't speak for the government, only for myself. The second caveat I'll give is that my involvement with Rogue Squadron came to an end about 2 years ago when I moved to my professor job. So my part of the story will end in around 2020, and the story of Rogue Squadron beyond that is for others to tell. But I was still there for some key moments. And the third thing I'll mention is I can't talk too much about specific projects for obvious sensitivities, but I think there will still be a lot here that's relevant. So I want to tell you a little bit about my background and how I got into drones because it's relevant. I started my career as a C-17 cargo pilot, delivering cargo into dangerous places. And I also detoured for a while to go learn Arabic and live in the Middle East for 2 years. And I was there when the Syrian civil war started. And around 2014, I was doing research among Syrian refugees in Turkey. And at the time, the Syrian government was starving out entire cities to break the will of people there and flush out rebels, and also targeting medical infrastructure. And people asked me why the Air Force couldn't come in and deliver cargo. And I had to explain you can't just fly big cargo planes into the middle of hostile countries or they'll get shot down unless you essentially go to war first to clear the airspace. But that got me thinking, in the modern world, there has to be some way you could get aid through this contested airspace to people that need it without having to use military force. And to make a very long story short, I envision this paradigm of swarming packets of aid, building a kind of air bridge into one of these communities. I should mention this picture here was a rare food delivery in a besieged suburb of Damascus called Yarmouk. And this came out while I was in Turkey. And I spent a lot of time looking at this. envisioning how you could build an air bridge. And that got me looking at small drones. I had an engineering background. My dad founded and owned a hobby store when I was growing up. I did a lot of software development on the side. So I'd been around technology. I'd never used drones before, but this was the 2014 era. It was kind of the heyday of 3DR, open source stuff, Pixhawks, ArduPilot. So I started ordering stuff just to learn, and really started in my garage with my own resources, doing my own research, trying to see, is this viable? And over the next year and a half, we built that idea into a nonprofit corporation called Uplift Aeronautics. We built a real team. I was doing my my PhD in political science at Stanford, where I was able to recruit some fantastic engineers. And we built out a paradigm that could deliver at 100-kilometer round trip ranges, deliver a 2-kilogram package, which isn't very much. But our goal was really just to show a proof of concept that this was possible. And because we were trying to slip aid into hostile places, we had to think about things like how to fly covertly, how to avoid detection by RF, how to manage flight profiles to minimize noise, how to get the reliability we needed. And the use case of moving a humanitarian package through contested airspace is unfortunately the exact same problem set of how an adversary could go drop a grenade. So I learned an awful lot about being an insurgent. We had a lot of success. We built a great demonstration of our capability, but we were all volunteers. We had a lot of problems. We flamed out. We couldn't sustain the level of effort as volunteers. On July 3rd, I think it was 2015, we crashed a drone at Stanford. LiPo battery caught fire, and I have the distinction of having burned down 3 acres of Stanford's campus, which was not the finest day of my life. And we ended up dissolving the organization. I would like to report an immediate process of picking myself back up, but that kind of put me into the wilderness for a couple years of just healing and recovering from this kind of scorching entrepreneurial experience as I was trying to finish my PhD. And if you'll indulge me for a tangent here, I did go on to write a book about this. So if you have an interest in this story, you can find this on Amazon. But I tell the whole story of the Syria Airlift Project. But really, what this gave me was a passion for mental health among entrepreneurs, which may resonate with some of you. The stresses that we don't talk about, the imposter syndrome, the doubt, navigating ambiguity. And then when something does fall apart, business is not working out like we hoped, it can take a real toll. And we don't talk about that process and how to manage it. So this has become a passion of mine. And I wrote this book to kind of be a guide to help others who are struggling through this, the dark night of the soul that can come with entrepreneurship. So if that catches your interest, it's on Amazon. I've also got my website there, www.markdjacobsen.com. All right, tangent over. Getting back to drones, around 2016 to 2017, I thought I was done with drones. I'd boxed up everything I'd done and hadn't touched it for a couple years. The Islamic State's precursor, ISIS, started weaponizing drones for the first time. And I had dealt with this technology so much that I obviously saw the implications of where this was all headed. And the first real drone attack came when ISIS sent an X-8 Skywalker that was booby-trapped, and some Kurdish soldiers picked it up and it exploded and killed them. And that started a flurry of commentary of people online about weaponization of drones. So I wrote a piece about it, got noticed. I basically talked about the learning curve I'd had to climb as an insurgent and what the learning curve of real insurgents was going to be and the challenges they would face. That got me hired at the Defense Innovation Unit Experimental, which the DoD had planted in Silicon Valley to help acquire commercial technology. And things heated up very rapidly. ISIS went from flying, one Phantom 4 doing surveillance to X-8 Skywalkers to 12 drones at a time dropping grenades in Mosul, and they could target very precisely. I view this not just as a nuisance terror technology, but as really a revolution in military warfare, because now you've given anybody in the world precision-guided munitions, where for $500, any bad actor can go precisely place an explosive on any point on the ground. And that's truly game-changing when you consider that the way we usually deploy a military force is to buy a $200 million airplane, park it on a parking ramp behind a fence, and call it secure. We have the same problem with ships and other assets. So this really does change the game. And I, at DIUX, wanted to get involved and help on this front. Even as that was happening, I realized that we have two problems here, and I call them the red and the blue. The red problem is how we defend against adversary drones. The blue problem is how we supply drones to the good guys. My perspective is US-centric, obviously, because I'm a US military officer, but it's the same for any friendly country, and not just military. We have infrastructure inspection. We have, in our case, the Department of Interior fighting wildfires, lots of different organizations, police forces. And around the time I got to DIU, 3DR imploded. We saw headlines like these. DJI came out very quickly, moving from the Phantom series up to the Mavic. They took off. They were releasing new models every 6 months. And everybody in government who wanted a drone wanted a DJI because they were far and above the best drone out there. Anything in second place was a very distant second place. And this became a national security concern, especially as people started asking questions about all this coming from a Chinese company that was very closely wed to the Chinese state. So we were simultaneously starting to face these two problems. Now, I said I would talk about the interface between government and the private sector, which can often be messy and complicated. And I learned that right away. DIU's primary job is to broker contracts with industry. We usually don't build things ourselves. We go out to industry to find solutions. But I saw a number of problems as I was listening to pitches. For the first thing, we had a lot of great companies that came through, a lot of really promising tech, but we also had companies that were a little bit problematic, and DoD was not a very smart customer. We would have someone come in and say, oh yeah, we can do Mavlink. And everyone in the room nodded and said, okay, they do Mavlink. And I would raise my hand and say, what do you mean by do Mavlink? Can you listen to raw packets? Can you intercept them? Can you pull out lat longs? Can you inject packets? And are you talking about Mavlink 1 or 2? Because Mavlink 1 has no security features. Mavlink 2 has packet signing to prevent injection. And what radios are you talking about? Because Mavlink's just a protocol that could flow over any radio. Are you talking about $25 SICK radios like all the hobbyists were using? Because those never had security at all, and you can get exploits on YouTube. Or are you talking about leading state-of-the-art encrypted radios? Because that's a different story. So I realized the importance of being a smart consumer. We also unfortunately had at least one case where I'm pretty sure a company falsified a test on a range. So I had the idea of starting a red team inside DIU where we could act like bad guys and take companies out on the range and fly against them to get away from PowerPoint decks and look at how does this technology actually work? And we have real conversation about, where's the promise and where isn't there? And that was the genesis of the Rogue Squadron team, to be a red team. There's another problem in government, which is that we're requirements driven. So to build or buy anything, government is supposed to have what's called a validated requirement. And I think of this as a big R requirement that's laid out in official processes. Some troop sees a drone out in the battlefield. It's, let's just say, a Phantom 3. They put a request up and it grinds its way through the bureaucracy. And months later, a requirement comes down to industry for an RFI. Hey, we need a capability to deal with a Phantom 3. Well, by the time that hits industry and gets contracted and purchased, we might be up 2 years later, 3 generations of drones later. And I, as someone who knew the technology, knew that we needed to look way beyond the Phantom 3. We need to be looking at RF dark Skywalkers that weren't broadcasting because there's no radios in them. They were flying pure auto. We need to look at multiples because sooner or later, people would figure out how to fly multiple drones at the same time. So we had to get ahead of the requirements process. And requirements also get very difficult for industry because oftentimes what industry builds is not what government's asking for because government's asking for the wrong thing or an outdated thing, or they have their own special military flavor. Now, there's also some structural problems government faces. I want to talk about a few trends about how the public sector interfaces with the private sector. We all know Moore's law, exponential increase in technology and computing power, processing speed. And we've also had this software development revolution. This is from a DevOps report. If you are a company or a government team or any organization that employs best practices for DevOps, things like continuous integration and deployment, automated testing, automated deployments, you can deploy code 200 times faster, or 200 times more code deployments, 100 times faster, 2,600 times faster recovery from failure, and a 7-time lower failure rate, and over someone who doesn't use those processes. And unfortunately, government is not the best adopter at DevOps. Just a second. So we were getting exponentially further behind all of these advances in industry. Now, government has its own exponential logic, unfortunately. This is a plot, an exponential plot of the unit cost of fighter airplanes from 1910 to 2020. And a defense analyst, last name Augustine, plotted all these and found an exponential increase in the unit price of fighter jets. And if you walk that through to the conclusion, you get this alarming conclusion, somewhat tongue-in-cheek, that in the year 2054, the entire defense budget will purchase just one aircraft. This aircraft will be shared by the Air Force and Navy 3.5 days a week, except for leap year when it goes to the Marines. So this exponential breakdown of the defense procurement process works almost at odds with exponential increase in speed of industry and delivering capability. And what you get out of that is headlines like these, where there is a breakdown in government capability. We have readiness crises. We're struggling to retain personnel because they're so frustrated. We don't know what to do about threats like drones. My favorite headline up here, the USS Zumwalt, built around a railgun, can't fire it because the ammo costs $800,000 per round. And we see this kind of exponential breakdown in a lot of different technology areas. We've also got some spending challenges here. The bottom line of this slide is that back in 1967, the US government spent 61% of the world's R&D budget, and about 19% of that was DoD's. In 2017, the US has shrunk to 30%. Only 4% of that is DoD, and 27% of global R&D is now Chinese, a near-peer competitor to the United States. So we've moved into a world where the US is relatively getting further and further behind, or at least eroding its lead on R&D. And to couple that with yet another trend, up until about 1980, this gray line here represents business, private sector R&D per year in billions of US dollars. The blue line is government. And until about 1980, those tracked pretty well. But around 1980, there was an exponential divergence where the private sector started spending more and more and more relative to government. So our entire government procurement process was innovation institutions were built for a world where the government was in the lead doing R&D and tech transferring that out to industry. We are now in a world where the majority of R&D comes from industry. They're the ones out front and government's trying to catch up. One last slide to drive that home. The blue column here is if you add up like most of the defense industrial base in the United States, the big companies that win defense contracts, all of their R&D combined per year is about equal to Apple's or less than Google or Amazon. So we really have a world where government has to learn to better use commercial tech, which is moving exponentially faster thanks to Moore's Law and the software revolution. Now let's get back to drones. We can see this pace of technology if we look at the release cadence of new drones. This slide shows each box is a different drone in the top section. I've got most of DJI up there and then a few extra drones from other companies. Phantom 2 rolls out 2013. By around 2015, we get rapid succession of the Phantom 3, 4. For those who remember that season, the Mavic came out shortly after that and blew everybody away. That's what the private sector is producing. Well, what's government using? In the United States, the kind of leading small quad that was being issued at the time was the Instant Eye Mark II Gen 3, which was from 2011 and had parts from 2004. So this was kind of the mil-spec standard. And we all know a drone is basically a flying cell phone. So imagine that you're a soldier going to war against the Islamic State, and they're all armed with Mavic Pros, and you're issued a 2004, 2011 vintage, equivalent of a Nokia flip phone. That's a pretty bad place to be. And that's not to pick on a particular company. It's just the result of what the defense procurement process produces. And this illustrates, I put Android up here as a comparison. The way the military or the government often thinks about things is we can't trust what industry makes. We need to put kind of a military hardening on it. And I'm aware of 2 government projects that tried to create military versions of Android by forking it. And to the best of my knowledge, both of those were stuck on Android 4.4, which is about 8 years old now, and is not a particularly secure version of Android. Whereas in the private sector, we know that security comes through rapid releases and rapid patching. So there's a fundamental disconnect in the paradigm for how we provide security and how we meet requirements. And all of these things that affect software and phones have also affected drones. So here I'm at Rogue Squadron, kind of looking at all this in the market on both the red and the blue side, and trying to figure out how we should best use Rogue Squadron to help solve government problems. Some of you may be familiar with a theorist named John Boyd. He was a fighter pilot, and his most known idea is the OODA loop, that if you're in a fight with an adversary, you're always in this cognitive decision loop of studying your environment, orienting, making a decision, and then acting. And whichever person has the faster OODA loop is going to outmaneuver the other. And the Defense Innovation Board, which is a commercial group of executives who advise DoD, said, if we're ever going to win in today's fights, we need an OODA loop to go faster, particularly with developing and deploying software. And this idea really became what we did with Rogue Squadron. Is we started as a red team trying to catalyze contracting and buying the right things. But we also had a lot of software developers and exploitation people, and we kept getting drawn into soldiers asking us for niche capabilities that industry hadn't provided yet. And one of the challenges in government is industry may have tons of solutions, but to actually get that contracted and into the field is really hard. We call that the valley of death. There's a ton of great experimentation and prototyping that happens, but the gates to get through all those things out to the field can take years, and the vast majority of prototyping and experimentation never crosses that valley to hit soldiers. Here we were in a world where new drones are coming out every 3 or 4 months, and the minute a new drone came out, we needed to try and find advantages. So we started delivering software in response to user needs. We did some forensics tools. We got very drawn into understanding security vulnerabilities of drones, thinking about how to mitigate those, how to take advantage of them. We also got drawn into counter-UAS, and that was largely by working with commercial partners where we could take a vendor's piece of technology and we could link it up to other DoD systems ourselves without having to necessarily contract every piece out. And we got very good at this. There was one case, we got a call from Syria. Some US troops had recovered a drone that we didn't yet support in our forensics tool. We had just got one in the lab. We took off the shrink wrap. The exploitation guys figured out what was different. The developers incorporated it into a product, and we turned around through our CI/CD pipeline a new app within 2 hours, or I should say a new build of our app that supported the drone from that initial request from Syria. So to me, that's the cadence of how we have to operate in a threat that evolves this quickly. Continuous integration and deployment of capability as fast as the private sector releases it. And this is very antithetical to how DoD usually works. Now, I want to talk about some tensions that make all of this work really difficult in government and also make it hard for industry to work with government. The first one is this tension between supporting blue and defending against red. So let's say that you are tasked with providing secure drones to your government. What are the things you need? Well, you want to make sure nobody can break into that data link and crack it and get your position or inject packets. You don't want people exploiting your logs and finding out where you took off from. So you want to make sure those things are encrypted or hardened or not recorded at all. You don't want to get detected, so you need to be able to fly silent and invisible, and you don't want people jamming you or interfering with you. Well, now let's say that you're on the red side. Your job is to defeat enemy drones. What's your challenge? Darn right, you want to get inside those data links. You want to crack those open. You want to pull lat longs. You want to inject packets and take over. You need all those flight logs so you can figure out where the bad guys are. You definitely need ways to track the drone, to identify it, and being able to interfere with the navigation, maybe land at a place of your choosing. Do we see a problem here? Our requirements are diametrically opposed, and often in this industry, it's the same drones being flown by both sides because the leading drones come from industry. So this presents a real problem of everything you do to make blue drones better increases the problems you're going to have on the red side and vice versa. And often different parts of government are tasked with different halves of this equation, and they're in some ways working at odds with each other. And in some cases, like my team, you're actually working on both problems. So you're constantly facing these kind of quandaries of which of these things do we do or not. And that raises another tension. And this is kind of a broader InfoSec challenge in general of when you find a vulnerability, should you disclose it or should you hang on to it to exploit? The screenshot here, some of you are probably familiar with the DJI Rev community back in the day, and a lot of this open source RE hobbyists were posting different exploits they found and rootkits and whatnot. And as all these vulnerabilities were coming out, the company can come along and close them. And it's generally viewed as a good practice to disclose vulnerabilities. So if you're a software developer and you're building your web application and your build pipeline fails because someone discovered that your node package has got a vulnerability, it gets patched right away, and now you're up and running again in 20 minutes with a new version. Everyone benefits from vulnerability disclosure. But what about a case like a drone where this threat is so dangerous and so ubiquitous, and the only leverage we have over it oftentimes might be leveraging a vulnerability? And it gets more complicated when these drones may come from a foreign associated company in a country with a government that's not exactly on best terms with the United States. So that's a tension of just how you deal with this, especially when a lot of current mitigation tools against drones are based on RF. We've also got a challenge, and this is particularly true on the red side of how we deal with counter-UAS. We need a system of systems, and you've probably, I wasn't able to attend all the talks today, but probably heard a lot about this, that no one modality works very well for detection, and no one modality works great for defeat. That you need cameras, you need acoustics, you need radar, and all those things working together might detect a drone. And you also need, on the defeat side, a variety of things, everything from maybe from kinetics or directed energy to net capture or interceptors. So you have a lot of different nodes all talking to each other, and that introduces a need for standardization and protocols. And one of the things I've seen on the government side is government agencies spending years having huge stakeholder meetings trying to agree on the protocols. And they're very slow to start building things until they get these protocol questions figured out. And there can be good reasons for that, but what it does is it dramatically slows things down. Oftentimes tech never gets built or fielded, and the contractual complexity of having a lot of different people building different modules can in some cases makes it impossible to make breaking changes to your protocols. I'm aware of some government projects that have bogged down to the point they're stuck on versions of protocols multiple years old because they can't contractually get everything moved over to the new version. So what did my team do? Well, we added another protocol. And very aware of this comic, we knew those risks, but our philosophy was, we're not going to wait to get a perfect protocol. We just need to start getting technology out the door today. If we can get some sensors out on bases, we can at least figure out how present the threat is. And if we can hold the line with something that just kind of barely holds together with spit and duct tape, start detecting, experiment with mitigation, get our troops familiar exercising base defense with some of these technologies, over time, industry and the big government offices will come through with the more enduring solutions. And we were okay being in that front runner space with an 80% solution. But it is a trade-off, and there's problems with that approach for sure. Another tension you'll run into, and anyone who's done business with government may have seen this, we often think of government as a big monolithic entity, when in reality, it's a hodgepodge of all kinds of different organizations in different stovepipes across a ton of different geography. So here is one example, is a map of just Air Force bases in the United States. And you could imagine that a significant number of these bases probably have some knucklehead flying over in drones every once in a while. We don't actually know, because a lot of these bases don't have any detection capability to speak of as we're trying to figure out what to field. But the problem is ubiquitous. And anytime a drone goes and creates a nuisance and someone sees it, there's probably an enterprising young person at that base who's going to go out on his own initiative or her own initiative to conferences and trade shows and try and figure out, what can I go buy that works? And they're going to engage with industry, and they're going to just go buy something. Well, the government also has centralized offices responsible for buying things for the entire force. So those are called program offices, typically, in the Department of Defense. And if you're in a program office with the tasked mission of providing a capability for the whole force, what are you going to make of all these people going out and just buying random stuff? They hate it because now they're worried about, we've got 50 bases with 50 different technologies. Some of it might work, but probably a lot of it is snake oil. A lot of it doesn't work. They have no sustainment plan, no maintenance plan. Nothing's going to talk to each other. And they're saying, guys, slow down. Just give us a year or two. We need to find the best 5 or 6 solutions. Give us some time, and then you guys can go buy off that short list. Well, that has the advantages of creating standardization, but the problem is by the time those top 5 or 6 systems are chosen and made available, the threat has probably moved on and evolved in multiple generations. So we're back in this tension between speed and trying to get some kind of standardization, which government likes. This also creates opportunity for companies because you have a lot of points of engagement where you might sell technology to government. But a lot of this is going to be limited maybe to a small scale experiment. The real big wins is for a company to become part of a program office program because those were funded by Congress with a sustainment plan. And that's really where the valley of death comes, is the small sales up to a program office where you're officially adopted by a government agency. There's also a tension with networks. We all know that the promise of networks with drone and counter-drone technology, that when you start networking things together, you can pass video around, if a drone flies over one area, you can pass a warning to another area. If you've got blue force drones, you potentially have a swarm or combination tactics. But anyone who works in security also knows that whenever there's a network, there's huge vulnerability. I'm guessing that most of us on this call don't own Wi-Fi enabled toasters, because that's the last thing we trust plugging into our router. So there's a real tension about letting things on networks, and government is very rightfully concerned about this and makes it really hard to certify things to go on networks. And you often find an instinctual desire to keep things offline. So even a lot of companies creating great cloud-enabled systems often find themselves being asked by government to leave things offline. I've been part of multiple efforts that involve, driving a truck out to a sensor to pull the hard drive to get the data off of it, which is a terrible way to build a global counter-UAS network capability. But those are the tensions in play. We've also got issues with data sharing and compartmentalization. This on the left is a sectional aviation map of part of DC. And just within that one area, again, we often think of government as a monolith, but in that one area, you've got Air Force bases, Army bases, Navy bases, Secret Service, Capitol Police, FAA jurisdiction. All of them have different organizational stovepipes. They also have different rules, particularly when you're talking about counter-UAS, where you're gathering data. You can very quickly run afoul of rules about gathering data on American citizens, which we have very strong laws to protect against that, as well as in a lot of other friendly countries. So you often get cases where legally and by procedure and regulation, organizations are not allowed to share data. Well, when you've got a drone that can fly across this whole map in about 30 seconds, I'm probably exaggerating a little bit, but not by much, and just cut through all of those jurisdictions, that creates a real problem. You also get really awkward situations. Like one example I came across, a government organization asked a vendor if they could remove the drone's lat long from their counter-UAS system. And they believed they didn't have the authority to view the drone's position, that needed to be masked because of the law. I think that person was wrong, but those are the kind of absurd traps that government can get drawn into because of our rule of law, rightfully to protect American citizens and safeguard information. We also often run into things where we can't put data on particular types of servers, different cloud services, if they're not certified to various standards. I'm a strong believer in making drone detection for like public events mobile, that if you're a police officer out on the beat at a parade, for example, you can have a display on your phone. So if a drone flies by, you can find it and find the operator. There's a prototype that we built in Rogue Squadron that did just that. But we often had trouble getting anyone to use it because the DoD's model was to have a person in a bunker looking at a computer screen where that data was kind of safe in a government network, and they'd be on a radio trying to give instructions to police who are out on, walking around on where to find the drone. So this runs against how a lot of us would think is maybe the right way to solve a drone problem. But these are the kind of the realities of government. On the blue side, I also mentioned this need to know how to get secure drones to our troops, to industry, to other government agencies. Big risk of the monopolization of a market by any company, but particularly when that company is foreign. So there's been a lot of effort at DIU the last few years to do that. A lot of that came from DIU. We were involved in advising that. President Trump a few years ago put a major initiative in place to kind of revitalize the American drone industry. But that raises tensions too about whether government's role is to supply government-specific needs or do a broader effort across industry. If all you care about is a niche government need, you can build a custom government product and not worry about the commercial market. But if you are trying to support more generally changing the market, that's a much harder ask, involves a lot more money, and you're working against market forces. So these are some of the things that are being played out right now in real time. The Blue UAS initiative from DIU is probably the biggest thing going on right now on that front. Another one is who can say yes on drone security? In other words, who gets to decide that a drone is secure enough? And this is not just a drone problem, this is an IoT problem. Because government is a many-headed beast, with not a monolith, what you find is lots of different people across government want to use drones or want to use counter-UAS systems, and everyone in government is worried about security, but no one has the mandate to say yes. It's good enough. We reviewed the security. So what you have is a very nebulous situation right now where government knows it needs to have a clear process to endorse products. Industry knows they need a clear set of requirements. Industry will say, hey, just tell us what to build, what security standards you have, and we will build it. But those are often unpublished because we're still kind of navigating as a government how to do this. And even if one agency says yes, other agencies may be a little afraid to take that, and it won't be good enough for them. So you get a problem when there's not reciprocity on authorizations. And this has been a big deal in the drone industry. If anyone on the call has tried selling drones to government, you know this is a hot issue. And this gets to questions of how we do security. And I already kind of talked about that, this old model of building maybe a DoD or a government version versus the very fluid, fast-moving, continuous deployment model of industry. So the last trend I want to talk about here is movements in government to change how we think about security. And for that, we need to talk about this idea of the ATO, authority to operate, which is basically a permission slip to connect a device to a government network. That could be a piece of software, it could be hardware, or it could be a drone. The traditional way that you do an ATO, there's volumes of security controls published in various regulations that tell you exactly what security controls you need to implement. If you have a login screen, for example, you might need to lock out the user after a certain number of unsuccessful attempts. And under the old model, you would spend maybe months building your software, and then you would spend weeks documenting all the security controls and handing over a paperwork pile to government reviewers who would review your paperwork, make sure you're in compliance, and then bless your release. Well, that works if you want to do a release every 6 months, but if you want to be like Netflix and deploy code hundreds of times per day, this doesn't work. So there has been a movement as DoD is trying to embrace DevOps. The Air Force has a process called Fast Track ATO now. Well, they still expect you to build a certain baseline of security controls, but they will come in and review your build pipeline. They'll make sure you have automated testing and continuous monitoring and all these different things. And the third piece is they want red teaming. And the old way of thinking about this was if you just check all the boxes on the checklist, your code is secure. But anyone who works in security knows it's a very dynamic, living cat and mouse game as adversaries try and break into networks and we defend against them. So the thought of having red teams come in is that if we bring in friendly white hat red teams to sort of poke around at our product, we will get a much more secure product because they're more likely to find bugs and we're more likely to fix them quickly. So a fast track ATO, as long as you get those ingredients, the security baseline, the red teaming, and a continuous monitoring system, you can get permission to essentially continuously deploy your product. And we've seen some of this move towards red teaming with the Hack the Pentagon program from the Defense Digital Service, where they helped bring in bug bounties to the Pentagon. They've done a number of similar events on different kinds of technology. And that's been a big success. There's also a move towards a continuous ATO, which is basically a way of looking at an entire software factory and saying, okay, we've validated your processes. You have a very good process to continuously manage your security. We're going to bless your factory that you can make new products and have an ATO that's good for all of them. So these are all ways to try and grapple with the security challenge there and move very similar to industry, or at least more like industry than government typically does. And going back to drones, what does this mean? So if you're in the drone landscape today, trying to sell to government is still trying to figure out how to think about security and IoT. We're still in a world where no one's quite empowered to say yes. DIU is currently working on a process that will allow anyone in industry to submit their drone for a review that will look more like this fast track process. It will involve a security evaluation and probably red teaming. There's other parts of government trying to do similar things. But this is way bigger than just drones. It's a challenge that governments are going to face with IoT devices, period. And the need for doing security evals and keeping up with rapid change swamps government's capacity to handle all those security evals. And that's led to a lot of friction in the last few years. But these efforts are underway. And the last thing I want to mention, I have to kind of go over this one quickly because I am a little bit out of the space. It's been a couple years. But for those who do want to work in these spaces, the Blue UAS program from DIU is one of the best avenues in. They fund both components and complete drones. There's efforts that even if you're not selected for the Blue UAS program, to be able to get a security eval, get listed. DIU's website has more information. DIU has this process called the CSO, the Commercial Solutions Opening. That's a contracting authority that lets them rapidly go out to industry and bring in tech. You'll also find a lot of other organizations doing similar work. Any of the works organizations have various pathways for money. These SBIRs, Small Business Innovation Research Grants, are a big thing lately, where companies can often get a small amount of seed money and they will go out and find a government customer and they can progressively get more funding. I mentioned all these different units across the country or the globe, really, that are all out trying to procure things or do experimentation. There's a lot of different inroads to try and find your way into government there. And then I do think for the security community, with the move towards red teaming, there will be more and more opportunities to do red teaming as a service to improve product quality and help government. So a lot to be done here. The drones to me are a bellwether of where we're headed about this relationship between the public sector and the private sector, of how we take commercial technology moving exponentially faster and bringing it into government. So I will stop there and be happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Yeah, brilliant, Mark. Thank you very much. It was super, super interesting, and you covered a whole bunch of things. So yeah, we can leave your screen up there for a little bit so people can grab your website and email. And I want to kick off the first question with one of my own, and that's really, with the humanitarian missions that you initially started out doing. Obviously, there's been some time that heavy lift drones have changed since then. Do you know if there is anything, even within government, that is using those heavy lift drones to do humanitarian, food missions type thing into active war zones?
So I haven't kept a close touch in the last couple of years, but I will say there was a number of companies that were being formed around the same time we were trying to do the humanitarian mission. Matternet, Zipline, others. Some of those have got more legs. Our paradigm was very similar to what Zipline came along and built much better later with a more viable organization. DIU contracted with a couple companies. I believe it was Valancy and Zipline for blood delivery as a prototype mission, which I think is one of those good uses of a low mass, high value payload that you can carry with a small drone. I've seen a lot of experimentation on the industry side. I've seen prototyping in government, but not to the scale I was envisioning. I will also say that having gone through that experience, experimented with it, I'm wary of the value of the small payloads. I knew that was a challenge going in, and we were trying to find use cases like medical supplies where it might make sense, but with these small, cheap drones, you really are so payload limited. I kind of wonder or think maybe the sweet spot for humanitarian aid will be with larger platforms that are much more expensive. but those will only work in safer airspace where there's not a threat of being shot down.
Yeah, that's super interesting. And I mean, we're already seeing, some heavy lift drones get to pretty fast speeds and so forth, but the faster they are, the more expensive and the risk that, an adversary is going to get a hold of that. So
if I can follow up on that, the calculation we wrestled with is how cheap can you get? We're trying to get the cost per kilogram of payload down. So you could go a very cheap drone. Like we started out with literally foam board airplanes held together with hot glue that were maybe $200. That could be one way potentially, and it was like, how many trips can you get without getting shot down to get your mass up? But yeah, as you start into bigger platforms or heavy lift, the price goes up from $200 to $50,000, and one of those gets shot down. That blows up the math for whether or not this paradigm makes sense.
Well, super interesting. Okay. All right, I'll start lifting off some questions from others. The one is regarding the faster OODA loop. So it said, what was the main root cause of that you changed? Was it finance or people access? And if it was people, how did you find, hire, and incentivize great people to join a government department?
Yeah. So we did a lot of things. I could probably talk another hour about that. We got experts together in a room. I had a depth of experience myself. My deputy was also a guy like me who'd built drones. He helped contribute code to ArduPilot. And we had a few others. The way we brought in talent, we had to kind of hack the system to simplify a complex reality. We basically hired a contractor to bring in people for us. But instead of just taking whoever the contractor wanted to give us, we worked with the contractor to very selectively go out and find and attract great people. The contractor gives you a lot more flexibility than directly hiring into government. There are also some government entities that do directly hire civilians a little bit higher up in the pay scales. You won't make as much in government as you make maybe in the private sector, but what we found is there's a lot of people who are very passionate and mission driven. They've been out just making money for the company, and what they want to do is go make a difference. And we built a team ethos where people saw the team, loved the mission, and wanted to be part of it. So that was the currency we were able to trade in. Was not so much monetary, but you're going to have a sense of purpose of being out helping protect people against drones.
Yeah, super interesting. And people talked about the Rogue Squadron team for some time, so you obviously built quite a legacy there. You mentioned something about some of that team doing some of the open source work, ArduPilot or whatnot. When you think about Blue UAS and that style of things, how much do you reckon we're going to kind of position ourselves towards the open source schema of things rather than closed source? Or do you think it's still kind of up in the air, waited to be seen?
That's a great question, and it's a hard one. I've always been a fan of open source. I was pretty involved in ArduPilot for a while. And I sort of believe that, particularly as we're trying to deal with a single monopoly by a single company, the way you break a monopoly is to commoditize the technology. And some of it's so specialized that the way you commoditize it, I think, is by making it common. You make a lot of things open source. There's great value in that. And we also, in government, care a lot about interoperability, and we hate vendor lock. We don't want a company giving us a proprietary product and ratcheting up prices. The challenge, though, is as I was talking to companies, even as we were promoting open source, we did find a lot of resistance to that because companies often derive value from closed source, but also they felt like they could make better drones by owning the entire stack, which I am sympathetic to. For sure. Mac OS is a more pleasant experience, heresy maybe to some of you, than Linux for most people. But I don't know. I do think there's a great value in both. And if nothing else, pursuing both gives options, and options are what we want.
Okay. There's a couple of people obviously saying hi, Mark. So you've got a few that maybe know you, but a follow-up question from that is, when you were talking about the red team, did you emulate actual threat actors, or did you have a technology focus?
That's a great question. Not really. I mean, the main actor at the time was Islamic State, and they did everything, and just stuff you can find in open sources. You'll go out and find a range of attacks from a Phantom 3 dropping a grenade to X8 Skywalkers. And I initially had a vision for progressively building up capabilities from like one Phantom 4 dropping a mock grenade up through like a 4-ship flight of Skywalkers flying RF dark. And what I quickly realized was DoD was not ready for most of that. We were still really stuck on the single quadcopter problem at the time. There's been a big emphasis in trying to research these things, but we were getting a little more ahead of just where everybody was at. And I think in some ways we're still there of, man, this is a hard problem. Like, we still need to crack the one drone and before we take on multiple. So there was just limits to how far we could push the red teaming. The advantages were still, I think, on the red side.
Yeah, that's quite interesting when you think about it. You could either look at some really unique TDPs that you haven't observed, or they're the most dangerous rather than the most common. And then you could look at just what the most common thing is. But if you're still focused on that single quadcopter problem and it's not being completely handled, it makes for a really interesting problem set.
Yeah, it would be fun to go full red team. We could come up with some pretty novel stuff that scare people. But yeah, and it goes back to the requirements problem though. If you're in a requirements-driven system, the requirement that goes up is going to be for that one quadcopter. And we saw this for several years. We would get a prioritized list based on what drones were in theater. Whereas if you step outside the requirements process and you just know a lot about drones and know a lot about the market, you're going to see things on the horizon that have not yet appeared on the battlefield, and you're going to start leaning ahead, trying to build for that. And maybe that was one advantage we had in Rogue Squadron. We were a little bit cushioned by having government money, whereas if you're maybe a private sector company trying to build for the next threat, it can often be hard to get that traction if they haven't seen the threat on the battlefield yet.
Sure.
I think demonstrations and range activities can help with some of that, or simulations to kind of build that case.
Yeah, and sometimes those simulations or demo days, in a way, the results aren't published. Sometimes they kept quiet, to protect the vendors or defense. You had a slide there that was the ammo too expensive for the railgun, and the question here is that something you think currently affects counter-UAS?
It is an issue. I won't pick on particular companies or anything, but the traditional way of doing defense acquisition is to go with a major defense company and paying them a lot of money. And it's not that those companies are greedy, it's that those companies are built to do business with DoD. They know how the system works and how to deal with the huge bureaucratic burden that we put on companies, and that's a very expensive way to do things. So we tend to brute force things with a lot of money. And I've definitely seen that approach in places with some very, very expensive counter-UAS weapon systems that didn't perform much better than much lower cost startups. And those startups are often at a disadvantage competing, because honestly, from DoD's perspective, it's easier to work with a big existing company. It's easier sometimes to spend $10 million than it is to spend $10,000. The processes are better established. So what that means for maybe a lower price competitor, well, the first thing I will say is I don't want to make government look too bad here. At the end of the day, the product quality speaks. The people who did this for a long time, I get to know people all over government, different countries worked together. You figured out very quickly who knew what they were talking about, and those people began to understand which technologies actually worked and which didn't. So eventually the kind of truth comes out, but trying to get those companies on contract could be a challenge sometimes. Another pathway for companies that's worth consideration is to get acquired by one of the big companies. It's maybe not the ideal solution that we might think of, but that does happen, and that can be a viable way to get into one of those longer term agreements. So where we're at now is a lot of the big counter-UAS programs are more like conglomerates of different companies working together, and there's a lot of opportunity there.
No, that's really interesting. And just want to touch on the Rogue Squadron aspect of it in regards to, government taking these small, fast, agile, sections or departments and utilizing that in, different types of warfare. Do you think it made an impact that has kicked off other similar programs in other kind of verticals? Or do you think Rogue Squadron is a unique case? What does the kind of horizon look like for the US Gov and what they did and how it kind of looks like now?
I think, I don't know that we drove the change, but we were part of a movement of other teams like us There's other teams in the US. I'm aware of teams in the UK, Australia, other places. They all have a very similar ethos. And there's also other software teams in the US and probably elsewhere that are trying to bring at least more of a DevSecOps type approach, more agile approach to other problem domains. And we all kind of know each other and work together. It's all kind of new, and those people find each other because they're small communities. So there's a tidal wave of support moving for this kind of thinking, but it requires a lot of institutional change. You need to embrace the software development best practices, just basic DevSecOps stuff. You need cloud infrastructure, which is hard for DoD because trying to land a cloud contract with all the controversies over competition is hard. You need to get the talent, but you also have to think about. We made the argument that developing software wasn't like an acquisition, that it was a warfighting function. So in the same way that you'd have a soldier walking through a rice paddy with a rifle, you would have soldiers sitting at a computer writing software in real time. And that's not always something that should be outsourced or built into a product. It's a very living, dynamic computer. And that is it's a hard concept to explain, and government does get it wrong. That was how we operated, is treating it as a warfighting function. And every day we were keeping up with a moving technology.
No, amazing. And Mark, I've noticed just a little bit of glitching out on your side now. So just so we don't have it continue to happen, I might end the questions there. There's actually quite a few, and there's a lot of discussion going on in the comments that I simply can't keep up with the number of questions. So maybe there's some that you might be able to answer directly in there. But I just want to say a real thanks for joining us today. Appreciate the talk. It was super interesting, and hope to have you back sometime as well.
Can I ask one question? I see the private chat here, but I don't see whatever the public chat is. I don't know how to get to that.
Sure. So that's on the YouTube live stream. So I'll flick you a link for that.
Okay.
And we'll make sure you've got access to that. No problem.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. Awesome. It's an honor.
Yeah, likewise, Mark. Really appreciate it. All right. Thank you, everyone. We are going to be back in roughly 4 minutes for Stephen Tisseyre's talk, and we'll see you about then. All right, we are back. Hey, Stephen, how you doing today?
Good morning. How you doing?
I should say, how you doing tonight, or very late. You are one of those speakers I really appreciate jumping on so late.
No, that's absolutely fine, mate. I think we've just turned over to morning time now, so it's.
You finally caught up with the 3rd of November GDSN, so that's right.
I have, in a completely different day.
Of course. All right, Stephen, what I might do is just get your screen to come up in front of us while I'm chatting here so that I can make sure everything is working. But for those of you who don't know, Stephen's been in law enforcement for a very long time, now made the move over to private industry. And so we're pretty excited to see what you can come and bring to us today. So looking forward to it. Your screen is now appearing. So I'll get you to do one last voice test.
Testing.
Brilliant. I can see you. I can hear you. Everything's good to go. You have the stage, Stephen. So thanks for being here.
No, thanks so much, Mike. And good morning, everybody. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. It's the first one of these that I've done, and as Mike said, I've stepped out of policing now. I've retired. I did my 30 years as a police officer, and I've now decided to carry on working. So we shall see where that takes us. I had some thoughts initially on what to call the presentation, and the majority of my last few years has been around digital forensics and a number of lessons that have perhaps been learnt and different insights. And initially I put it as a new discipline to uncover the truth of an incident. And upon reflection, I don't think that's particularly accurate, because I think drone forensics has been around for some time now, certainly since I started doing it in 2015. But I think I get the feeling we're still slightly behind the curve, certainly from some of the stuff that I've seen. So one of the points on that, and certainly the idea of these conferences, is collaboration. I'm a real advocate in collaborating with people to make sure that we're all kind of benefiting from each other's experience. And there's a number of people on the call here this morning that I've had the pleasure of getting to know and work with, and I think without those brains and characters and what have you, I don't think the industry would be where it is today. So it's a big thumbs up for collaboration. So just to kind of give a brief history of my sort of background. So yeah, I was a police officer for 30 years, 14 years as a roads policing officer. I then went into major crime, became a detective, and then in 2014, 2015, I moved over to counter-terrorism. However, I've been involved in drones for probably about 12 years. I've previously, up until my retirement, been a member of various national steering groups on drones and counter-UAS, collaborated with a number of partners, and it was only great to see Mark again, and some of the guys online from Rogue. And what I kind of found, that as I started to put my head above the parapet, certainly in the UK, suddenly I became an expert, and it certainly wasn't by any luck or by any sort of engineering or anything like that. It's just the way it fell, because there's an awful lot of inexperience when it comes to counter-UAS, digital forensics for drones, and that I think is is quite worrying as we start to move forward. And being a small voice, that kind of just accelerated some of the work that I was doing, because reaching out to various people across the UK, there wasn't that many people doing it. I can certainly count on perhaps one hand. So I'm actually an advocate of drones, despite the counter-UAS aspect. I think they've got great utility, and my background actually started as an engineer. So prior to me having a rush of blood to the head and joining the police, I trained as an engineer, electronics engineer. So that has kind of always been the underlying ripple in as I've progressed. And I think that's naturally how I found myself into just being a geek, being interested in drones, and then suddenly that was applied to my work life. More recently, since I've retired and had more time, I've become a STEM ambassador. So I think it's an acronym that's probably used quite widely, but it's science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, to inspire the next generation. I think that's really key as well, because certainly in the UK they've recognised that there's a significant skills gap being formed. So I've also recently been appointed as an aviation ambassador for the UK government. So one of the things I want to start doing is trying to, get some grassroots interest going in the UK in drones and certainly counter-UAS, and see what some of these bright young minds can bring to the table. So if there's anything that the people in the network think could assist me in doing that, then I'd be very much interested in speaking to you. So one of the things that I got asked a number of times was, how do we deal with drones? And my answer was always, like many past technology solutions, mitigating hostile drones will require collaboration and convergence of public and private expertise, resources and technology. And I think that's something that a lot of the speakers already have certainly touched upon, because we all know that there is currently no silver bullet when it comes to mitigating drones. And more importantly, and again, I see this a lot, or did see it a lot, is if you're unable to understand where the next potential attack can come from, then you shouldn't be surprised if you can't defend yourself against it. So there's got to be a clear understanding of what your threat is, what the art of the possible is, and being in a position to actually understand how you can mitigate against that. Bottom line, as we all know, drones are going to be here for a very long time, whether used for good or bad, and they're just going to be featured more and more in our lives. So the bits I'm just going to kind of touch on is around digital forensics and some of the stuff that we did in the UK. Some of it I'm going to kind of gloss over because a lot of it are cases that are still ongoing, there's still investigations ongoing and what have you, but it's just to kind of give a brief flavour and hopefully open the floor up to some questions later on, as long as Gatwick isn't mentioned. So the majority of the work being undertaken by counter-UAS teams initially, I believe, focus their attention on the generic threat and mitigation from a UAV incident. So all the effort, if you like, is generally put into, right, how can we stop it, what our response procedures are, and so on and so forth. The resulting bit on, if we don't stop it or we do, the next natural progression is, well, what do we do with it? And that's where sometimes it catches us out, or certainly can do. So when I started this work, it was recognised that the next progressive step following a nefarious drone incident, which had been mitigated against, will be the subsequent investigation. And this is where I see an awful lot of skill fade happening. This is, particularly important following the physical recovery of a UAS. So the work that I actually started in 2015 here in the UK, and it was to establish new ways of technically exploiting recovered drones. And this came about as a number of high-profile press reportings, and you can Google them. And this is well before we got to the airport incidents. There was an awful lot of bad press around people flying contraband into prisons, and I see there being a lot of similarities, whether you're conveying and dropping contraband, something quite inert like cannabis, mobile phones, whatever, to drop in, as Mark has illustrated, munitions and other stuff more, which is of more concern. But the actual methods of doing that are very similar, and certainly the investigative side can be very similar as well. So what we looked at was that there was a significant number of drones that had been recovered over best part of about 18 months. None of them had been technically exploited. So they kind of got put into the perhaps too difficult to deal with bin, the not really sure how to deal with it. So we had, you know, a lot of the drones were being put through wet forensics, so DNA, fingerprinting, and etc. But that's kind of where it stops, because they just thought, well, it's just a drone, it's just a toy, we're not going to get anything out of it. So I had a bit of a challenge on my hand to go through all of those drones, and we're talking double figures, and start to extract all of that data and find ways of actually extracting that data and establishing what is going to be relevant to an investigation, and how we can use some of those analytics and those artifacts from the data into an evidential product. Because it's all very well just saying, well, I've got this data and it looks really nice. We've got to put it into a format that, you know, as I'm sure you're aware, if we're presenting to a court with 12 members of the jury that might range from, you know, a gymnast to your granny, they may never have seen a drone before. So it's got to be put into terms that the layman can understand, and, you know, for you to get that prosecution across the line. So we started to look at that, and that was obviously shared and opened up another number of opportunities to give input into national guidance documents and also international guidance documents. So, I mean, again, I'm just going to kind of go through this, because I think most of you be aware of this. Obviously, we've got the aircraft controller, associated tablets and phones, and again, when I draw on that, that is a massive thing that's being missed out. You know, I get sent a number of drones, and they say, right, we've got the drone, great. Did the suspect have a mobile phone on him? Well, yeah, but he wasn't flying that. No, but that's another source of data, and it might be a source of data that, whilst we've got this drone in front of us here, then he might or she might have access to a number of others that they're doing nefarious activity on, and there's a chance that all of that data is on mobile phones. So that's something that I've seen is missed quite often. As I'm sure you all know, able to establish where it took off from, where it landed, flight path, time and day. Some of the stuff that I've started to do over here is around the motors. How fast are the motors spinning, the pitch and yaw of the aircraft, obviously. And from some of those analytics, you can actually draw conclusions or suggestions of whether the device was actually carrying a payload on its ingress, and it didn't have a payload attached on its egress. And although that's not an exact science, it can, in certain bits of data that I've looked at, give an indication, and that relates to, like I say, how fast the motors were spinning, what the current drain on the battery is. So if it's under heavy load going in, but a lighter load coming out, then you can draw the conclusion that the aircraft was under load, putting aside weather and you know, gusts of wind and everything like that. And obviously we start to look at you know, registered information on who the owner might be, and also we've done a lot of work on batteries. They are absolutely amazing sources of intelligence and information, so we're able to link individual batteries to other recovered devices. So if we get a device recovered and 6 months later we get another one, and they've both shared the same battery, then obviously you've got a commonality there, with an indication that it may be the same group operating the same drone, even if it's in different locations in the UK. So it starts to form quite a good intelligence picture around that as well. So this is just a spoofed incident. It's not a real flight, but that is very, very typical of what we've seen in prisons over here in the UK. It's your typical picking a rural prison where most of ours are. I think we've got about 140 prisons in the UK. The majority of those are rural. And quite easy to access from from the fields and what have you, and then we get that typical ingress and egress flight, sometimes multiple flights on the same time. They just keep on hot swapping batteries. So when we start to strip some of that data out, like I say, what we've got is historically we used to look at the flight to say, yeah, we can see where they took off from and where they entered the prison and where they came back to. But as we start to delve into some of that data that's collected on the black boxes, we can start to draw a lot of other information from that. So you can start to see your typical flight profiles. So we start to understand, well, how do they come into the prison? And there's been a number of cases where I've actually seen very much the same type of flight. So although it might be a different prison or it's the same prison on a different day, you can almost recognize, as sad as it might be, the individual flight characteristics of a particular pilot. So you can almost see where there's a different pilot involved because they will enter the prison or conduct that kind of ingress and egress flight quite differently to somebody else. So being able to profile that and also looking at the stick inputs, how they do the stick inputs, are they quite fluid in that? Are they rough in their movement? Will also give an indication on their experience as well, which again does had an impact for when it comes to presentation at court. So the data inside them is absolutely amazing, and I continue to see new trends that we can find with that. So as we all know, locations of data sources are typically your onboard flash, micro SD. That was very useful for some of the early DJIs prior to them going over to EMMC. We've obviously got external micro SD, the remote control, again, as I said, connected, recovered mobile devices, and also under warranty, or if you can get access to a home computer or something like that, then got access to their cloud accounts through such services as DJI or indeed any other manufacturer that provides that capability. So when we look at the forensic process for a drone, if you don't get the bits right at the beginning, then everything else can fall apart. So the initial forensic recovery and packaging and assessment is absolutely critical. Again, I've had drones brought into me in various states, which makes a difference when you could do the best job in the world on the forensic analysis and the presentation of evidence. However, if that gets to court and there's no continuity of the evidence at the very beginning, then that's it. The whole lot absolutely fails. So it's understanding what your procedures are for recovery, packaging, and obviously continuity as well, absolutely key. We then go into obviously the forensic acquisition of data to establish what is available, because one of the challenges, again, as we see data, and this is the same with mobile phones, in UK law we have something called disclosure. I think the Americans have something very similar, which I can't remember the name of. Exculpatory evidence, I think you call it. As data gets bigger, obviously it becomes more of a challenge, because you've got to be able to present that and say, I'm not holding back on anything. So when you're starting to talk gigabytes or terabytes of data, that becomes quite a significant challenge to make sure that you've disclosed everything and you've looked at every element of data to either prove or indeed disprove an offence, because it's the onus is on us both ways. We've got to prove or disprove an offence. So yeah, establishing all of that data is critical. As a recovery of any other media or metadata, and also establishing owner and attribution, particularly when we just get a drone and we don't know where it's come from, who it belongs to. We obviously need to be able to look at that. So some of the challenges that we've sort of identified is, one of the bits I look at is the main difficulty with drone forensics is that there are various ways to obtain evidence from the devices whilst ensuring forensic integrity. And I think, you know, commercially, when you look at some of the vendors, it comes down to the likes of us, you, to reverse engineer and to, you know, try to find out where that data is hidden. In an ideal world, the drone vendors, when they produced a new device, you know, the DJI Mavic 3, whatever you want, that, you know, for police and law enforcement, they actually give access and say, right, do you know what, this is what we're capturing, and this is how you get hold of it, and this is how it can be beneficial to you. Because I think that will cut down a lot of the learning that we have to do, because, you know, we've seen the rate that technology is now advancing. I've still got one of the original Mavic, one of the original Phantoms, the Phantom 1, and where you look at from where we were then to where we are now, the data has just, you know, exponentially exploded, and as has the complexity. So by the time we kind of go through that learning loop, that it might take 6 months to a year to reverse engineer, understand the platform, really start to dig into the data, what happens? A new one comes out. And, you know, criminals are very adaptive and very smart. When we looked at, when geofencing was introduced over here, all of our prisons were geofenced, and I saw a shift in the type of platforms being used. So at one point, and it, you know, pretty much happened very, very quickly, the majority of platforms being used were Phantom 3s, absolutely great. Geofencing went in, so they either shifted away from DJI or rolled back to a previous version, Phantom 2, something like that. So actually mapping that kind of data is critical. And seeing one of the other presentations on trends, you know, the sort of market share, if you like, I think we need to do that for the criminal and nefarious use of drones, because that's how we can understand and almost predict why are people going to this particular platform. So not only for market analysis, but also, you know, for black market analysis, if you like, to get a true understanding of that. And like I say, you know, constant update and releases of new models and firmware. So, you know, DJI will change their firmware to, you know, block vulnerabilities or whatever, and that may be the difference between us being able to extract data or having to start that cycle again and add more delays and so on and so forth. And also it's the high cost of drones to be able to conduct that research. You know, we haven't got an infinite supply of drones, but like I say, you know, if manufacturers were able to give us that introduction and give us access to the data, tear down tools, whatever they have, then, you know, that'd be absolutely awesome. So just to illustrate the, you know, the 3 steps really, we looked at ensuring the correct, safe and forensic recovery procedures are complied with for police and other security services and security partners, and more importantly, ensuring the right training is in place as well. Cops over here have a awful lot on their plate, multi-skilled, having to deal with, you know, a whole variety of things. The chance of them coming across a drone incident is probably fairly rare at the moment, but it is becoming more prevalent the more drones that we get to see. So we've got to ensure that the training is in place for officers to deal with that. I think the younger generation probably understand technology better than the older, but again, it is across the board, because you can guarantee you will be the only one that gets sent to recover a drone, and if that's the first time you've seen what one looks like, then I think you're facing a bit of an uphill struggle. Continuity, as I said, is imperative, cradle to grave. You know, where has that drone come from, who has handled it, where has it been, and where has it got to. And then we look at the investigation and the intelligence, and that's where I see the significant skill gaps being created, because you've got investigators that are used to normal human investigations, if you like, involving violence or drugs or whatever it is. As soon as technology comes into that, and they get handed a bundle of papers with 150 flights on it or something, then generally what I'm seeing is they don't have the skills to interpret that. So I came up with the format of a report that's gone through the courts over here a number of times. I've examined probably 250 drones in the UK that have been recovered from prisons. So we've got quite a good process on how the evidence should be presented in court. And thankfully, we haven't had many that are challenged. So that comes from the defence side of things, that even the defence aren't particularly clued up, I would suggest, on how to defend somebody that's been prosecuted for a drone incident. So now, being an ex-cop, I can sit either side of the fence and play devil's advocate, if you like. So it's ensuring that the right things are done. The analytics recording of the crime, submissions for technical exploitations, and also what does that central data look like. And like I say, seeing the previous presentation, understanding seasonal trends of nefarious activity, absolutely critical. Why are people flying over certain times? If we get a baseline of activity, then anything outside of that might look odd, that gives you your focus to go and look at that and think, right, is that a nefarious actor just undertaking some practice flights and so on and so forth. So whilst the data is coming in, you're packaging it up and presenting it for court. I think that data, whilst you've got hold of it, is very rich in other areas, and the more that you acquire, the bigger that picture will become. And unfortunately, I don't know many states or agencies that are actually doing that. We don't have one central pot of data as much as I would like us to, because in 5 years' time we can look back at that and almost certainly project forward as well around certain trends and predictive analysis. And like I say, the final thing is the challenges of getting stuff across the line with the courts. We need to ensure that there are changes in law to make sure that there's consistent sentencing, but also ensure that there's legislation in place to prosecute people, because generally legislation comes after an event. So we've seen significant changes in UK law since the events of 2018. Had that not happened, then I don't think the laws would be where they are today, and that obviously causes a rift with some of the people that want to fly drones legitimately, because they see law as being a hindrance to their enjoyment. But at the end of the day, if my view of it is that if you're doing nothing wrong, you've got nothing to worry about, but the laws have got to be in place to be able to prosecute people when wrongdoing is undertaken. And also it's training with legislators, it's training with Crown prosecutors, judges, so they really get to understand what this problem looks like, and bringing advocates and those sort of people into these sort of seminars so they can understand that there is perhaps help out there, and also to understand how quickly this is advancing. I think that's critical as well, despite how busy I'm sure they all are. So this one kind of is, I want to open that up to the floor when we go to the question side, is what is the current and future threats? What does it actually look like from the world of digital forensics? There was a couple of slides that I was going to put into this, but I decided to hold back on them just because of some other work that's been being done in the UK, but it's around what are criminals looking at, and it's very much, when Mark spoke about red teaming against counter-UAS systems, where is that being collated? What is there out there? What is it that we can do as a community to tinker with stuff and say, do you know what? I wonder if that's possible. I wonder if we can, start to fool the counter-UAS systems. How easy is it? How accessible is that from technology? I've seen stuff online, and I've seen it used live in the UK, where people are defeating counter-UAS systems. And these are low-level actors, and I say they're low-level because they're the type of people that fly drugs and contraband into prisons. So having come across those many times, they're not always the most academically challenged people in the world. They've got drug habits, they're trying to play off a debt, so this is the activity that they decide to undertake. So they're low-level actors, but they're actually achieving high sophistication of mitigation against counter-UAS systems. So if that's accessible to them, then what else is out there? And I think to be able to understand that and feed that back into the counter-UAS vendors to say, look, have you thought about this? This is what we're starting to see. How can we plug some of these gaps? Because I think some of them probably could be quite easily pluggable once we understand what the true art of the possible is. So that's one just for a little bit later. As we said, data analytics that I was looking at is what type of drones are we seeing in different contexts. And I know the presentation on Embry-Riddle again highlighted that. But again, from a nefarious point of view, around prisons or whatever, what type of drones are we seeing that are conducting bad missions? And it's no great surprise. This slide deck is probably a couple of years old now, but you can see that, as soon as the Phantom 3 hit the market, we saw a massive increase in their use for flying contraband into prisons, purely because they're absolutely awesome at carrying probably about 1 kilo of weight, 900 grams to a kilo, very easy to fly, and they just did the job. So, why would we perhaps concentrate some of our counter-UAS techniques on something like a Typhoon Unique when we only see them as singular figures? Tracking that trend as it goes through the months and years helps to inform where do we need to concentrate our efforts on, as opposed to a kind of wide net that might not actually capture much. So tracking that kind of data for us, certainly from prisons, was very important. And just a final thought from me, and hopefully open up a couple of questions, is that one of the things I've looked at, criminals and nefarious actors are highly adaptive, motivated and innovative, and will continue to find new ways to support OCG's organised crime group activities, spread fear and chaos. It's imperative that agencies continue planning a robust response to the threat, not only in terms of detection and countermeasure technology, but also the training necessary to defend against nefarious drones, and also how to pursue and investigate. So this isn't just about the digital forensics, the tearing down the ones and the zeros and producing the report with lots of pretty graphs. It's the whole thing. It's the whole wraparound. Like I say, cradle to grave. Where do we go from having the drone incident all the way taking it through to a court? Because if we don't get the basics right at the beginning, it's never going to get to the end. And what we'll see is just the same people undertaking the same activity time and time again. And that is what they do up until the point they get caught. And it was a very good point that somebody made a little while ago around the cost of UAS. If you're carrying $10,000 worth of contraband, the fact that you're going to lose a £500 drone is neither here nor there. So they almost become disposable assets. And whilst they continue to dispose of them, it's an opportunity for us. So long may they continue to crash, push the boundaries of what they're trying to achieve, and give us the opportunity to go out and catch the bad guys, essentially. So that's about it. Hopefully, there's a few questions.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll get your screen removed, which now I can see you, so we can actually talk to each other properly. But thank you very much, Stephen. It was really, really interesting. Some of those insights around the battery intelligence and so forth, just always is super interesting. So, and something I just wanted to say based on your comment there around, the drones dropping, X amount of contraband and being worth, more and more. There's that, and I think it was you who mentioned at one point, the economics of if they've done multiple drops with a certain amount of contraband, how much is that actually costing the organization? It's almost a way of saying, well, if your countermeasure system costed 250K, but a drone's made 25 deliveries of a 10K payload, you're almost actually balancing out that ROI. It can be super interesting, and that can only be found out by forensics, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can start to put figures on that. There's various figures out there that says, for a typical weight of a drug or whatever, cigarettes, contraband, whatever it is in prison, its value normally triples, if not more. So it becomes a very valuable commodity. But if you look at some of the problems that we had in the UK around spice and some of the more toxic narcotics, people are becoming unwell in in prison. So what happens? They need to be taken to hospital. You've got a prisoner going to hospital, well, they can't go on their own, so they're going to need 2 prison guards with them. They need to arrange the transport. So suddenly a simple problem of somebody just flying drugs into prison becomes exponentially increased when you start to add the various values onto that. And we're not even getting into the instability that might cause to the regime inside the prison around people being on drugs. So the economic impact is quite significant.
No, that's incredible. And it's amazing to hear you worked on over 250 drones extracting that data. There's a question here which says, what is the key actual tools that you use to conduct your forensics? I mean, you may or may not be able to disclose this, but what are some of the tools?
I'm quite happy with that. I've seen some of the various push button digital forensic tools where you plug a drone in and it just spits out 5,000 pages of reports. For a digital forensics examiner, that's great, because then you can just give that to the investigator and go, I'll leave you for the next 6 months to read through that. I tend to come at things at a slightly different level. So I tend not to use the push button digital forensic tools too much. So I use DATCON, some of those sort of tools. And I very much tailor the report. So although a technical exploitation report that I do is normally around 120 pages, so there's a lot of work that goes into it, but there's normally a forensic strategy. So I normally ask the investigators, what is it you want to prove? What is it we're trying to achieve here? Because I can tell you X, Y, and Z, but if it's of absolutely no relevance, then why would I spend time doing that? And that's where some of the push button forensics actually enters into that trap, that an investigator will get a 5,000 page report. They won't even know where to start. Give them a 1 or 2 page summary of a particular flight, and that's ample. So pictures tell 1,000 words, I think. And like I say, it's not just the investigators that we've got to illustrate that evidence to. It's also prosecutors and ultimately a court where there's civilian jurors that might have absolutely zero technical experience and certainly may never have seen a drone. So it's got to be in a format that's readable and easily to understand.
Yeah, absolutely. That one picture of the the voltage and the battery life and the rotors increasing in RPM or decreasing in RPM because a payload has been dropped is just really simple to understand, and you can see it from there. Something came off that drone and it changed all those factors very quickly.
Yeah, that's it.
There's a follow-up question on that, which is the black box analysis, and it's: have you come across any anti-forensics or scrubbing of onboard or external flight logs so far?
No, except for one, and that's where somebody was smart enough just to remove the internal SD card. So the majority of drones that I've seen, there hasn't been any that I haven't got data off of. And it's a valid point, because I think, again, it's another one for vendors. You know, I advocated with DJI some time ago that if the internal memory is removable, then there's got to be a check-in process within the drone that if somebody removes the internal SD card, the drone doesn't fly. Because why would a legitimate person want to take out the black box data recorder? So again, it's trying to influence manufacturers of how they can make their products not only safer, but also make it easier for investigators and you know, to be able to investigate the offences, but make it harder for nefarious actors to hide what they're actually doing. And those sort of simple measures, I think, need to come across more.
Okay, and you mentioned you know, the change from those Phantom 3s over to another type of drone when geofences were brought on. Can you detect in your forensics when a system has been routed or modded to bypass no-fly zones, or with custom firmware, things like that? Is that easy to pick up?
Yeah, so it is. So you can do checksum runs on the actual firmware that's running. So within the flight logs, you can generally see what version of firmware is being run. You can do a firmware dump off of the aircraft and compare that to the hash values of a confirmed firmware. So yes, once you get the firmware off, you can tear that down. The majority of the investigations over here are literally, you know, people flying in into prison. So we don't, thankfully, have to go into too much depth, because it's a sledgehammer to crack a nut. If they're flying in drugs, that's enough to put them in prison without kind of going down the routes of they were bypassing geofencing and what have you.
Okay, keeps it nice and simple, I think.
I like simple. I like simple.
That's right. There's another question here, which is, can mobiles only be examined if the operator is apprehended presently flying the drone, or by post-warrant?
No, so it can be post-warrant, post-recovery. So again, we've had a number of cases where, you know, we might get the drones, and through fingerprinting or other methods of attribution, we obviously, you know, go and do a door knock, a house search conducted, phones are recovered, the data, if they're running flight apps, a number of flight apps, the data is generally sitting on the phone. So like I say, that is another key point, because if we get drone recoveries that give us entry to the house, but we only know that one incident, the phone might actually indicate, well, actually they've had access to a number of other drones and have conducted another, you know, number of other drops and more intelligence. So I think when we look at drone forensics, I've always said the flight system, you know, we should be having the whole of the flight system if it's available. So aircraft, controller, and any associated ancillary equipment, ground control stations, computers, so on and so forth, just to give you that full picture.
Yeah, you can almost imagine, you know, depending on their SOP, someone takes the battery out of the drone to provide that to you, leaves the battery out, and then you don't get all that really great data. So interesting question actually on that is, you know, can commercial entities, or sorry, it says here, can private industry do analysis on drones for their own organization if a drone lands in their perimeter, or do they have to call LE to do that analysis?
Interesting one. I think it depends on local laws. Over here, if you find something and you don't make reasonable steps to, you know, find its owner, then it can be constituted as theft by finding. I think the first protocol is, you know, if you do find a drone in your environment, particularly if it's a security environment, you'd want to ask, why is it there? And I think, you know, different countries, different police states, so on and so forth, would have different processes. there's nothing to stop you perhaps looking at the data if it was accessible. I'll say I'll be guided by whatever local laws are. But yeah, if you find one, if you make reasonable attempts to find its owner, or indeed, you can, if the police aren't interested in taking it in as fine property, then you'll be looking at the data to perhaps find the owner. So that's another way of looking at it.
The obligatory, I'm not a lawyer, so that's all fine. Look, there's one last question which I'll ask because we're about to go into a short break, and that is, in terms of registered owners tracking, you had a slide on it. Have you determined buying and selling hacked DJI accounts online, or if that affects finding the registered owner of drone?
No, I am aware of that. That is a thing. I think in general terms, the majority of the data that we can get off the UAS is enough often to give us a point of attribution. There's not many that I've had where we've said we don't actually know who's doing that. But again, the hacked DJI account, you normally will need, unless somebody wants to tell me otherwise, you normally need the handset, to see what the UUID, etc. is. So that's not generally stored on the aircraft. So unless you get that mobile phone, and then that gives you another line of inquiry, because generally there should be other data on that phone that I think would be of more benefit than a hacked DJI account.
Okay, super interesting. Well, Stephen, what I might do is, do you have any kind of last comments or kind of future outlooks on the drone forensics industry in the next few years?
No, nothing specific. Sorry, I've just pushed a button and lost you. There we go. No, nothing specific. I think, as I said, there's work ongoing around how we can red team against counter-UAS systems, and I think that's really keen, or I'm really keen to hear other people's thoughts on that, because if we can do it, other people can. So I think as drones become more prevalent, and as legislation becomes slightly tighter and there's more counter-UAS systems, criminals will naturally start thinking outside the box around how can they get around it. Up until recently, there was no DTI or anything, so they knew that they could carry on without fear of being detected. Now that's starting to happen. That's going to push them, I think, into a particular area to start thinking, right, how do we now act smarter? And that's the loop that we need to be involved in, to understand ourselves, what is the art of the possible.
Brilliant. Well, it was super interesting. Thank you for being part of the GDSN this time, and look forward to having you back again. So appreciate it. Have a good rest of your
thank you for the invite.
Stephen.
Take care. Thank you.
Of course. Now, for everyone else, you can stay on the stream. We're going to be taking a short 12-minute break or so. So stretch your legs, grab something to drink. We're just over halfway through the GDSN, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Good afternoon. My name is Randall Nichols. I'm
All right, so we are coming back live after that short break, just over the halfway mark. So we've got a few great speakers still to go. Been really enjoying it today, and hopefully you all have it as well. The next speaker we have is Professor Randall Nichols, and look, we have it is a pre-recorded talk, but Randy is actually here with us live. So he's going to do some live Q&A as well. So hopefully you enjoy. It's going to go on for the next few minutes. And again, questions through Slido, through the YouTube comments, or through any of our channels, and we'll do our best to answer them. So we look forward to the discussion afterwards. And we're going to kick off the video in just a few seconds.
Good afternoon. My name is Randall Nichols. I'm professor of practice at Kansas State University and director of their Unmanned Aircraft Systems Cybersecurity program. The books you see here have been written by my Dragon team, and 4 of them are available to you. They've been published within 2018 right up to 2021. They're published by the New Prairie Press website, newprairiepress.org/ebooks, and then you just put in the numbers 27, 31, 35, and 38. The textbooks are free, and we hope you'll enjoy our work. It's got years of research in it, and furthermore, pass it on if you like. Today's agenda is what we're going to talk about: unmanned aircraft systems in the sphere of terror and cybersecurity and cyber terror. And we're going to think in terms of the attack vectors and what advantages. We're going to think in terms of risk. We're going to look at the threats. Also, we want to talk about the cyber terror problem in terms of communication, separation, and navigation. And then how do we counter all this? Threats and countermeasures required. So why is there a UAS terror problem? Well, we have millions of small UAS and medium-sized UAS being purchased and manufactured all over the globe. And these advanced small drones carry all kinds of sophisticated imaging equipment, significant and deadly payloads. Low amount of training, very little certification required. Counter-drone systems are expensive and require a great amount of testing. Small drone manufacturing the cost is quite low, and it's going lower. It's a quick developing technology. In fact, it's way beyond the legal aspects. Within a few years, hobby drone tech has just developed into a variety of swarming suicide drones with ranges of 7 kilometers and payloads of 40 kg. It's easy to weaponize. So what did the terrorists use it for? I want you to recognize that the problem we're going to be talking about shortly here is localization, is position fix. Recognizing the GPS and ADS-B systems are fundamental to the terrorist operations using unmanned aircraft systems. They use it for weapons, as a weapons platform, as a martyrdom unit, as a drone attack squadron. This is actually not new. They've had one for about 7 years. but now they have our equipment, or they have American equipment. Attacks using unmanned underwater vehicles are now being seen in the South China Seas. So continuing on the why, there's an attractiveness of UAS versus the cruise missiles to an adversary. Why? Because they can get over the perimeter defenses, the national borders, they can simultaneously attack, they can conduct an entire campaign, and the targets with unconventional weapons. Contemplate for just a moment the risk of a terrorist spoofing signals, giving false signals, to friendly forces, intelligence, and counter weapons assets. Here you're looking at the Shadow. It's a surveillance and ISR drone. This picture was taken in 2013 in the Logar province of Afghanistan at Forward Operating Base Stark. The Taliban now has several of these, and they're re-engineering them. Here you have the Scan Eagle, which is one of our favorites. The U.S. Air Force and Army use this a lot. They have 7 of them, I understand now, that were left right outside Bagram or available through Bagram. And these are about 7.5 pounds of payload. They travel anywhere between 80 and 100 knots, and it has a 11-foot wingspan. 7 of these are now in basically enemy hands, terrorist hands. Well, when we want to look at things, you need to do a risk assessment. You need to think in terms of risk. And there are several risk equations out there by some very prominent authors and agencies and so on. In my classes, I teach about 6 of them. However, this one is a qualitative one that my partners, Dr. Dan Ryan, Dr. Julie Ryan, and myself created about 25 years ago, and it's been in use for a long time. It's very straightforward. Basically, it says threats times vulnerabilities times impact divided by countermeasures is equal to the risk. We can quantify by using qualitative means or ranges. We can develop a range for each one of these things in terms of percentages, and recognize that vulnerabilities are always going to be part of the system, and impact is basically an accounting number. We can reduce this to at time state equals 0. Risk is a function of threats divided by countermeasures. When the threats go up, the risk goes up. When the countermeasures go up, the risk goes down. It's pretty much straightforward in that term qualitatively. And we use this especially in things like cancer studies for the normal case, the best case, and the worst case analysis. So let's talk about why there is a UAS problem. What is the threat, basically? Well, the threat is the risk of a successful terrorist attack on air defense systems via UAS and small UAS. It's higher, it's improving, and it's based because the commercial capabilities and accessibility are better. So advanced small drones capable of carrying sophisticated imaging equipment, significant deadly payloads are readily available to people on the civilian market. Who? Well, the range is wide. Terrorists, insurgent, criminal, corporate, activists, threat groups, and so on. But right now we have a special concern in 2021 to 2022 of the Indo-Pacific region and Afghanistan as a new terror hub. Well, let's move to the core of that. The risk of a successful terrorist attack on a GPS system or GNS system, the global system, or ADS-B, which is our collision avoidance system basically for broadcasting, is also higher for the same reasons. But in this case, everybody, including terrorists, the determination that needs to determine their navigation positions is critical to controlling all UAS operations, in fact, all aircraft operations, and also underwater. Therefore, it should be a priority in the national aircraft safety plans. And this includes such groups as LEO, military, and civilian. We're going to talk about spoofing. We're going to pass over jamming, because jamming is an easy thing for when it comes to the solution I'm going to give you in a moment called ECD. Again, the range is fairly high, and the object is failure of mission, causing failure of mission. So what kind of vulnerabilities, what kind of tools are out there? Well, some of the attack tools you see over there, the Metasploit group is quite effective, the Paradrone one. They can be software or hardware based, and they can have auxiliary tools like Kali, Wireshark, and other things like MIM or Man in the Middle. I have a list in my office of about 1,000 tools, so this is just a scraping of the top. So the FAA classifies attacks on or causes of problems on ADS-B and GPS systems for dropouts, erroneous data, lost link, collision, mission corruption as natural, artificial, but unintentional. The one I'm interested in is artificial, according to them, but intentionally caused, which involves cyber attacks and jamming. We have some corresponding mitigation strategies, hardware design, meaning the adaptability of adaptive, what's called antenna arrays, a signal tracking capability, which involves receivers, filtering, mitigation, single sourcing. Most solutions are single source for jamming. That's not the case for ECD. And again, ECD is a little later. Positioning, we have stochastic models based on jitter and changes in the signal. But cyber attacks on unmanned aircraft systems and GPS represent a much greater terrorist threat and safety issue than currently the FAA is approaching its understanding. They are looking into it, though. So UAS are just nothing but a SCADA machines. They're basically flying SCADA. SCADA systems are all over the world and act in the control of everything you know. Your cars, your refrigerators, your heating systems, our satellites, everything. Basically, they are control system, supervisor control system that takes in the data and tells it what to do. I mean, that's an easy way to look at it. And there are lots of interfaces to it. And some of the newest interfaces are called IoT. Typically, it includes such things as a master, a remote, and a communication links. These are all handled in terms of real-time monitoring control. There are some inherent vulnerabilities, and they ease of operation outweighs security. There's a tendency that we don't want to worry about security. Let's take the ease of operations. Poor authentication. Remote access is allowed because nowadays nobody comes out to fix anything. They go to the internet. Weak access control lists. The firewalls are non-existent for all practical purpose. It's the first target of compromise of the attacker. It's a low-hanging fruit. Wireless technology is a monster when it comes to vulnerabilities. Public information is available on almost every system. The Iranian attack a few years back on their nuclear facilities was based on vulnerabilities that were not necessarily known at the time. They were called zero-day, a series of them. And once the SCADA system was recognized, it targeted the SCADA system and through these various vulnerabilities and other attack tools. So communication has its own software architecture. Processing is important. Latency is important. Processor clock speeds. These are all things that SCADA systems essentially put out there for the hacker to touch. Some of the common attack vectors on the SCADA systems on a UAS are misleading and manipulating the output data, especially to the actuators or reactors. One of the interesting things we can do is manipulate the alarm systems. We can manipulate the waypoints. We can manipulate the control systems. We can manipulate the battery levels, so on. We can change the history so you don't even know what happened. And then we can force a deadline miss on certain task actions. So for instance, the surveillance would be 5 minutes late. We can have attacks on software because of the privilege and buffer overflows, some normal ones. We also have what's called a lost link protocol, which ensures the safe integration into the NAS, but it's basically a fail-safe. Well, fail-safe or not, the lost link protocol is part of the SCADA system and it can be hacked. And here's a little picture of that. We break the link, we break the direction, and we now have control of the UAS. Communications threats is another point. Corrupting the authentication of ground station communication is just as easy as anything else. Again, the attack frequency doesn't increase the probability of detection. Countermeasures can't be applied unless the target or attack method known. Spying can continue undetected, even with the hacking. Hijacking the UAS by hacking the ASIC chips. This was done over England a while back, where an ELINT plane, we found backdoors there. One of the problems with the ASIC chips, which are such a useful operation, useful chip basically, are the supply chain risks. We don't know where they're coming from. If you're not manufacturing yourself, somebody can put in a back door. The trusted vendor operations are not trusted. We tend to take the cheapest wherever it comes from. And unfortunately, not everybody is honest about these things. We have no real checks on the supply chain that are effective. We used to, not anymore. We used to have about 80% of the market being America, and much of it went through outlets with national security agents or groups like that, or standards groups. Now this is not the case. We can spoof the ADS-B system, and we're going to talk a lot about that in a moment. But basically, it is a critical system for collision avoidance. It is for air traffic control. The messaging can be received, decoded, and resent and tuned. Aircraft position and tracks are simple to fabricate. They are not necessarily simple, and they're simple to detect, but there are some complex ones that aren't so simple. Some of the conventional vulnerabilities of air defense systems include the early detection or danger close thinking. And there we have restricting collateral damage by catching it in time. This is usually done by passive or active radar surveillance. The terrorists think in terms of why would they want to choose a UAS versus a missile, for instance, and Hamas. Hamas throws lots of missiles over there, and we over on Israel, and Israel knocks them down with the Golden Dome, with the dome. And you're like shooting a 22 bullet with a rocket. It's a very expensive process, but very effective. Well, UAS can come in lots, and the toughest organization are called swarms or teams. And against missiles, data fusion works better on larger targets, reactive for longer ranges, and it's suboptimal for close in and within a mile. So there's a small radar signature. It can be hardened. There are ways of protecting against this, but from the standpoint of vulnerabilities, it is quick, quiet, deadly, and noise detection is difficult at times, except in urban canyons. So some of the things we have seen on the military defense systems are backdoors and hard-coded passwords. We've seen the SCADA and the SATCOMs exploited. We've seen poor authentication system. We've seen game scheduling, which is controlling the takeoff and landing crews. We have seen fuzzing, digital update rate, control acquisition, buffer overflow, hardware directs. These are just some of the attacks that we have seen. Let's move now into a little bit more into what I call the GPS sphere, or the spoofing sphere. Navigation in 3D space is quite difficult. There's an awful lot of data. You not only need the 3 directions, you also need time, and you need the position in space with respect to where the satellites are with respect to the stars and so on. This involves quite a bit of data. And most of the research has gone to single source attacks. That means the transmitter is in a single source and going after a single receiver generally. And those can be detected and especially from the jamming standpoint, can be filtered out. But navigation requires an awful lot of decision making. First of all, detect, track, evaluate, prioritize, declare, determine, command, execute, repeat. These are the navigation loops for the sense and avoid systems. Well, how do they do this? Well, by vision, acoustic, infrared, LiDAR, passive, and radar. These are the primary ones. Attitude estimates, what are we estimating, basically? And there we are, the rotation, the position, velocity, and altitude, the time. Time, by the way, is interesting because the clocks and the satellites are hugely, very, very, very specific, very accurate compared to the clocks in either the ground stations or the UAS. So precision clocks are important. Spoofing, what is it? I've talked about it a little bit. GPS spoofing is deliberate transmission of forged GPS signals resulting in the GPS receiver computing its location wrongly or failed to estimate any location at all. The worst case in a GPS failure, depending upon where it is, because everybody uses them, and vessels at sea or airplanes and so on, or UAS, is a complete failure of the mission. Now, the risk levels range from Part 107 tolerance. Risk at 107 is very, very low because it's a sterile environment, essentially. Everything is controlled. but near airports or out in a military zone or in the open sea, we now have things that are much more hazardous, almost catastrophic, especially at sea where a vessel can be harmed enough to potentially sink, as you'll see. And is it probable that this can happen? Of course it is. We've got years of experience saying it's probable. Is it probable in terms of the FAA's FAA standards? Yes. Does it range lower? Yes. It all depends on what the relationship is. What's the environment? If it's 107, it's the lowest. If it is BVLOS, you have another level up. Third level up, it would be open or urban canyon. That's a completely different approach and more difficult at times. And then we have what I call the near airports. Spoofing techniques, there are actually 3 levels of classification. One is simplistic, which is just a COTS GPS simulator, an amplifier, and single antenna to broadcast signals toward the GPS classic receiver. It was expensive. It's not necessarily anymore because of software-defined radio. Simulator signals are not in the simplistic mode, are not synchronized with the available signal, and detection is easy. Intermediate involves the genuine GPS signal receipt, spoofing devices. These are, by the way, classic receivers. ECD, which we'll look into in just a moment, does not use a classic receiver. It uses what's called a snapshot receiver, whereas a classic receiver requires about 30 seconds of data. A snapshot requires 1 second of data. That's good news, but it's not necessarily enough always to give you the estimates you want. So several snapshots might be required. In the intermediate one, it's detection. It's difficult to detect because you're using a fake signal that is broadcast relative to the genuine that is essentially the same, and you can prevent this using an IMU unit. The sophisticated spoofing attacks use multiple receiver and spoofer devices. Now we're attacking satellites, not one. We're attacking the group of satellites from sending false signals from multiple locations. And the angle of attack defense, which usually says where it's coming in from, and the calculation based on that, fails. It works for the simple and intermediate, but doesn't work for this one. And mitigation is usually by cryptographic authentication. It says, I got to check you. Who are you? The prior research on spoofing has excluded the fake signals. Most of the research I've seen over the years says we're not going to we're not going to include the fake signals. We're going to try to determine where they are and get rid of them. That's not the case in ECD. ECD includes the fake signal as a minimum on a minimum of 4 satellites, and then progressively and selectively eliminates their effect until the real weaker signals become apparent. Sensor spoofing causes confusion, overrides gains through hacking, causes denial of service. External references are more susceptible to jamming, spoofing than sensors with internal references. Jamming works for external, spoofing works for internal. Jamming during transmission interval, the adversary may reduce the rate of its transmission. Anyway, the enemy can allocate power across its subcarriers using an optimization algorithm. The simple spoofing case, again, the AIS receiver, automatic identification system. Spoofing is generation of false transmission masquerading as the correct encrypted precision signal, and then makes up the military version of the positioning basis or an unencrypted civilian acquisition code. It was chosen for its capabilities to recreate accidents using GPS coordinates, course, ground speed, and collision points. AIS is actually a 3 cyber attack 2 analysis, breaking the existing receiver locks, locking onto the new one with a counterfeit signal, maintaining that access, and then collecting and analyzing data, reporting, and recommendations. ISIS and now ISIS-K. They are basically the same thing, except each one is more extreme than the others. Use reconnaissance, messaging, smuggling, logistics reply, hacking, surrender, and current U.S. cyber defenses are inadequate, raising a need for high-level thinking for developing threats. The next slides, this slide and the next one, are not approved by any agency, even though we've passed on our research for 3 years. In fact, the official reports bypass this set of conclusions. However, we've been looking at the South China Seas for quite a while. And the Chinese have used what they call their BKZ-005 medium altitude drone to support both their own and North Korea's threats. In 2017, we saw the possibility of cyber weapons being used to spoof the GPS signals for commercial vessels, Alnic, MC, and ACX, against our Navy capital ships, the McCain and Fitzgerald. 20 died in this, and I have made it one of my life missions to speak for those 20 dead sailors, that their family should have some peace. I believe that these were spoofed signals, and you do not have to spoof the capital ship. It's protected very well with electromagnetic protections. But I can spoof the commercial vessels. They are legacy operations, and they're very easy to spoof. As captain of a small vessel myself, I know that positioning and the use of collision and avoidance and the AIS systems are so important to knowing where we are and not making a mistake and colliding into somebody. But we tend to be very focused on those GPS positions. We want to know where they are because that's going to estimate where the other vessels are. Same thing in the air. In this case, spoofing the Alnics or the ACX results in a exchange between the two captains that is very volatile, each one thinking they're on the right mode, and we have a collision. The Alnics was so big a vessel that when it collided with the capital ship, that it didn't even know it hit them until they came back and recognized they almost sunk them. The destroyers were small compared to these huge tankers. We've also suspected GPS positional spoofs, testing spoofs, on the USS Lake Champlain, Antietam, and US Louisiana. So what kind of thing is this a Chinese drone? Well, it has a range of about 1,500 miles, a ceiling of about 26,000 feet, a long endurance, and is like the Predator, it's used for ISR or PLA of China and modified payloads. It has lots of sensors and particularly electro-optical and infrared. What you're looking at here are the Spratly Islands, which we've been following. The red circles you see are intelligence operations and also drone overlaid with drone capabilities. That means inside the circle, that drone can pretty well surveil anything in that area. This is something we put together back in 2017 when those ships were affected, collided, or hurt. And what we have here are the actual ship locations in blue. The reds are Chinese operations. The black is a Chinese intelligence base. And by the way, in the South China Seas, everybody thinks they own it, but the Chinese have a very good presence, and we did too. And these are our operations over here near the East China Sea. Another problem, we are beginning to see the threat, and it has not, thank goodness, come to bear, but it's not something out of the ordinary. This is the radiological dispersion device. And there we have a weapon of mass disruption. The greatest effect from a nuclear incident is fear, because radiation, it cannot be detected by the human senses. You can do all kinds of things with the drone. You can combine it, you can contaminate, you can fear and panic, you get explosive effects, you get conventional expense. Lack of prompt, accurate information available to the public may feed panic. It's a very dangerous possibility. And by the way, conventional explosive radioactive material is available from secondary sources all over the world, hospitals, dentists, so on. So the active goals in the countermeasures side are to incapacitate, destroy the threat in a direct way, like a GTA, or a simple cyber rifle might be working, but not against swarms. GTA efficiency, especially against the UAS reactive, is reduced in urban zones because both the GPS doesn't work and our responses can't work very well. Simultaneous attacks on multiple fronts are very difficult. Some of the countermeasures involve odds, lasers, GTAs of reactions, saturations. We have some passive goals. We have countermeasures that are everything from decoys to sensor jamming and so on. And the aggressor, by the way, is not a dummy either. He turns around using things like swarms with strong collaboration ability to match the swarm locations with combined active and passive measures. Loss of signal, loss of partial false position spoofs. I now want to finish up my presentation using the Eichelberger collective detection method. I want you again to recognize that ADS-B and GPS is a subset of a larger receiver localization problem, position fix problem. Solutions that apply to the larger vector space, that is GNSS and GPS, also are valid for ADS-B if the computational hardware is available. GPS, by the way, spoofing is a reasonably researched topic. Many methods propose to detect and mitigate it. The lion's share goes on just detection, but ECD comes out of the brilliant mind of a Dr. Manuel Eichelberger, a Swiss scientist from ETZ Zurich, who invented a method for detection, mitigation, and recovery of spoofed GPS signals. Nothing on the market can say that. I gave the name ECD to honor Dr. Manuel Eichelberger's work. It is a collective detection process. It is a critical algorithm which detects, mitigates, and recovers spoofing and or jamming attacks on GPS or ADS-B. It is maximum likelihood. It uses snapshot receivers, which is this smaller receivers that are specially designed to take about 1 second of data. It does not determine the arrival times. The angle of attack doesn't matter. Combines all the available satellite and receiver information. That means all 4 or 5 satellites and every single signal, good and bad, and decides only at the end of the computation what to do with it. It exploits the robustness of collective detection and all of its improvements in research. It shows multiple locations, including the actual one can be recovered from scenarios in which several signals are present, including falsified ones. Some of the data behind the ECD shows in TextBat, which is one of the procedures that are one of the testing modes, that it is can allow up to a maximum error of 222 meters. This is less than 1/6 of the maximum unnoticed location offset in all others. It doesn't track signals, as I said. It works with these single snapshots. So there's a reduced latency. 30 seconds latency can be effective, can be a problem. It is aimed at single antenna receivers, however, it can work with multiple. Spoofing algorithms identify all likely localization or position fixes. If you have improved noise tolerance compared to classical receivers, is not susceptible to data modification, and is looking at these things called likelihood distributions, what we were talking about earlier with the worst, best, and normal cases, including the actual ones. 2 of the most powerful GPS signal spoofing attacks are the seamless satellite lock takeover and navigation data modification. ECD defeats the powerful and subtle attack on top of the jam signal. The spoofer sends a set of satellite signals with the adjusted power levels and synchronizes to the authenticated signals. ECD avoids all spoofing and jamming pitfalls and signal selection problems by joining and transferring all the signals into a location likelihood distribution. It works in 4 dimensions. It reduces the computational load by using a fast branch and bound algorithm with SIC dampening, signal dampening. By the way, that it turns out it might be a problem because parts of this are now proprietary. Signal interference cancellation is what it uses after it's picked up all the data. And it removes the strongest and receives signals one by one, hits them with a 60% factor, as a matter of fact, in order to reveal the weaker signals. It's impossible, basically, to differentiate an authentic and a spoof signal a priori. So ECD doesn't remove them. It takes them into the sample data. And that is very powerful. Here's kind of the core of it. Basically, you have 4 satellites, and each one has its first point of a PRN, the pseudo-random number sequence. And when the ECD applies its magic to it, they all are synchronized, at which point then you can start selecting the data because you have a coordinated 4 data sets in time, in position, ephemeris data, and everything else. I want you to know that ECD is not the silver bullet. It's better than every solution I've found, for position fixes outdoors, that is outdoor localization. But ECD does not compete with other indoor localization methods, the urban canyon problem. ECD prototype has a medium error of about 82 feet. The government can do a lot better, believe it or not, with 55 feet, or in 95% of the cases, but some of their solutions are 10 feet or even less on some of these very specific ones. On the positive spin side, I guess you might call it, ECD works very well for both outdoors and marginally for indoor localization. It has some drawbacks. One is computational load. The other is use of these snapshot receivers, which are specialized. They're not as cheap as classical. It has a part of its response is now branch and bound proprietary, because Dr. Eichelberg has figured it out that this works very well, and they're doing a lot of work in Switzerland and other universities on it. It has a huge attack vector space. I mean, this is not something that's a simplistic or modern. This goes after spoofing in the difficult cases, and it requires specialized placement of the antennas, and that's not an easy assignment. I have a friend of mine, a colleague of mine, who does this for a living, and I can tell you right now, this is a complex kind of problem. For those of you, I've purposely not done recommendations or conclusions in this presentation, because I wanted to leave that open for your thinking, and I can give you some of the thoughts I have in question and answer if you like. But just so that some of the terminology is there, I have 2 slides that are framework definitions: collective detection, localization, navigation data, the course time, and so on, pseudo-random noise, snapshot receivers, spoofing, and parameters.
All right, Randy, I have you here with us, and thank you for the presentation. It was super interesting. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, absolutely. I know on that reference slide there, you got cut off just a little bit. So I'm happy for you to kind of cover off what you were saying there about those references and add on that conclusion that you mentioned you might save for Q&A. Is that okay?
Let me say that on the references, that actually was one of 12 slides, which I took out 11 for a time frame. This comes from my work with Shure and NIST, and also my work with my Dragon team. So if necessary, I can pull that up and make a list of it and send it to you, and then they can be distributed to whoever you feel appropriate.
Sure, no problem. I'm sure we can put that in the presentation slides folder, and people can go and look at those references. So that
let's keep them separate rather than put them in the slides, because the references are actually cited and so on in the reporting to the two agencies.
Sure.
Yes, and on the other one, I was saying that I believe that when ECD is fully checked out by all the agencies and all the people, there are several now looking at it, it's still just past the research phase. I've talked to Dr. Eichelberg myself. The problem with ECD is the urban canyon effect. It is pretty crappy there. It just doesn't get it, and he's got some solutions. The second thing is it requires some additional computational activity or power on whether it's a small or middle-sized one. Both of those problems are being worked on, and it has great potential. So I'd like to see something that can take into account the multi-point, the multi-effect, the multi-swarming type effect of jamming and spoofing, because we're going to see a lot more of it.
Mm. So out of interest, that ECD, is that something that they would need to have an external hardware chip that would integrate into the drone? Or is this something that would happen completely on the software side? What does that look like as those agencies?
It can be employed in 3 different ways. It can do it through an ASIC, which is nice and fast, that one way. But you do use these snapshot receivers, so that's an external device, but they're not, I don't think they're much more expensive than a custom receiver. The problem is that with a 1 second snapshot of data, you get so much. All right, with 30 seconds, I now can do the warm-up period, the boot up, and so on. I get all that. With 1 shot, I'm taking differentials. I'm taking vectors. So the computation is stronger is much more required, especially since I've got 4 to 5 satellites working. I've got the eFeeder's data. I've got the how high it's flying, how low it's flying, how fast it's flying, so on. And same thing with, by the way, underwater, and same thing on the water. They're starting to look at it with navigation for vessels now too. So the answer is yes, software, hardware, and potentially one in the ground station. So that's not necessarily easier. But when you have something that can save you an entire vessel or an entire aircraft or an entire submarine, I'm not so concerned about the prices of or how many things we're adding. I'm more concerned with lives and to a lesser extent equipment.
Okay, so it's probably less of a not less of a commercial use, but less commercial at the start and more for defense and government.
However, I've seen some interesting technology developments on IFF, which are very simple to do. And I was really surprised how quickly it's starting to take. IFF is identify friend or foe. And so what happens is I'm challenging, if I see something in the air, another vessel, a bird's obviously not going to respond, but if I see another drone, is that drone ours or is that drone somebody else's? And that's kind of important if you're worried about somebody crossing your border with potential weapons of mass destruction, mass disruption more than destruction. As you know, we have a new book coming out on just that subject. It's called Drone Delivery of CBNRECY DEW weapons. So I'm looking at all of the potential problems that if I could add to a drone, not just a gun here or there, or drugs coming across the border, or although carfentanil, by the way, is coming across, and that's really nasty stuff. There are already indications that this is being looked at by the wrong people, which means we have to have defenses, which means we need to look at the risk depending upon where it is. And that no longer do we have in certain countries, do we have what we call the on-ground kind of intelligence. And if you hear the words, okay, well, that doesn't matter, we've got distant intelligence, that's nonsense. If you don't have any way to determine you can see so much from an airplane, you can see so much from a satellite, you can really see detail, but that doesn't tell you the intentions of the terrorists or the intentions of the enemy, and that's a problem. And we've lost some of those assets. We being the U.S., but it's also our allies too.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, you mentioned around, the ADSB part. Obviously, some commercial drones are now being made with ADSB. Not all drones have it, but, more and more that's becoming a thing with some of those smaller commercial ones. Look, if an organization had, a defense maturity model where they were trying to determine if protecting against GPS spoofing or jamming attacks or RF link attacks, between the controller and the drone, which was more important,
right?
What would you guide them on? What should be their first priority, or what's most common and what's most dangerous there?
Well, that's how you have to look into the heart of the guy who's trying to attack you. Is this somebody who's trying to harass you? Is this somebody trying to really hurt you? Is this an assassination attempt on one side, or is this merely a psychological warfare kind of thing where I'm going to try to make you think something that isn't, or information warfare, infowar? It determines on what level we're looking at. Let's take some simpler examples. Let's take it to the bottom first. If I am an individual and I'm worried about defending my property or my people or my family, I'm probably involved with invasions of privacy. I know that several states here, including Missouri, are trying to set up laws to do just that. What they can do to prevent the illegal use of drones, if you will, from invading people's privacy, because that's the last thing you want is your daughter on the internet someplace in poor dress, that kind of thing, or somebody who comes to take a look at your land when you're not interested in being, you're not selling your land, but somebody's sizing up your land for that purpose. So at the lowest level are human beings, people. And the first order concern might be invasion of privacy. Let's take it up to the next level. Law enforcement operations have missions, and those law enforcement missions generally involve first responders, which are fire, everything that comes into the fire, or attacks by precursor chemicals might be another one, or a lost person on a mountain. It could be as simple as that, and you can't get to them, or an escapee. a weapons situation where you need a SWAT team in there, but you really need the intelligence from below. What's the purpose of the bad guy? To stop that mission, to stop your drone, to stop your intelligence, to stop your surveillance. So they're going to try to spoof your signals and send your drone someplace else, or they're going to spoof the rotors, or spoof the MEMS and knock it out completely. Or they're going to send alarm system changes to it or SCADA system changes to it and tell it that's the wrong waypoint, go somewhere else. That's what the Iranians did. All right. So at a law enforcement operation, you're looking at a complete failure of mission. The missions generally being rescue, law enforcement, fire or fire concerns. The fire thing is much bigger than what I'm mentioning here. Fire, these guys do an awful lot of stuff. They might just be medical. Another one might be at the law enforcement level, would be transferring a vital organ from one place out to the country. Although I can't imagine people wanting to stop that, in theory, you could, or interfering accidentally. Doesn't have to necessarily have somebody up there trying to do it. The next level up is what you see a lot of, and that's ransomware, or is at the cyber side where I'm going to take down an organization. What's the object of that? Frankly, change elections, or to change the organization's direction by saying we don't agree with it, and we're gonna now attack your servers and so on, and we're going to get a handle on who you are and what your companies do by surveilling you from the air, and that's very effective. So the defensive side would be the organization, and they would want to have a geofence, if you will, like a prison. That's what they do at a prison. They have a geofence so that you can't send, in theory, you're not supposed to be able to send drones in without them knowing it. It would be nice if we had a geofence, by the way, on the southern border of the United States. We could then take a much better control of what's happening. It's electronic, but it would give us information. You spread your span of control. So organizations have what they consider their mission. The bad guy in that case, or not the terrorist necessarily, but if you're a super environmentalist, for instance, you might say, I don't like that you're not green enough, and we're going to attack your organization for that reason. Yeah. Or you're a social network. I don't like what you're saying, or it's not balanced enough, or whatever the argument might be. I'm going to see if I can take down the network that you're working on. Now, before you say that's not possible, we've done simulations on the networks in Virginia and Maryland where we controlled police, fire, emergency, water, electrical, power, all on the same server. So if you have to choke, that becomes a choke point. If I can take out that server, boy, I'm really effective. Another one was an oil company, which I won't name, but we simulated the loss of 8 million gallons of oil into the Chesapeake. You want to talk about environmental disaster bigger than the Exxon Valdez, if you remember that one. It put out the crabbing business, and thousands of jobs were done, millions of anyway. And all this because a SCADA system on the storage was knocked out, and it just drained it out, and the operators had no idea it was happening. This is simulated,
right?
But because you can attack a SCADA system and turn off the alarms and say basically you're getting the information, everything's okay, and the farm is a couple miles away, the tank farm is a couple miles away, but I'm telling the operator who tracks this stuff that it's no good. And how do I know that? Because I can surveil that information. I can watch what's happening and look for the responses for, let's say, Coast Guard or something like that. At the top end, which is most concerning to me, and I've been tracking it, is control of complete military or economic control of areas. Right now, the intelligence operations on Taiwan are significant. The intelligence operations lost in Afghanistan are significant. The ISIS people and Al-Qaeda are cousins. For all practical purposes, who can be nastier than the next? If we start dividing people for reasons that are not necessary, this guy chops off 2 heads, this guy chops off 1. That's silly. What you want to do is be able to have peace. You want to have prosperity. You want to have the things that everybody wants to have. They want to have a life that isn't threatened. And unfortunately, terrorists have a tendency to threaten people. And they now have a new set of assets, and that new set of assets, the United States left with them, unfortunately. Now, you're not going to get that from anywhere else, and I'm speaking for myself only, not for my university or for my agencies or for family or anybody else. This is strictly the old man talking here. I'm concerned that when you leave almost $1 billion worth of assets in a country which is not controlled which is controlled by people we kept in jail for nearly 20 years or something like that. You got
no, Randy, I think so. It is very interesting, but I think we will keep the topic on the US.
Sorry, I've moved on. I've moved on.
That's right. I think there's still a few questions based on what you were talking about. So
my apologies to the audience.
Context. All good. There was two things here. One was a comment just around the timing attacks you mentioned around the time and the synchronization of time. And just to highlight that, some of those GoPro drones, all worldwide, GoPro drones did not take off because their timing ticked over and it reset almost like, the year 2K. But the question was, I understood that, but I didn't understand gain scheduling. Are you able to explain a little bit around gain scheduling?
Yeah. Gain has to do with the update rates. Gaining we're talking about the gain on a SCADA system. So it's update rates. Everything requires refreshing. I'm refreshing data all the time. When your GPS is out there, it's constantly picking up signals. When you're ADBS, it's constantly refreshing. The refresh rate, and that's the problem with the snapshot receiver, by the way. The refresh rate at 30 seconds is significant. I'm gaining a whole bunch of data, whether it be time data, position data, star data, satellite data, time of arrival data, all kinds of things like that. Whereas with a snapshot receiver, I have a very limited amount of data, and that's part of the problem with ECD, that it's not getting refreshing. That's part of the problem with ECD. You need to continuously refresh quicker to get your information. A second side of gain scheduling has to do not with ECD. It has to do with SCADA systems. SCADA systems are constantly refreshing their information because that's what they do. It's constantly going on. How much flow you have, how much temperature you have, how much pressure do you have, so on, and what's your level. And that information is usually refreshed at a regular rate. The more data that comes in, the more that has to be processed, the more clear the feedback is. Let me give you an example quickly. I see a missile coming into Israel. All right. I need to know lots of things about that missile. How fast is it going? How high is it coming? What is its trajectory rate? What is its projected position? And now to estimate that projected position, I need to keep tracking it, usually by radar or by other means, and coming back to the system that's going to intercept it, which might be our Iron Dome rocketing or something like that. The Patriot missiles, maybe. So as it comes in, I have to constantly feed forward the system, feed forward information, and feed back information. That rate is called a refresh or the gain on it. If I change that refresh rate so that, let's say it's in an urban canyon, let's take your UAS to a canyon someplace. I only tell it every 2 minutes what's happening. If I change that, now I'm in the canyon and I'm looking to go save the person on the mountain. Suddenly I find my drone over here because a 2-degree bearing or vector can be significant on where it's going to end up in one other place if I can change that rate. It gets its information way too late, and as it starts to correct, it still has 2 minutes more to correct. It's a business about correction.
Yeah, some interesting environmental factors that can affect that for sure. So
sure.
No, that is really interesting. Okay, and there's another question here that says you talked about supply chain risks in terms of supply chain poisoning. Do you think there is a market for correcting this, or does this need to be done by a third independent third party? My apologies.
What's wrong with both? Of course there's a market. We got a horrible supply chain problem right now. Not just the U.S. I'm talking about globally we have a supply. Look at COVID medicines. There is a terrible supply chain security problem, by the way. Not just how much, but is it secure? When you're buying something, how do you know it's secure if it says made in some place that you don't have control of? So is there a market for authentication of the supply chain chips, for instance? Sure. Is it going to be an investment to do so? Well, because you're essentially become a testing lab? Yeah, but my God, that might be a good business, frankly. Is it also okay for people like NIST, or I'm not sure what the New Zealand and Australian areas are, or England for that matter, but each one has a standards body. So whatever the Australian standards body, is it okay for the Australian or the American standards bodies to look at this? Why not? Of course, they should be. In fact, they are. There's a difference, though, between when you trust somebody else. It's like asking yourself, do I trust somebody with my money? It's that important. Do I trust myself with my money? I'll make my own mistakes, but at least I know that I'm okay. Do I trust ABC guy because he says he's going to make me so much? Well, there's some good examples where that has failed very badly. And in terms of security, we're looking at legacy issues, unfortunately, which are very hard to correct. SCADA systems were developed back in the 40s. And they've been building so on, but they never really thought in terms of security until like the 90s. And so there are a whole bunch of systems out there that are everything from pneumatic all the way up, but they want good GUIs, they want graphical interfaces, they want information regularly, they want good gain scheduling if you want update rates and so on, but they don't really care whether I got to have passwords and authentication and so on. Well, That's the problem with drones. Other than military drones, we have very little authentication systems because they're too expensive. No, they're not, but they're too expensive, or it's a little extra weight. That's another one that you hear every once in a while. Isn't it better to know the drone is under your control? That's the real question. Do you trust the systems that are there? One of the reasons the Army took DJI off of their use is just that. That they weren't convinced that there weren't backdoors and so on in the DJI core.
No, of course, the sovereignty play has certainly affected a large part of the types of drones that you're trying to purchase at the moment. So, no, absolutely. And look, Randy, very shortly we'll hop off for a small break before Zach comes on board. But just wanted to say, really interesting presentation. I think what you're doing in the space, especially with some of those projects for law enforcement and how they're looking to secure drones, as you said, preventing against disruption of that. It's not necessarily all about the drone. It's disruption to that law enforcement's mission, at hand. And if something happens to the tooling, it can compromise the entire mission. So really interesting.
Thank you. By the way, I'm honored to have joined the party, if you will. You had some excellent speakers, and especially your setup people, Masumi and Arison, wonderful help, and I appreciate that. Can I throw one last thing into your audience there?
Absolutely, go for it.
My team has written, I think I said this early in the game. Can you go back to slide number 2, I think it is? Is that possible?
Yeah, we can probably try to bring that up. I think it's there. So slide number 2.
You have 7 of them.
Without the noise.
Unless you want to be double talking.
I don't want to be double talking, no. Yeah, that's it. Listen, if the audience would like some really good references, free, let me repeat that word, free, especially if you're a student or don't want to spend money. We have several. This is counter unmanned aircraft systems. This is our first effort. This is our first and this is our second. This is the second edition. This one's on disruptive technologies, and this one's brings into account the not only air but marine and marine systems for underwater systems and rescue systems. So these are all free. They are available through New Prairie Press, which is the KSU Press. That is New Prairie. What is it? HTTPS www.newprairiepress.org, I believe, /ebooks. And then I gave you the numbers earlier. I'm trying to remember what they are myself here. It's like the top one was like 38 and the bottom was 21. Just all you have to do is go to New Prairie Press and put my name in there, and it'll tell you what we've got. But you're welcome to download the whole situation, pass it on. We have had quite a few downloads. We're in the top 3, so we're kind of happy. But at the same time, it's free, and we want people to know what our work is, so that they'll. That we know where to go next.
Absolutely. I remember the first time we started chatting and you provide those for free for, an entire user base. I thought that was pretty amazing. So the fact that you're very community centric and want to get that out there is amazing. Sure. So Randy, thank you so much. Hope you have a good rest of your day and appreciate you coming on board the GDSN.
Thank you very much for an excellent DroneSec security network system. Not system, sorry.
Our pleasure.
Conference. Bye-bye.
Exactly. See you later. All right, for everyone else, in about 2 minutes, we're going to start off with Zach's talk. So we'll take a quick break and we'll be back before you know it. All right, Zach, well, we are live. Good to have you on board. I personally am looking forward to your presentation. I must say, almost every Drone Security or Counter-UAS conference, I usually see you presenting in some form, and it's always super interesting. So the fact that you're blessing us with your presence is really awesome.
Hopefully I live up to the promise.
Of course. Why don't you get the slides just up on screen and I'll confirm when I can see them. And then I'll let you take it off from there. So I can see you sharing. Okay. And
cool.
Yeah, I'm just going to give a visual confirmation when they come up. So in terms of bio, I'll let you do that as well. What I will get you to do is just hit the full screen.
Oh, yeah. So I hit that and it looks like it's not. Let me try resharing it.
No problem.
Let's see here. Yeah, I think because I just shared like the original window, not like the full screen version.
Okay, sure. Yeah, shouldn't be too much of an issue. There we go. That's perfect. So I can hear you fine. I can see your slides. You have the stage. Thanks for being a part of it, and I'll let you take it away, Zach.
Awesome. So thank you very much for hosting me, and thank you all for being here. I'll just give you a quick sense of who I am. So I think I'm up to 5 titles. It's getting kind of obnoxiously long at this point. But as you can see on the screen, I'm a research affiliate at the Unconventional Weapons and Technology Division at START, the University of Maryland. I'm a policy fellow at Charter School of Policy and Government, George Mason University. My personal favorite is an officially proclaimed U.S. Army Mad Scientist. I'm also the Master Coordination Director for Project Exodus Relief, helping evacuate high-risk Afghan refugees. And I'm also a senior consultant at ABS Group. Now, today I'm going to be talking about a concept I developed a handful of years ago, but I think it's an interesting one about essentially building a counter-drone network, essentially a nationwide distributed network of counter-drone systems to better enable response to drone events, and as well as create flexibility, given that we know that the nature of these threats are going to be changing over time. So I think the most significant example we've seen in the past few years of drone attacks, as you all are probably very well familiar with, is the Gatwick Airport incident just a couple of years ago in 2018, where 2 drones showed up at the airport. It was unclear who exactly was controlling them and what was going on, but they shut down the airport for approximately about a day or two, shutting down literally thousands of flights, causing large amounts of damage in terms of lost cost and value. But what's particularly notable is that even to this day, even a couple of years later, no one actually knows who caused them. who actually was responsible for this. There were some suspicions, but as far as I'm aware, none of like the UK law enforcement have actually identified a perpetrator. And that illustrates a couple of the really big challenges here when it comes with drone response, and why I think a counter drone network is good. Namely that in these particular cases, we don't necessarily have response on the ground to do things very quickly. And there are some legal impediments that create extra challenge on top of that. But it's simply also just the nature of these attacks, where they happen very rapidly. At first, they may even seem innocuous, where this isn't actually a threat. And then we come to realize, like, oh, yeah, this is actually pretty significant. And having that rapid response and flexibility is going to be a big challenge. And that's what I'm going to be talking about today. So the overall argument is that the United States and other global governments should consider creating a national network, or national networks, I suppose, plural, of anti-drone systems installed particularly at critical infrastructure sites, but potentially all around the nation to deal with particularly high-risk threats. Now, these systems should probably need to be remotely or autonomously operated. Basically, the idea is that throughout the country, you have a bunch of perhaps simply like drones in a box, as it were, like a single contained like counter drone system that can help sort of watch the skies and respond immediately when a threat actually comes. Because one of the big challenges we get when it comes to response is that when the critical infrastructure owner / operator sees, oh, all right, there's a drone coming after us. All right, so first of all, who do I call here? How long is it going to take for them to actually come here? And then by the time they come here and figure out, okay, this is a drone attack and I have to do something about it, they're going to have to, pull out their counter drone system, figure out where it's coming from, and deal with it. And throughout that entire time process, it's going to take a really long time. But if you have something remotely or autonomously operated, that might, really accelerate how things are going to go. So to give you a sense here, I'm going to first of all argue that these drone threats are growing, basically just to establish that, hey, this is worth caring about. And particularly, we should worry, and as I'll talk about critical infrastructure risks. I think there are some pretty serious ones there, and some historical examples we have already that are quite significant. Now, I'll next argue that response can be a pretty tough challenge, just simply because of the nature of these threats. And therefore, I'll develop out how this counter drone network concept might work. What's the benefits? What's the core idea? That sort of thing. And then look at what are the specific requirements, and then give a very hopefully concrete path forward in terms of how you actually develop and nurture this type of concept. So first of all, as we know, drone threats, and I'm sure you all have heard at this conference, are growing significantly. We've seen greater and greater adoption of terrorist groups using drones. So the first use, to my knowledge, is Aum Shinrikyo. They explored using drones in 1994 to deliver chemical and biological weapons agents. I'm not aware that they succeeded or ended up making a particularly serious effort, but they clearly had some interest in that. What's interesting is that in the early 90s and then early aughts or early 2000s, relatively few organizations, terrorist organizations, I should say, adopted drones. There were a few handful of one-offs, but there were, entire years where there were 0 drone incidents whatsoever. But we've seen that rapidly change in just the past decade or so. ISIS in particular has been an incredibly prolific adopter of drones. So the statistic I reference in every single talk that I give is that ISIS, during the Battle of Mosul, they launched something in the neighborhood of 100 armed drone attacks, including 300 total general uses of drones. So they really embraced this technology. And we've seen greater adoption just generally. Folks like the Houthi rebels have used not only aerial drones, but they've used, for example, remotely controlled drone boats, where they would drive a robotic boat into a Saudi Arabian freighter or something of that sort. So we've seen this general trend upwards. And I think that trend is likely undoubtedly to expand, particularly as we get much more availability of commercial drones, in which, right now I can go down to Walmart or Best Buy and I can pick up a simple drone for $100. It's going to have relatively low payload. It's probably not going to have something fancy like waypoint navigation or any particularly advanced swarming concepts or advanced autonomy, something like that. But I can get a drone pretty easily. And what that means is that we can expect greater and greater adaptation. Now, there are some limits there in terms of terrorists generally tend to be fairly risk adverse, so they're not super excited to just all of a sudden adopt this brand new technology in incredible mass. But nonetheless, we see that trend going that way. So as we can see over time, I think we should reasonably expect, to the degree that we continually have terrorists engaged in offensive actions, we should expect to see some greater increase of drone usage. So that's a potential problem. And particularly that's a problem because of the threats to critical infrastructure. Now, I think drones, and when I say drones, I'm mainly here referring to UAV. In practice, sorry, there's a very strange shouting outside of my door. That was very, very odd. But so in practice, when I say drones, I'm mostly referring to UAV, but terrorists over time might also increasingly adopt, sort of as I mentioned, drone boats, unmanned ground vehicles, unmanned submarine vehicles, and those are worth thinking about as well. But here I'm mostly focused on the aerial ones. So basically, UAVs, and I should say I tend to speak fairly fast. So on the off chance that someone, if I'm speaking too quickly, please let me know if I need to clarify anything in the comments. That's perfectly fine. So when we were talking about aerial drones, there are some pretty significant advantages that terrorists get. One of the big ones here is skipping over ground-based defenses. So I live in Washington, D.C., or the Washington, D.C. area, I should say. And basically everywhere around here, you can always notice where the government buildings are because they have these gigantic concrete bollards everywhere. The idea is they're very concerned about like vehicle-borne IEDs, where terrorists would just like take a car, strap a bomb to it, bring it up to the building, blow it up, and then kill a bunch of people. The challenge that we talk about in aerial drone, that's no longer relevant. A military base might have a whole bunch of really fancy fencing designed to make it really hard to climb with like some barbed wire and all that sort of thing. But if you have a drone, you just fly over it and it's no big deal whatsoever. So that can be a pretty significant challenge. Likewise, there's a pretty big challenge in terms of like overwhelming existing defenses. The idea here is that many of these critical infrastructure owners and operators are not necessarily prepared to deal with a large number of drones. Even if they have a couple counter drone systems, in theory, the terrorists can throw more and more and more and more drones until they're basically wiped out, until they no longer have the capacity to actually deal with all of that coming. Now, of course, that assumes that the terrorist organization has all of those things, but nonetheless, it's theoretically possible. And depending on the target, even getting 1 or 2 drones through can actually be pretty significant. Even if you knock down 19 or 20, if you have a single drone that, say, hits a chemical vat at a chemical facility that causes a mass release of some particularly noxious toxin, that's a huge victory for the terrorist organization, even if it doesn't even kill anyone, because that, the amount of public attention that would get would be huge. Likewise, if you're talking about, say, attacks on very important personnel from world leaders to, say, CEOs of these critical infrastructure companies or other types of, particularly high-risk folks, even, again, only having a couple drones actually get through and destroy things can be extremely significant. If you imagine what it'd be like for a terrorist to kill a world leader, that would be extremely extensive for their broader, for advancing their ideology and getting broader attention to what exactly they're trying to do. And in a few cases, precise attacks can cause some pretty significant harm, even when they were talking about like a handful of drones. So as I mentioned, I'm particularly concerned about chemical vats and particular attacks on chemical security generally, particularly because I think back the case of Bhopal, India, back in, I think it was 1984, in which the particular chemical company in question had a whole bunch of lax, like safety, security standards, and they had a whole bunch of problems. So it wasn't really like a monocausal type thing. But basically, there was an accidental chemical release of, I can't remember the chemical off the top of my head, but basically it caused really major damage to that area. I think in the neighborhood of like 16,000 deaths, like huge amounts of casualties. So if like a terrorist can achieve that with a small amount of explosive to cause a mass release of a chemical agent, that can cause incredibly, incredibly, incredibly huge damage. And of course, there are other examples like that where you can have widespread effects. So we know in, I think it was 2019, I'm forgetting the exact year, but in the Saudi attacks on the oil infrastructure and the oil refineries there, a small number of drones, coupled with, I believe, some cruise missiles, created massive disruptions in the global oil supply and destroying quite a few oil refineries. I think it was like something like 5% of global oil was reduced. It was like ridiculously high, billions of dollars of damage, huge amounts. And we can certainly imagine many other similar examples, like what, for example, if you have drones that attack a ammunition dump or other type of places where there are hazardous material, where they would cause, chain explosions or just broader release of chemicals, hazardous agents, explosive, any type of thing, of just any sort of hazard agent. So you can see that there's potentially some very significant things that come about it. Now, the challenge here is that response can often be incredibly challenging. So first, at a basic level, drone attacks can be highly rapid. As probably many of you know, drones can fly incredibly fast. They can go upwards of 100 miles per hour. I heard a story the other day where a drone literally outran a Customs and Border Patrol helicopter. Like, the helicopter had to stop for gas because the drone was flying too far. If you imagine that happening in like an actual threat context, how quickly is someone going to react? If a drone is flying at your facility at 100 miles per hour, like, you have to, number one, decide, okay, this is a threat. And if it's flying at 100 miles per hour directly at you, it's probably a threat. But you at least need to understand, recognize, process what's happening, which may include, looking at your sensor systems and figuring out what's going on. You then need to decide, okay, this drone is flying at 100 miles per hour. What the hell do I do about that? Who do I call? Do I call the police? Do I call the FBI? Do I call Homeland Security? Who exactly do I do about that? And even if you immediately know that, whoever they call is going to have to provide that support, is then going to have to sort of come to that location, bringing that counter drone system to sort of recognize and stop it. But if we're talking about 100 miles per hour, however fast that cop car is driving, I'm certain it's not going 100 plus miles per hour, or whatever the appropriate equivalent is in kilometers. So that's going to be a pretty major challenge in terms of responding to like a real aggressive, serious attack. And in the United States, this is compounded by some, at least, and probably some other countries as well, but I just don't know their laws well enough to say for sure. But in which, at least in the United States, only federal agencies can operate counter-drone systems. Federal Bureau of Investigations, FBI, Department of Homeland Security, and I think their Department of Defense. I think a couple others are allowed, but only them, which means these private sector owner-operators cannot actually use the counter-drone systems, which means they have to rely on those folks coming to their aid as fast as they can, and just hoping that the cop car driving down the street with his sirens blaring is going to get to the facility before that drone flying at 100 miles per hour hits whatever its target, which is pretty tough to imagine here. And of course, that assumes that they even know what to do about it in the first place. Because it's a very novel threat, they simply not know how to react. And that's especially a problem because, as we know, plenty of hobbyists and other actors may be very interested in drones without actually posing a hostile threat. So one of my favorite examples of this in Louisiana, I believe it was, there was a chemical facility where a drone showed up, like wandering around, and they were really suspicious. They didn't know what was happening, and they ended up calling the cops. But it was never clear what the actual intention was. In this particular case, the fellow who was controlling the drone was apparently operating it from like the middle of some like swampland. And so he was able to like drive away before the cops ever actually showed up to do anything about it. And the point being here is like, okay, what are the obvious questions? Like, is this actually like what's the cause of this? Is this some weird hobbyist who just thinks drones are cool and for whatever reason wants to take photographs of chemical security, and maybe he just got really spooked when the cops came, but he was actually doing something entirely legitimate? Because like, we know there are very strong and significant hobbyist groups that work in drones, and that's great. There's nothing wrong with that. But so what is that? Like, what do they do about it? Like, in other cases, there have been drones that have showed up around like federal government buildings, and they didn't know what to do about it. Like, it was just floating there. Like, so they're okay. What do we have? What do we do about this? What happens if that drone like sits there for a while and then just shoots at like 100 miles per hour, rapidly accelerating at the actual facility? Who do they respond? What do they do? It's a pretty open question. So that creates just a big picture challenge in sort of how we identify and respond to these types of incidents. Now, this is where the counter-drone network concept comes in. The idea here is that what nations would do is deploy some remotely operated or autonomous ground control systems to critical infrastructure. Basically, you would have capabilities stationed at the actual site, the chemical facility, the oil refinery, the federal facility, the ports, whatever it is, whatever is particularly high risk within that particular nation, to provide a much more rapid response. Now, this may seem a little bit almost sci-fi, where you sort of have, fighting drones using autonomous systems, but it's not actually at all. So there's been a couple contracts the Department of Defense has issued, the U.S. Department of Defense, I should say, to help create actual autonomous counter-drone systems. They're fairly expensive, at least these particular contracts, in the neighborhood of like multi-million dollars, I think, to Anduril, and there was another one I can't remember the name of. But in theory, it's not all that difficult, because you essentially, all you're really doing is hooking up a basic machine learning based machine vision system system to a particular counter drone system so that it can detect and process like, oh, hey, that's a drone versus a bird. That's a hostile drone. I should, go engage it. And in theory, it actually doesn't need to be expensive at all. So I've been engaging with some folks at the University of Berkeley who believe that in theory, they can drive these prices down to only a few $100s to do do fully autonomous counter drone systems. I'm a little skeptical, and I'd want to see, the proof to show that that's definitely competent. But in theory, it seems very plausible that you just hook up a machine vision system, which, are simple enough that you can find systems that do that just online, or that's sophisticated enough that undergraduate computer science students can do that type of work, and then equip it to the counter drone system, which is slightly more complicated because you have to then account for all of the various behaviors of the incoming drone to make sure you can properly intercept and do whatever is needed to neutralize it. But even without greater levels of autonomy, there's also the option of remote, just simply remote operation. And we're increasingly see that within autonomous systems generally. As I believe within autonomous cars, for example, there still remains some possibility of remote operation. And certainly drones, in theory, all the drones that we work with are remotely operated, where you have someone far away that's providing controls to say, hey, go here, go do this, that sort of thing. Now, the idea here is that if you actually have these counter drone systems adopted, sitting at the facility, ready to go, they can then far more rapidly, react to attacks. Because if you have something that recognizes, hey, there's a drone coming and responds to it immediately, you then don't really have to wait too much until waiting for that cop to sort of drive down the street or, make that call or do whatever and figure out whatever he needs to do. They're on site, they're ready to go, they can respond and neutralize as much as possible. There's also potential very real benefits in information collecting. So one of the things I probably should have expanded more upon when it comes to the advantages for terrorists with drones is that they can choose the time and place in the attack. Sort of like I mentioned with the chemical facility in which the fellow launched a drone out from basically a swampland off a boat. You can imagine terrorists doing much the same, launching it off the back of a pickup truck, for example, and then, running away as soon as the drone is launched, or even before then. I guess not really before then, but running away as soon as launch or before it even hits the actual target and trying to escape. But if you have that sort of remote operated system online, say a remotely operated counter drone that will fly out, that maybe has a mixture of both cameras and nets or whatever interceptor is most appropriate, that could potentially collect information directly on the ground about the attack. And particularly, I think what's important here is identifying who is actually flying that drone, because that's one of the huge challenges, I think, here, where if your terrorist adversary is flying the drone from, 100 feet, 200, 300, 500, wherever it is, it's going to be really hard to intercept that. Even if that cop, shows up there and manages to knock down the drone, by the time they've done that, that terrorist, that adversary, they're gone. They've been gone for a very long time. But if you have that native information collection on the scene, you can potentially create some very significant intelligence, collect some very significant information for future prosecution, intelligence collection, and whatever else one might need it for. Now, this broader network in which you have remotely operated systems deployed all throughout your country or area also offers, I think, particularly important adaptability and potential deterrence options. So the idea here is, first of all, if you have this broad spread network, then you can mix and match, and you can also move those different systems. So for example, if broader law enforcement intelligence apparatuses find that, for whatever reason, there's a heightened threat against oil refineries and farms or whatever, they can then take those counter drone systems and then move them to those places. And if they realize maybe we shouldn't have expended a whole bunch of assets to protect a bunch of, farms and agricultural systems, that was a waste of time. Let's move it somewhere else. Let's move it to those chemical facilities. Let's move to those airports, stuff like that. And likewise, the issue of adaptability is also changing, adopting for technological and tactical changes from the adversary. So one of the things that particularly worries me is the incorporation of autonomy within drones. Namely that now for about $1,000, I can go on Amazon.com and I can purchase a drone that has basic waypoint autonomy, where it follows GPS coordinates to go from point A to B to C. Now, from a terrorist standpoint, that's incredibly valuable. For one, it means that they can sort of plot out their attack before they actually launch it and say, okay, I want my drone to hit that chemical facility. Now I know the chemical vat is at these particular GPS coordinates, so I want it to fly this direction and then hit directly. And then at that time, it'll drop the bomb. And what they can do then is then launch the drone to follow that path and then run away before they've even really carried out the attack. And so they're long gone before an attack is even realized that something's actually happening. Now, the challenge there is also that when we talk about current counter-drone systems, most of them rely on jammers, namely that they sever those links between the drone and the person. So if you have greater levels of autonomy, then you also no longer really need jammers because they are no longer, those defenses are no longer effective. And jammers correspond to something like 50% of the current counter-drone market. I can't remember exactly, but it's very significant, which means most of the defenses, to the degree that terrorists adopt autonomy, will then be obsolete. The idea here is if you have a network, you can then change that out. I don't know a particular good solution yet to that autonomy problem. I think there's a couple potential from nets to counter drone, but I'm really not that excited about any of them. But nonetheless, if you have future developments that are effective at countering those particular type of systems, if you have a network, you can then mix and match and replace and say, okay, yeah, we're worried about this. Let's start, shuffling out our current systems for something new that can better respond to the current and new tactics, procedures, and that sort of thing. And there might also be deterrence benefits that come with this. Namely, as I mentioned, like one of the advantages here is reducing the risk to the terrorist. If you have that increased visibility into what's happening, that also may deter through defensive aspects because the terrorists may come to believe that, okay, I may actually get caught in doing this. So there may be some minor level of deterrence there. I'm not sure how significant it is, but there's definitely some that may help broader effects, particularly if people start being successful at capturing and bringing to justice the actual perpetrators of these types of attacks. Likewise, I think I hit this on this already pretty well. If you have this broader network, you can then be very selective about when and where these systems are placed. Governments can start thinking through what are their systemically important critical infrastructure. What are the things that, like, if they were disrupted, that would really cause massive effects, both in terms of the broader functioning of the country, as well as just, killing lots of people and other horrific things like that. And so you can then put those counter-drone systems at those locations to have maximum effect. Now, it's of course possible that terrorists will ignore them. We know that terrorists aren't fully rational. They make decisions based on all manner of criteria for themselves. And, they may target something stupid that actually doesn't really cause much damage at all. But I think that to some extent that's okay, because as long as our fundamental structures of the nation are protected, like ultimately that's really what matters here. The reality is, as horrible as much of terrorism is, if we're only talking like a handful of people dead, like people murder each other all the time. It's horrific and it's horrible, and we absolutely should do everything we can to prevent it. But that's very, very different from, creating massive disruption to the whole of society, like wiping out an energy grid or disrupting global oil markets or releasing a massive chemical plume that kills off tens of thousands of people instead of a few. So having that targeted approach, I think, could be really effective. Now, what does it take to do this? So I think there's a few things. So first of all, there's the need to actually develop those remotely operated autonomous drone systems. As I'm aware that there are multiple contracts that have been issued on this, but then they're in development. But as I understand it, it's still a very novel technology. In theory, it strikes me as not very difficult, again, but it's still novel. And so there's a need to sort of develop that further. I think much of that needs to come around developing, particularly, as I mentioned, machine vision systems to recognize drones and distinguish them between other types of object, whether it's like birds, other things like leaves, any other type of flying object that could be potentially mistaken for a drone in, of course, different types of situation, because we know that adversaries won't necessarily just undertake attacks on clear sunny days. We know they may launch attacks when it's snowing, when it's windy out, when it's fall, when it's spring, any type of combination that we could possibly have. So we need that sort of adaptability to different types of things. And we need to prove that can happen. But again, in theory, I'm not entirely sure it's all that difficult to actually do. In fact, I'm aware that at least a number of counter-drone companies are already working on similar types of things, particularly when it comes to detectors, looking at how do you use machine learning and artificial intelligence to improve just general drone detecting systems. So if you equip that to the actual drone itself, assuming they work well, then you more or less have this type of system. Likewise, I think there's going to be a real need to how you manage and assess this broader network, because what you're going to have is a large number of these counter drone systems spread throughout your country, which means you need a way to figure out, okay, number one, where do you send these drones? When do you send them? How many do you send? Like if you have a very high risk target, do you just send one, or do you send like 5, 10, 15, 20? I don't really know. But that's something you'll need to think through. Likewise, you'll need to think, states will need to think through, like, how do they assess this risk from drone systems? What are those high risk targets? Is it chemical facilities? Is it oil facilities? Is it that random farmer I mentioned before who, I don't know, raises sheep that are particularly critical for the wool production of some particular country? I don't know. Point being, we need to think through how exactly would do all that. And that would also include, how do you incorporate the potential information? So if we're talking about remotely operated systems, necessarily there must be someone to remotely operate them. Who are those people? What are they trained in? Where do they work and live? And as part of that, there's also a need to think through what's the potential range of operation and how effective they can be. When there's a big challenge potentially, if we're talking about remote operation, that you need ultra low latency data transfer. This is a challenge that we run into autonomous systems generally, where if the drone needs to respond very quickly to, say, a 100-mile-per-hour drone coming at a target, a small second delay can create significant challenges, because it tries to shoot where it thinks the drone is and then just misses entirely because it's gone way past wherever the bullet, net, or whatever interceptor we're talking about. So that can be a pretty significant challenge. Now, there are increasing movements in that direction. So the development of, for example, 5th generation wireless communication technology, which does have very low latency, that might support that as well. But nonetheless, it's likely going to be a significant issue. Of course, when we're talking about autonomous drone systems, it's less significant because you don't necessarily need that actual remote operation. But again, conversely, it also requires a higher degree of technological sophistication with that machine vision and the ability to recognize and respond to particular events. And for all of this, there's going to necessarily need to be organizational structure to support it. You need to have hiring processes. You need to have folks with the skills to do this. You need to develop the physical facility. Like, where would these people, like, if they're remotely operating from some sort of like control station, where do those go? Do they go in like the same building? Is it, say, regionally distributed? Like in the United States, FEMA breaks our country down to, I think, about 13 or so regions. Like, do you have one counter drone region for each of them, where they have their own sort of center that explores everything? I don't really know. I don't know what makes sense, because it's going to depend on a lot of these technological issues. So, for example, if your range is relatively small to have that low transfer rate, then necessarily you need folks in the field, which may even encourage things like broader delegation of authority. So, for example, instead of having a designated like counter drone office or whatever run by the Department of Homeland Security, what if it's just a local FBI field office or whatever it is that's actually running that type of thing? But someone has to run it in order for that all to work. Likewise, there's hiring practices. How do you standardize this type of technology? Who's actually responsible for doing it? There's a lot of decisions that need to actually be made to develop something like this. So it's not just about building the technology, as important as it is. You got to think about the whole infrastructure that comes around with it. So finally, I'll include with a few specific thoughts. So I think to actually move forward on this sort of idea, I think there's a few things that need to be done. So first of all, and most importantly, there's a need for further investigation around these specific requirements. Like, what is it that you really need? How many drones do you need? How how sophisticated do those autonomous counter drone systems need to be? How low latency do you need? What's the range in many of these systems? Because that's going to determine, how many facilities you need, how many people you need. And it's also going to determine things like, how many people you need, in terms of if you can have, can you have one drone, like one operator manage like 10, 15 remotely operated counter drone systems and just have like an alert that says like, oh, hey, pay attention to this thing? Or it does need to be like one-to-one, because that's going to create significant constraints on the broader concept. Insofar as, if you have to have one person for every system, then it becomes much more costly in terms of bringing people. But if you have, say, one person can manage, say, 50 different counter drone systems, simply because, as we know, attacks are relatively rare. So in theory, it may be possible to have a single person manage a whole bunch of systems as long as they're just getting signals to operate. Then that potentially reduces the cost quite significantly, because then you don't need to have as many people like actually in the field using the counter drone systems as we have in the current status quo. Next up, I think there's obviously a need to focus on research and development of on-site counter drone systems. That is to develop that basic technology. And again, that gets at developing detectors and integrating detectors with actual counter drone systems. That includes machine learning to recognize that that's a drone, that's not a bird, that's not a leaf, that sort of thing, and really focus on that. And I think there needs to be some dedicated efforts for this. And the reality is, I think because this is a relatively novel concept, I think there needs to be dedicated requests for proposals, RFIs, other types of governmentese mechanisms to try and solicit novel developments, even if the idea itself isn't like the perfect solution where we want to, like, this isn't the thing we're going to put in the field, but at least sort of advances the cutting edge in doing counter drone systems. I think that could be extremely successful generally. And I think finally, the most important thing, I think, is simply fully funding Department of Homeland Security counter drone systems. This is more, of course, more applicable to the United States, but the principle might carry over to a number of countries. Namely, there was a recent Government Accountability Office report in the United States that current counter-drone funding within the Department of Homeland Security has been relatively minimal. Now, part of that, I think, is justifiable because there's been so many urgent priorities. We have issues of ransomware, we have COVID-19 response, we have other types of pretty major challenges. I understand that to the degree that, at least in the United States, we haven't had very many major drone attacks. In fact, I can't think of really one that's been successful. Most of them have been sort of foiled. It makes sense that drones would be a relatively low priority. But nonetheless, in order to do this, there needs to be that funding support, because I think the trend at least indicates that there's going to be more of these over the future. And they're going to expand over time, especially as these drones become increasingly available and you become increasingly available capabilities like autonomous movement engagement and larger things like swarming, in which you have multiple drones interacting and cooperating together, sort of take like 50 drones and turn it into a single weapon, which to me is quite terrifying. So all close to say, I think what's clear is drone threats are increasing, and I think response creates some very unique challenges, particularly when it comes to critical infrastructure and dealing with those legal issues in which, yes, there is justification for governments to crack down on counter drone systems, because we don't want everyone running around with jammers, jamming every signal around them. We don't want them messing with GPS signals or messing with airport traffic controllers or any of the other things that are using those type of signals. But at the same time, there's also this real need to protect those critical infrastructure. And the question is, how can we square those needs? And I'm hoping that this concept of the counter drone network can at least lead to, even if it's not the solution itself, lead to new ideas to explore and defend critical infrastructure and ultimately keep each of our countries safe. Thank you. And I'll take any questions.
Awesome. That was terrific, Zach, and super interesting. I mean, as you mentioned, this is something that I think most counter-UAS firms would aspire to, but there's a few little hurdles along the way that they probably have to really nail. And maybe they'll have to nail the detection network before it becomes a complete mitigation network, that sort. But I want to kick it off with the first question, which is, are drones now classified under hostile vehicle mitigation? Do they replace or just need to be in addition to things like vehicle barrier protection?
I'm not sure I fully understand the question, but I think the answer is yes, in that they are primarily alternatives to existing modes of terrorist attack, but are not necessarily a full replacement to them. I think when it comes to any terrorist group, we often think about terrorists as being somewhat irrational, partially because they have very different values than each of us. Like, I think it's tough to imagine someone like blowing themselves up in order to keep women, for example, in horrific states of being. Like, I think that's just tough, particularly for those of us in the West, to imagine. But the reality is that many of these organizations are going to be thinking critically and comparing different types of systems and like thinking about what works best for their particular goals and their purposes. And so in some cases, I think, yes, vehicle-borne IEDs and other traditional like suicide vests might make a lot more sense than a drone, particularly because, like, if we talk about vehicle-borne IEDs, they can carry vastly more poundage in terms of explosive. I think it potentially goes up to 500 to, I think, excuse me, 10,000 pounds if we're talking about like one of those like really big truck type things. Whereas drones may only have like half a pound, couple of pounds, something like that, pretty small. So depending on their target and their ultimate goals, it may make sense to do one versus the other, and that's going to depend on just their situation.
No, I mean, as you said, if you've got a vehicle and there's multiple layers preventing you from dropping something into a dam or a water source, those layers will protect against it, whereas the drone can just escape over those. So, no, absolutely. There's a question here that says your, I guess, concept of the counter-drone network, would it involve multiple vendors with different make and model of counter-drone systems and types, or should it be one specific vendor that is headlining this?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't really have a good answer to that. In theory, I think ultimately it matters what effectively works better and the degree to which they are interoperable. If it turns out, and I can imagine situations in which it actually would make a lot of sense to have multiple different types of vendors, particularly if they have different types of capability that makes sense for different types of facility or targets. So, for example, if you have vendors that have really long range, have longer range, are useful against certain types of drones, not necessarily others, it may make sense to stick them in certain types of facilities than others. And actually, I also want to briefly hit on sort of the comment that you introed with that sort of, I think, gets at this as well. I think part of the challenge is there needs to be some direct R&D type support to explore these things and to support counter drone companies to sort of figure this out and to figure out what is the best approach here at a very exploratory level, because I do think it is a big change. And I think that hits at the challenge of different types, because we certainly know that different types of detectors, different types of interceptors, they have they have benefits and they have advantages, and depending on the facility, some of those may make sense and some of those may not.
Yeah, okay. And look, it's really interesting because over here in Australia, I know one or two, counter-UAS firms are trying to build some, remote operating centers or, positional areas like the bunker that I think was mentioned previously, where someone's sitting in there coordinating this.
Yeah.
Now, with the US and all those different states and state laws, do you see this as a potential problem, or is that surpassed by the fact that the governing body will be DHS and so will overrule that? Is there a potential issue there, or is that something that you think will come into that research component?
That's a good question. I think some of that, will be overcome by just broader federal authority within that. I could imagine some level of states' rights issues there, depending on what the location is, and to the degree to which the state wants to claim sovereignty. I mean, that gets into squishy constitutional issues within the United States, namely with the supremacy clause, in which federal government can sort of supersede the states in particular issues. But, it was also the Amendment 9, which reserved for states, anything that's not actually given. So I think that's definitely something that might need to get worked through. But I think in theory, it's not necessarily that much of an issue, because ultimately, I think, typically states, not always, but often tend to defer to the federal government when it comes to national security issues, because that's more their lane. States, by contrast, tend to be pretty effective at dealing with low level crime and stuff like that. Whereas the feds tend to deal with terrorism and stuff like that. So, to the degree that there becomes much greater concern about drones just generally, I think there'll also be greater demand within states to support these type of systems, as well as just counter drone systems generally, even if we're not necessarily talking about these. And actually, that reminds me, I think as I'm thinking about it, I think there would also be some level of demand among state and local law enforcement. I know that that's been a particularly big concern when it comes to those legal boundaries around who controls counter drone systems. Where I know of at least a couple cases where state and local governments have tried to contract out counter drone systems to various people who just offer it, and they got their hands whacked by the federal government, which you're not allowed to do that. But the challenge was and sympathetically, the police have never dealt with this problem before, so they don't know what the rules are, and you can't really expect them to just be they have a problem, they're there to keep people safe, they see a solution, bring these people in. So I think if they have that direct engagement with feds on that, I think that could be a big supporting factor as well.
Okay, and I just want to dig into one side, and this question is from me because sometimes we'll see different counter drone, or let's say drone detection providers, very sensitive about sharing some of their customers' data, which is fair enough. Now, if you've got a network set up around critical infrastructure where they're sharing that kind of data, the government can access it. How privy do you think commercial organizations or private organizations might be to having their drone detection data that they were paying for, say, provided as well to the side to government? Do you think that's actually an added value, an added benefit, or it might be a bit difficult?
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right that there would definitely be difficulties in sort of navigating that trust relationship there between the different parts of the organization. I'm not entirely, I confess, I'm not entirely sure I understand what your question is getting at. So I apologize if I'm totally off base. But I think what it sort of speaks to is like certainly the need to build trust between all of these parties. Because I do think that like, yeah, the vendors do have a legitimate reason to sort of want to protect their intellectual property and don't necessarily want that going everywhere. But it strikes me as it's not really necessarily much of a problem because we deal with that problem within government like all the time. We're not necessarily particularly good at resolving it, but it's, at least a problem that we've tackled, and to the degree that there are any good solutions there around. So for example, creating pre-acquisition agreements to say like, okay, this particular data will be shared, this won't, this is who not. But there might also, I agree, might be opportunities there to sort of share data to incorporate within like broader network to improve systems. Because ultimately, I think all of us are really here for the same purpose. We're here to safeguard lives from these threats, and that's really ultimately the only thing that matters. Everything else is secondary, and it matters and it's important, and there are things that we need to work through. But as long as we're focused on what's important, and there might be some broader opportunities there, say about building collaborative opportunities between different drone companies to share data that might be mutually useful, but isn't also putting their own business at risk. Because if two companies can work together and improve both their systems, like that's wonderful. That helps everyone. They have more effective products. Government is safer. People in the community are safer. Government gets a better buy for their money. It's just wonderful. Of course, that does require that trust building and relationship building, which is critical.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a phenomenal idea, and it's something that might not be too far away. Given the universal traffic management or urban air mobility systems where they want to determine friend from foe, potentially we'll start seeing those counter-UAS merging with traffic management systems. It might only be a matter of time. Brilliant. Well, Zach, thank you so much for your talk. There's no more questions from my side. And look, we're going to have a short break before Christopher Church comes on, but really appreciate the talk, the information you provided, and hope to see you again on the GDSN.
Likewise. Thanks for having me. If anyone wants to reach out, there's my contact information. Feel free to add me on LinkedIn or follow me on Twitter. I'm happy to chat further. Thanks for having me.
Brilliant. Thanks, Zach. Appreciate it. All right. For everyone else, we'll take a short kind of 10 to 15-minute break, and we'll be back with our final speaker to close off the rest of the GDSN with Christopher Church. So hang around, and we'll be back very soon for the last one. Thanks. Hello, Chris. How you doing?
Hey
You're
man,
now
how are
live.
you? Wow, I'm live. Great.
I'm good. You're back in Singapore now, I believe.
Yes, I survived Norway, so now back in Singapore.
Brilliant. Just a little bit of a change of weather, I guess.
Yeah, complete change.
Perfect.
It's very,
Well,
very hot.
Chris, I can imagine. But Chris, just while we're getting things started, I'll bring your screen up and we'll just make sure we can see and hear everything okay. So I don't think there's anything for you to do yet. Let me just double check.
Okay, man.
And give us a moment. Let's see. All right, we might need to just make it full screen more than it currently is.
What, my presentation, you mean?
Yep, one moment.
Yeah, I need to make it full screen on here, but if I make it full screen, because I haven't got two monitors, so I'm just going to lose this bit, okay?
No problem. That's fine.
So,
You could even just widen it a little bit, but should be working soon.
okay, hold on. Can you see the presentation?
There we go.
Now? There you go.
So that's perfect. So I can see it and hear it. I won't take too much of your time now introducing you and going through all that, but afterwards we'll have a little bit of a chat with some questions and then we'll wrap it up. So really looking forward to this. Thanks again for coming on for, I think, your third GDSN now, maybe even fourth.
No, it's my third one because I missed one in the summer, I think, or last one. I missed the last one. So,
okay. Well, it's a pleasure to have you back.
That's good. It's fine. Great to be here.
Go for it, Chris.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. My name is Chris Church. I work for Interpol in Singapore at the IGCI. I will introduce you into Interpol, our work in drones, the story so far, and what our ambitions are following this year. So ever since we started working in drones back in 2017, there's always been the discussion of good versus bad drones. What's a good drone? What is a bad drone? But I would rather call drones a good evil, which is they can be good or they can be evil rather than being good or bad. Because the drone is not the problem, it's the pilot. that's the problem. And generally, when we are dealing with drone incidents, everyone's worried about the drone when really they should be trying to locate the pilot. Because the problem that we've seen in drone incidents is if you capture the drone pilot will just go and get another drone and start the same attack again. But if you find the pilot and you stop the pilot, then the drone attack or incursion won't happen again because you've taken the actor from the stage. So I like to call drones a good evil, which means they can be good, they can be evil. It just depends on the pilot rather than the drone itself. So a brief history of Interpol and our work in drones. So the reason why Interpol got involved in drones was way back in 2017 when the UK and US law enforcement agencies came to us and said, we think we're starting to see an uptake in the use of drones to transport contraband into prisons. We don't know if other countries are facing the same problem, and we also have no understanding of how we respond to such incidents. So the 2nd and 3rd of October in 2017, we hosted the first drone expert group in Lyon, where we only had 38 participants from 18 countries, but we also had the privilege of having DJI, which was one of the major drone providers at the time, in the room presenting their framework and their work towards drones. And also, they also launched their drone detection unit as well. Come 2018, we had the second drone expert group in Singapore, which was 95 participants from 35 countries. We then also held the Interpol drone forensic exercise back in the US in Colorado in November that year. And for some reason, when I travel to countries, I always seem to pick the coldest times of the year. And so we spent 2 weeks in Colorado with 7 member countries looking at drones, looking at around 30 to 40 different types of drones, understanding how they flew, and then understanding what you would do to react to such an incident, and also what is the digital forensic potential of each of these drones. So we took the drones apart, we catalogued what was inside the drones, i.e. what were the chipsets, where was the memory stored, how you could access that memory, and what that data meant from each drone. And then in 2019, we hosted the third drone expert group in Singapore, which is part of Interpol World. We had just under 100 participants from around 42 countries. And then in 2020, which was last year, we published the Interpol Drone Incident Framework in the 4 official languages of Interpol. We also started collaborative work between the Innovation Centre where I'm based and the Counter-Terrorism Unit, looking at the threat of drones within the Southeast Asian region. And then this year, we became a partner of a European Union-funded project called Project Courageous, which is looking at the assessment, selection, and testing of drone countermeasures for law enforcement within the European region. We also are lead for the NLET's Drone Forensic Technology Interest Group, where we're trying to gather drone forensic specialists from around the globe to help Europe and Interpol member countries understand the benefit of drone forensics. And we hosted the Interpol drone countermeasure testing exercise, which I'll explain more of in the following slides. And our aspirations for 2022 will be continuation of the Project Courageous, the 4th drone expert group, which will be held here in Singapore, the publication of the CUAS report from the Oslo Airport exercise, and also continuation of collaboration with NLETS and Interpol to try and enhance the understanding and knowledge of member countries around drone forensics and drone threats. So as you can see, we've been very busy for the last 5 years, and we continue to be very busy in this sector because it's essential that we as Interpol understand the issues and challenges that you are facing in terms of drone threat, the use of drones by law enforcement, and also the evidence potential of drones. So if you're not aware, we published a framework for responding to a drone incident in May last year. And if you haven't got a copy, you can just go to Google and type in framework for responding to a drone incident Interpol, and you will find a copy. It's available in English, Spanish, French, and Arabic, and we are currently looking at updating this framework early next year. So hopefully by the end of next year, there'll be an additional publication which will enhance the understanding from this publication. So let's talk about some of the areas of concern that we are involved in. So one of the biggest discussions, obviously, is how do you protect an airport from a drone incursion? And this has come from discussions with the UK, with Singapore, with the US, because they're very concerned around the amount of drones incursioning at an airport. And we have proof and we have data which shows that drone incursions at airports occur a lot more than you think. So for instance, with Norway, we installed some drone detection equipment at Norway Oslo International Airport 3 months before we did the drone exercise, and we can verify that drones are flying in and around the airport more than you realize. Because the problem is, to spot a drone that's up in the air above an airport is very difficult, especially if it's more than, say, 100 feet in the air. Because even when I fly my own drone, if I go above 200 feet, I struggle to find where that drone is. So we've been working with Norway, with other member countries within Europe and in the US to understand how to handle protecting the airspace of an airport. So generally at this moment in time, the general consensus is you tend to need 3 solutions. One solution detects between 5 kilometers. So you have a long range detection that detects 5 to 3 or 2 kilometers. You then have something that detects between 2 and 5 kilometers. You then have something that protects or detects less than 2 kilometers or even less than 1 kilometer. The problem for us as law enforcement is we can't use effectors. So we can't bring a drone down once it's in flight, because there's lots of rules and regulations that prohibit us from doing that. And also, if we want to do that, we have to get permission from the legal authorities of the country to be able to use the effector. And we also need to be aware of the effects that effector has on other systems within the area. So for instance, trying to use an effector within an airport environment is very complex, because there's many systems already using bandwidth and frequencies which may be affected by such an effector. So most of the time we are just looking at sensing, detecting and tracking drones that enter the airspace. And what we look to do is be able to identify it, try and identify the location of the pilot, then try and find the pilot, send a response team to speak to the pilot to either bring the drone down through his control or ask him to stop what he's doing and cease and desist. And he may be issued a warning or a fine, but it's very rare that they'll ever appear in court to face charges of interfering with a protected airspace. So let me talk about this event which happened at the end of September in Oslo in Norway. So we have been working with the Norwegians, with the airport owner Avinor, with the Norwegian police and with UAS Norway to host a drone CUAS exercise at an airport. So when we made the request for an airport, they said, yeah, we'll give you an airport in Norway. And we had assumed we were going to get maybe a small airport out in the middle of nowhere. Instead, they gave us Oslo International Airport, which is the main airport of Norway. So they said, yes, you can come, install some countermeasures at the airport and do some tests, and you can invite member countries from law enforcement and industry to come along, understand what you're doing and gain more understanding in the use of countermeasures by law enforcement. Because there doesn't seem to be a coherent discussion between industry and law enforcement around what's required, what we need, and how is it going to be used, and how are we going to respond to an incident once it occurs. They seem to be very limited discussions, and there doesn't seem to be a coherent approach at this moment in time. So let's talk about Oslo Airport. Oslo Airport is located 47 kilometers north of Oslo, so it's not in an urban area. It's quite isolated, and trust me, in September it's quite cold. There's 15,000 people who work at the airport. It has a capacity of around 32 million passengers a year. It has in September this year, it had over 58,000 aircraft movements. And in 2020, it only had 9 million passengers, but in 2019, it had 28.5 million passengers going through the airport. So it's not a small airport. It's a major hub for most Norwegian and Scandinavian airlines. And they use this as a stopping point before going to Europe and before going to Asia. So we were allowed to have a test area of countermeasures right next to one of the runways. So we were given a hangar and apron space to install countermeasures within a particular area within the airport. And what happened was we were able to install countermeasures in the test area and close one of the runways of Oslo Airport for 7 hours a day. And while that runway stayed closed, we were able to fly drones into the airport to test the capability of the countermeasure systems. One of the biggest challenges we faced by doing this was understanding the frequency landscape of the airport, because there's many systems that rely on radio frequencies and GPS signals to work and to function properly. So for instance, if we were to use a GPS jamming device to try and bring a drone down, we would probably bring the airport to a standstill because there's other systems within the airport that rely on a GPS signal. And if they lose the GPS signal, they may malfunction or they may go into a emergency mode, which may not be very good for the operation of the airport. So one of the things we did for the countermeasures at the airport was we gave them parameters with which they could operate on, i.e. what frequencies they could jam or interfere or detect. But we also banned them from using things such as GPS jammers, so on and so forth, because we realized this would interfere with existing airport infrastructure. So as mentioned, we said no GPS jamming. We made them adhere to the national and European standards for emitting radiation and signals and stuff. We also ensured that any device used was within the radiation exposure standards, and we also ensured that every system tested had the appropriate certificates and licenses to be able to be operated within Norway and within the airport environment. This took around 6 months to achieve, and probably I would say it required over 100 different people to be able to approve, assess, and check every single system and ensure that it wouldn't affect any operation at the airport. On the last day of the exercise, we even used jamming devices and neutralization devices. So we had some body-worn devices, we had some drone guns. Some of them were very powerful, or maybe too powerful for their own good. And we even had a drone hunter, which basically was a drone that would be dispatched to intercept the rogue drone, fire a net at the drone, capture it in the net, and then bring it down to land so you could then capture the drone and then do forensics on the drone. And this is the first time that this kind of exercise has been done at an international civilian airport while it stayed operational. So while we were doing all this testing, planes were still flying and planes were still moving around the airport, moving to the taxiways, moving to the gangways, and so on and so forth. And we basically tested all these neutralization systems against a set standard which was created by a drone threat scenario. So here you can see some of the pictures. So we were using all the types of detection. So we were using passive, non-passive radar, multi-sensor systems in the environment. We were even using radar. The interesting thing about using radar in such an environment was if you have a radar-enabled drone countermeasure system, it affects all the other countermeasure systems, and you need to make sure there's a lot of bandwidth and air gap between the systems. Otherwise, there's a lot of false positives, but I will not go into too much detail today because obviously we will publish this all in a report. So here you can see we used the Norwegian police to make the drone flights. So we flew drones from just outside the airport perimeter, and we also flew drones from around 2 kilometers and 5 kilometers away, because some of the countermeasure systems said, oh, we'll detect drones up to 5 kilometers. But obviously that's if you're in an open area. But as soon as you introduce buildings or trees or anything else that may prevent the detection signal from getting to the 5 kilometer range, it was seriously impeded, and we will talk about more about that in the report as well. But you have to be very careful with the claims from the countermeasure companies around what their system does, their detection ranges, so on and so forth, because if you're in a busy urban environment, some of these systems may only detect up to 500 meters away, not 5 kilometers away. So during the exercise, we flew over 100 drone flights. We had over 2,000 aircraft movements occur during our testing. We tested 20 systems from 12 providers, and we had 120 participants from 16 countries. And we basically, I tried to ensure that everyone who attended had some experience of countermeasure systems and was involved in deploying countermeasures within their member countries, so that we could get that expertise in place so they could share and develop their understanding. We had feedback from some countries that we've managed to save them a year of work by introducing them to other countries doing similar work. So it was a very intense 3 days. We tested, as I said, we tested 20 systems. Basically, we ran drone threat scenarios against each system. We were using different detection systems. Some systems worked really well. Some systems didn't work as intended, and some systems worked to a point but failed due to the wrong configuration of the system, or they didn't have enough time to set the system up. So one of the things that we did ensure was that we only allowed them 8 hours to configure their system the day before the event, but we extended that a bit longer to allow some more testing and configuration of the systems before the actual event. But even giving them 9-10 hours of setup time wasn't enough for some of the companies. So So that was an overview of the event, and hopefully we will run another event in the near future, probably in 2022. And we would welcome your attendance once we decide this set scenario and the location of the testing. So what were the challenges that we saw? Well, sometimes law enforcement don't understand what they really need. So sometimes departments get given the task of buying a countermeasure system, but they don't understand how the system works, what it does and what its capabilities are and what its limitations are. And also the person who's doing the buying may not fully understand the implications of buying such systems. So We have seen member countries buy systems that are far too powerful to be used in a civilian environment, and also they may not have achieved the regulatory authority to be operated in that country. We have to understand what the operational requirements are, because if you're trying to find one system that fits all to protect your areas, such as urban, country, and semi-urban areas using the same system, this may not be possible, because each system has its unique capabilities within specific environments. So you need to assess each environment you're placing the system in and testing it and making sure that it operates to the requirements that you've set, because a lot of the time, a lot of the requirements seem to be set by the industry rather than by the customer. And this is a huge problem for law enforcement. We also need to understand, does it meet the standards and requirements within that country? So is there requirements and standards or quality marks against drone countermeasures within your country? If so, does the system you're selecting meet that criteria? Does it also need to be integrated with other systems? Because what we've seen in the testing in Norway is a lot of the countermeasure systems have very complex user interfaces, and they seem to think that you'll have someone stationed at the drone countermeasure detection screen 24/7. And we know in policing, you can't have someone just sat looking at a screen trying to wait for a drone to come onto the screen then to make decisions, because life is not like that. And does it need to be integrated with the existing command and coordination center, with the air traffic control system at the airport, or a police command post? Because we would like to see a standard being developed for information parsing between drone countermeasure systems and existing systems, so that it could be easily integrated into existing solutions rather than us having to invest in new solutions or trying to fit the square peg in the round hole. So we're starting to see a lot of interest in unmanned traffic management. So even here in Singapore pushing forward with unmanned traffic management. So they're looking at flying taxis, they're looking at deployment of courier drones to move packages across Singapore. And Singapore is a great place to test this because it's a very small island and it's very well controlled airspace. So we can see over the next few years unmanned traffic management becoming a big thing for most regions, because this will save time, this will save money, and also save the environment. So instead of sending trucks with lots of packages and post and stuff, you can send a drone instead, and that may save your carbon footprint and things like that. But the understanding around unmanned traffic management is very limited still. So we're trying to understand this to help member countries gain a step up in this technology and make sure that all systems that are being looked at are tested and checked. So a quick word around one of the projects that we're working on in Europe. We're working on a project called Project Courageous, which is to develop a selection, testing and assessment criteria for countermeasures in Europe. This is a 3-year program with multiple member states and institutions. We have law enforcement partners from Belgium, Estonia, Greece, Luxembourg, Romania and Spain. And we also have research technology partners from Belgium, from Holland, and places like that. So the idea of this is to, within 3 years, to develop a selection, testing and assessment scenario for law enforcement for CUAS systems. So hopefully within 3 years, there will be a standardized framework for the selection, testing and assessment of drone countermeasures by law enforcement, because this is a bit of a mystery still for most countries. We are also part of the NLET's Technology Interest Group, which is looking at regulations of drones, use space, which is unmanned traffic management, forensics, detection, neutralization, and also other EU projects within the drone sphere. So as you can see here, they developed this model where they want to identify the drone, detect it, then be able to track it, and then use either spoofing, jamming, hacking, or if it gets too close, kinetic actions to prevent the drone from entering the secured area that's being protected. So we are working with this technology interest group to really understand the needs of member countries, understand where member countries are going in each of these areas, and we actually run the digital forensics spear of this technology interest group to try and move forensics in drones forward and help member countries understand the value of digital forensics of drones. So we're just one piece of the puzzle, and we believe that by us all becoming a piece of the puzzle, we can work together to find a solution. There's no one person or one institution that can solve this problem, because a drone issue affects not only law enforcement, it affects the airport operators, affects urban planners, so on and so forth. So we are trying to work together with policing, with governments, with industry, with academia to fully understand the issue and understand where the drone threat is going, so we can prepare member countries to meet that threat and not wait for something to happen. So what's next for us? So one of the things that we want to do after the Norway drone exercise is we want to look at doing a similar exercise in a different environment, because using the same systems within, say, a power station scenario or a stadium or an urban environment would produce different challenges and different results. So we're currently trying to locate and find a suitable location for this testing. And once we do, we will announce it to people and we will welcome your contribution to that meeting. And if there's a way that you can attend and contribute your expertise and knowledge, we would certainly welcome that as well. We also want to look at the use of drones by law enforcement, because this is becoming a big sector, because a lot of major police agencies are starting to understand the benefit of drones over using, say, a police helicopter. Because a drone can be in the back of a police car or even on the back of a police motorbike, and as soon as there's an issue, it can be deployed, and any of the camera or video feed from the drone can be fed back to the command center so they can make informed decisions around who to deploy, where to deploy them, and what is actually happening at the incident. And we have seen many agencies make big successful wins in crime prevention, locating missing persons or locating escaped offenders by using drones rather than using police helicopters. Because in some countries, they may have a police helicopter that may be located 300-400 miles away, and by the time the police helicopter arrives on the scene, the person that they're trying to find has either escaped or disappeared. But by using a drone, the response time is reduced, and we have also seen programs within law enforcement where they're using drones as a first responder. So as soon as they receive a 999 call from an individual and they deem it urgent enough to deploy a drone, they send the drone up in the sky. The drone then goes and has a look and feeds back the video feed to the police car responding to the incident, as well as the command center, and they respond to the incident more efficiently and deploy the right resources to the incident. We also want to look at the threat. We also want to understand what is the threat that everyone's facing in drones. How many drone incursions are you having? What are the type of drones being used in those incursions? And who is the threat causing those incursions? Are they people who are just being mischievous? Or are they people with an intent behind using that drone? We have seen reports of drone incidents, especially through the DroneSec report, which we receive every week, which is really useful and really helpful. But at the moment, there doesn't seem to be a central resource to be able to pull this information together and gain a detailed analysis around the drone threat across the globe. So we're currently trying to work with partners and funders to try and fund an international initiative to bring all this drone threat intelligence together to help member countries and law enforcement understand the threat they're facing and what is likely going to be the next threat from drones, how they're going to be used, and who's using them and why. We also want to expand our drone forensics, so we want to update the drone forensic framework. We also want to establish a baseline of drone forensics training for 194 member countries of Interpol. And we also want to identify partners and experts to create coherent and clear digital forensics training for member countries in drones. Because what we're seeing at the moment is there's a lot of conflicting advice from different industries and experts around what you should be doing in drone forensics. So we want to bring this all together and bring a harmonized approach to such resource. Interpol is a global organization. We have 194 member countries. So if we work on a project, we try and make sure that the results of the project is shared with all 194 member countries. And if there's anything of use or could be useful for member countries, we will try and share that with them. For instance, there's a report from one member country that paedophiles are using drones and flying them above schools to take pictures of school children and also things like that. So this kind of information is useful to us, and we will try and share this with 194 member countries, but we'll also try and develop a methodology for them to react to such incidents. As I said, we are just one piece of the puzzle, and we would welcome other pieces of the puzzle so that we can complete the picture. And always remember, there is always a way. When someone says it can't be done, I never believe that, because everyone was telling me that we could never install drone countermeasures at an international airport and test it while the airport was stayed open. And we managed to do that. And we still have people coming to us trying to understand how we accomplished that and how and what processes and systems we use to do that. My advice is, when you have a big problem, break it down into smaller steps and focus on the small steps rather than the actual end result, because the end result will lead to other issues and other challenges that you would have to overcome as you develop this. Thank you very much for your time. If you want to contact me and send me an email or need more information, please send me an email to cchurch@interpol.in, and I would be happy to discuss and expand on what I presented today. Thank you very much.
Terrific, Chris. Thank you very much for that incredibly insightful talk, especially giving that view of the Oslo exercise, which I know, had some delays with COVID and all that, but the fact is you didn't just make a counter-UAS exercise in an airport, but during the middle of COVID, which is quite insane, right?
Yeah, it was
Absolutely.
It was absolutely crazy. And I just think what would have happened if we did it outside COVID, we probably would have had to make it 10 times bigger. So
absolutely.
So we'll see.
Next one.
Yeah.
Of course. And so I'm just going to pick up a few questions here that came in. One was around, you said the systems were tested, so they wouldn't affect aircraft and all, before they were then approved for the trial, and then they were, tested again. So what were they being tested for? Like RF output or wattage, or what did that look like, and how was that assessed?
Well, they were tested for their output, because a lot of the drone countermeasure systems are very powerful if they emit, and can be quite dangerous if you stand too close to them for too long. So we used the Norwegian frequency regulator to ensure each of the systems met their requirements, not police requirements, but met the frequency regulators' requirements to be installed at the airport. And that may have been a case that if there was any questions around the system before the event, it was tested in a secured area before the event to make sure that what they stated in their registration was actually being outputted, because we discovered some of the systems said they only covered certain frequency ranges, but we discovered they actually were covering more frequencies than stated. So we had to ask them to retune their systems to only cover set frequencies. And this was a big problem for a few of the vendors, because they had to kind of almost reconfigure their system from afresh rather than just tuning their system and configuring it from an existing configuration. So
wow,
there's a lot to take in on this, and I wasn't the person doing this. Luckily, we were using the frequency regulator, so they had all the equipment and all the required monitoring services to be able to ensure that the systems met the requirements that we set out.
Now, assuming you had overseas drone companies, how did they do with the European or the Norwegian frequencies? And even so, if you used, European drones, was there any issues with them picking up those types of frequencies? And by the way, caveat, I know you want to keep a bunch of this probably for the report, but if there's anything you can provide now, it would be super useful.
Okay, well, I mean, we're due to give more presentations at NATO and other places over the next few months around this. So we had systems from Europe, from America, from Israel. And the thing is, we decided that the frequency regulator and the Norwegian police would decide whether that system could take part in the test. So to get the right systems in, we wanted to cover the full spectrum of CUAS technology. We didn't just want to use specific technologies. So instead of looking at over 500, 600 different systems on the market, we worked with member countries and asked them, well, what systems have you tested? Which ones came out really well? And which ones would you not want us to test? And so the member countries from around 6 or 7 countries informed us, well, we tested this system. This system was really good. We've tested it 20 times and we believe this system would be useful to law enforcement. System B we tested and it didn't work. And even the scenarios that we developed in the test weren't complex scenarios. We weren't using random drones that were not available on the market. We were using off-the-shelf drones. So we were using the popular makes and models. And even some of the drone countermeasures struggled to do the correct thing with the off-the-shelf drones. So for me, this was rather surprising, because if you listen to a lot of the countermeasure companies, they say we detect over X amount of drones, but we were using just off-the-shelf drones with no modifications, and some of the systems struggled to detect those. So I can't go into too much detail because we're still going through the data, but I would say we were fairly surprised by the results, and we're still looking into it, but we'll hopefully expand on that in the report, which we'll hopefully see published in April next year in Norway at the Drone Expert Group. So stay tuned.
Okay. And will that be for public viewing as well? Or is that just through law enforcement?
Good question. Good question. We may make a version available, not publicly, but in a restricted way. So we will share it with the industry. We will share it with trusted partners. I don't think it would be wise for us to do a public release of such a document.
Of course.
Because this would cause problems for law enforcement in terms of criminals understanding how law enforcement react to drone incidents. So we will probably publish 2 versions, one a restricted version for law enforcement only, and one for the industry and one for other interested partners. But my emphasis is more around, if we do this kind of event again, we would look to have more people involved in developing the scenarios, developing the testing, and also being able to assess the results. And if there's systems that you're currently testing, then I would welcome a discussion to understand what systems you're testing, why are you testing those systems, and what the outcomes from that testing is. Because there's a lot of countermeasure testing going on within member countries, but there seems to be very little coordination in sharing results, methodology, or the assessment criteria of such test.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point, right? It's not just, maybe vendors who don't want the results released if their product didn't do too well, but it's the fact that then adversaries can determine how a certain drone bypassed those, installations somewhere, and how they might be able to, break them. So that makes sense. And I guess, is this a fair assumption that with the drone flights, the actual Norwegian police were flying the drones, the test, guinea pigs, they didn't do any fancy flight profiles or only coming from above or very low ground? It was just simple.
So what we did was we flew drones at set altitudes, and they followed a set flight path. So they all followed the same flight paths. So there was 4 or 5 different flight paths depending on the technology we were testing. We didn't want to do anything crazy. We didn't want to use, say, racing drones and stuff like that, because at the end of the day, most systems, you can develop test scenarios where you know the system will fail. But we wanted to really see if they were just dealing with generic drones, how long would it be before they were detected? What range were they going to be detected at? And were they able to identify the drone as soon as it entered the detection sphere? How long did it take to detect the drone once it entered the countermeasure area? And also, were they able to locate the pilot? And how long was it before they located the pilot? So they were very simple tests. And really, we were expecting most systems to score very highly in these tests. But we shall see the results. And we won't actually name the systems. We will just call them manufacturer A. And we won't give them a score or give them a grade between A and F, because we don't want to, you know, be able to say this system performed far better than any other system, because we're not here to, you know, do Best Buy or Interpol or whatever. We're here to just help member countries understand the complexities of testing and understand how we believe these systems should be assessed and how they can be assessed and graded, and how you can select the right system for your scenario that you want to install the systems in.
Absolutely. It comes down to so many factors, the environment concerns as well. And I think that's my last, you know, key question about the Oslo trial was there any kind of, you know, shocking finds regarding to weather scenarios where it was super cold and that affected them in a certain way? You know, I realize you've got Singapore, which is a lot hotter, but you don't necessarily have a counter-UAS test there. So as a broad question, was weather an effector in any of the scenarios?
In some scenarios, yes, because rain, because it was Norway and it was September, it was cold, it was around 12 degrees, and we also had rain. So the rain affected a lot of the countermeasure system that we're using vision to detect the drones. And also we noticed if you had a drone within a camera system and it had been detected, if a bird flew across the screen or across where the camera was pointing, the system may have confused the bird for the drone and then followed the bird and not the drone, and things like that. So it's really strange anomalies that you would not normally consider being a problem were problematic. But we're not saying this is a problem of the countermeasure systems, because to be fair, a lot of the testing of these countermeasure systems, they've been tested in very isolated environments, and they haven't really been tested properly in a lot of real life scenarios. So for a lot of member countries, this is the first time to see, and even for the vendors to see, drone countermeasures being installed at a civilian airport and being tested as the airport stays operational. And I think this is the thing. You're testing in an isolated environment, no matter how good it is, may not be as good as testing in a real life environment and testing real life scenarios, rather than the dreamed up scenarios that a lot of people use, and they're using complex drones, complex flight patterns, so on and so forth. Because most drone incidents, most of the people in those incidents are not experienced flyers, shall we say. They're just curious flyers, or they're just trying to get a picture of a plane at an airport because it seems to be the in thing to do. I mean, as part of Project Courageous, we have just done an assessment of 800 drone threats across the globe, and we will publish those results within Europe over the next couple of months. And it does make for interesting reading. But one issue that we're seeing is everyone's reporting drone threats differently, and not everyone's reporting the required information for a drone threat. So we're trying to influence that reporting. So if a drone threat is reported in any country, the same information is captured and reported, so that we can create a global understanding of the drone threat and obviously using systems like DroneSec as well. We want to try and bring them along and in line with what we're trying to achieve, because if the industry and law enforcement work together, it's going to be an easier solution than us working in our silos and not being able to create a collaborative solution.
Absolutely. I mean, cybersecurity and threat intelligence have had standards for years that all the major vendors use that same format for, right? So you would think we'd have the same place for drones and counter drones. Look, Chris, it was really, really interesting hearing about it. I'm sure people can contact you, and you are a super connector in your own right. So I'm sure they'll get some great connections off you in some ways. So thank you again for coming onto the GDSN and speaking with us. It's always super, super interesting.
It's been my pleasure, and good luck for the rest of the meeting. Thank you for allowing me to attend.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And we are quite literally at the end. So I've got one more slide I'll put up, but Chris is obviously our closeout speaker. So thank you, and have a good rest of your day, Chris.
Thanks, man. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
You too. All right, just bring up my screen here. As a matter of fact, I actually had a mobile outage myself, and I've had to switch internet providers. So there's nothing that goes without the demo gods not being friendly for a stream. But anyway, here goes. It's just a big thank you to the speakers for this GDSN. You know, we really have a golden objective of making sure we can get some good speakers in and have our own team learn things and get across the latest in terms of drones, drone security, counter drone, swarms, threat intelligence, and so forth. And I think even just from the comments from my own team today, you know, everyone was super impressed with a lot of the speakers and learned a whole bunch. So we really thank you for attending. You know, it's something we try to keep free and available and as open as possible for as long as we can. We've always got growing pains around the whole, you know, timing of when different speakers should speak, as they're always from around the world, as we've always had. But who knows, with COVID opening up, we might be able to go back to in-person events, which we really look forward to. So maybe we'll see you in your local continent or country in the next little while. But for everyone from attending, thank you for giving your time. For the speakers, appreciate it. A lot of effort goes into these talks and all the scenarios and, you know, events before that made these possible. And so we really appreciate it. So from the whole of the DroneSec team, we hope you have a good rest of your day. For those of you who didn't catch some of these, they'll all be uploaded on the YouTube channel and in bite-sized pieces, so you can visit each talk without scrolling through the whole thing. Again, thanks to the Singapore Association of Aerospace Industries. They've always helped spread the word and provide this, and we really appreciate that partnership. And the last thing that I do ask from you is just that feedback form. And I will tell you, and hopefully you noticed the difference, but from that last GDSN, we had certain feedback. We made some really key changes so that it's enjoyable both for yourselves and for us. So it really means a lot if you fill that out, and we'd appreciate it. Otherwise, go well, have an awesome rest of your day, and we'll catch you around next time at the GDSN 5. See you then.